thank you, and thanks everyone. If I didn't mention your names because I see those two names. They've been part tapping. Please let's share the live before we get into today's conversation. Let's share the live. Um, let's share on. Also, I think we're going live on YouTube as well. All right. Um, so please let's share YouTube, Facebook, um, TikTok as well. Let's do it together because it's a lot better to do it after we get started. Concilium Proventus. That's a new one. Thank you for liking the live. And thank you for joining us. All right. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. Yes, YouTube. Be still, my soul. Be still, I know, my God. Mm-hmm. All right. Please, if you're on YouTube, kindly like the live. These things help the stream. So please, they help the live stream. So please, thank you for doing that. Be still, my soul. Be still and know, my God. So today, I believe we're going to end this live session. It's part 11 of Victor Banjo Caught in the Storm. So I'm really hoping that we'll finish it today. Rotal Fred. Rotal Fred. Thank you, sir. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you. Thank you very much. Guys, I'm trying to share it on every platform, and we can only do it after we have gone on YouTube and the rest of that. And we can't do that until, it's a very funny chicken and egg kind of thing. Someone just came in. Mombo, someone just said, hello, I can't see you now, but I will see you. Okay. I think we're good. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. Thank you. Omoni Budo, yes, good afternoon, my brother. Good afternoon. Good to see you. Please, if you're on TikTok, um, please click on the heart icon beside the name up here. There's a heart icon there. Please click on it. Join the team. Drop a gift. Those things that that we do every time we come. Yeah. So please drop a gift, drop a heart to me, anything. And of course, we know that that's one of the things that the app requires in order to push it on the FYP. So thank you very much for doing that. Ẹkáàsán, Mr. Joshua, apologist Joshua. Ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ o. Are you a theologian? Apologist Joshua. Are you a theologian? because theologians are the ones who are usually. Oh, you are nice, nice, nice. So there are Bible scholars here. Be still, my soul. Be still and know, my God. That's good though. Like, it's fantastic. Makes a lot of sense. All right. Be still and know. I do comparative analysis too. Really? Religions? You do comparative? uh, you do comparative analysis of religions? I hope you don't do it on social media. Mr. Sheye West, good afternoon, sir. You do it on social media? Okay, no, okay, better. Social media is an interesting place. You see people who are very, very passionate about things they don't know much about, and then they will insult the heck out of you. You know how in uni or in an academic environment, you could have different religions or different religious leaders come, they have the conversation, they'll argue, they'll bring their points and all of that. And then after everything, they'll still shake hands and chat, and for them it's an intellectual exercise. Bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ ló ṣe rí o ní in social media. For the most part, it's an avenue for people to just curse you out. But I mean, it is what it is. But well done. I mean, if you do that, that's serious stuff. All right. It's a beautiful day. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. God is good. Hope you're good. Everybody is fine. We're about to have a fantastic session today. All right, let's get into it. So thank you for joining us today. By the grace of God, we're going to finish. Um, we're going to finish this whole thing. I mean, the Victor Banjo Caught in the Storm series will end today. I'm thinking of maybe um, a little extra, little jara, and the jara, of course, would be some things that the family has said since then. Um, so just gonna maybe read some things from the sister. I was thinking of some things from his letters, but I discovered that the other book by his daughter, actually has letters up until June of 1967. So we don't have a lot from, we don't have letters from after I got, whether while I was in prison, after I got detained by Ojukwu. We don't really have that. And the good thing about this, to be honest, is that, so let me recommend this book in case it's called Letters to My Wife. The letters that himself and his wife exchanged while he was in different prisons, when I was talking to her to leave. There's only one short reference to what was happening at the time, and even that was in June of 1967. So that's the. When I went through the book, I was looking for something that would work, like maybe his thoughts while he was in prison, detained by Ojukwu, but we don't really have that. But we have a few stuff. We have something from 7th June, 28th June, 19th June, 20th June as well. Yeah, so maybe we'll read some of those things, and of course, what his sister had to say, and some of the letters that his children also wrote. One of the things that this does for us is that it humanizes the character. In a lot of times when we talk about historical figures, we talk about them in abstract terms. Okay, they are just there, but it's important for us to sometimes be able to see the person, not just the character like a theater practitioner, but the person behind the name, So we're going to get to that much later. So we're going to finish today with the case against them and then the judgment as well. All right. Having said that, let's move quickly to the news. So we're going to get into the news making the rounds in the last 24 to 48 hours, and then from there we will get into the topic. All right, let me get the other device set up so that we can just listen when we have to, and then just have a great time. Let me start with some good news from Alhaji Aliko Dangote. In an open letter to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he calls it appreciation. Of course, Dangote letterhead and signed by Aliko Dangote himself. So he says, Your Excellency, I would like to express my deep appreciation to you for your visionary leadership and far-sightedness on the Bar Beach land reclamation project in Victoria Island, Lagos State. Through this project began a process which has transformed a coastline that was once prone to incessant floods to an emerging new district with a defining skyline and a receptacle for direct investment and socio-economic growth ever since its conception in 2008. As Shiwaju of Africa, your foresightedness is even more visible in view of the tragic incident in Kerr Country, Texas, USA, where over 100 lives have sadly been lost to flash flooding. In the case of the Eco Atlantic City project spawned by you, a modern city spanning 1,000 hectares, protected by an 8.5-kilometer long seawall, protecting Victoria Island from coastal erosion and giving birth to a dwelling constructed from new land created through sand dredging from the Atlantic Ocean. Your Excellency, this success story, which is now being used for residential, business, and recreational purposes, is among your many legacies. And those of us who live in Victoria Island are much better off for it. I applaud your exemplary intervention in ending the era of ocean surge and in continuous tackling the issue of perennial flooding affecting areas such as Amadu Bello Way, Akandeshola Street, Bishop Oluwole Street, Amadu Ojukutu Street, Adedokunbo Ademola Street, and Karimo Cotton Street, among others. Mr. President, you added another feat by kickstarting the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and the Sokoto-Badagry Super Highway, significantly enriching the country's stock of infrastructure while improving the national road network linking Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. The latter of the two being a resurrection of a 48-year-old project, and both being handled by a first-rate construction and civil engineering firm in High-Tech Construction Company Limited. Indeed, Your Excellency, your inspired move recalls a similar methodology in a land reclamation process in Zeeland, Netherlands, where submerged land was transformed into usable dry land, primarily for agriculture and settlement. This practice, which was applied to combat flooding, is a testament to the Dutch ingenuity and perseverance in managing water resources and creating a habitable landscape in a challenging environment. The same ethos resonates in the Bar Beach project, for which I salute you. For all of us at Dangote Industries Limited, as we commiserate with the families of those who died in the Texas flooding incident, we are also grateful for your compassionate and visionary leadership, which has provided huge, consistent support for our business and enabled a more prosperous nation for the collective good. Our dear nation has also suffered significant losses in lives and property due to rising sea levels and incidents of flash flooding. In honor of your vision, the Aliko Dangote Foundation will soon be announcing plans of contributing to a climate fund that will target those vulnerable parts of our country, which are susceptible to natural disaster. Your Excellency, I pray that the Almighty Allah, Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, will continue to increase your wisdom, burnish your vision, and inspire you to greater heights of success for the benefit of all Nigerians. Thank you very much, Ashewaju Aliko Dangote, GCON founder, chief executive. I thought that was really good. I know it's quite long, but I thought it was really good that a business owner will be smart enough to acknowledge greatness and also to use the opportunity to talk about the progress that we have made so far. We still have a long way to go in Nigeria, clearly, but it's important that at different stages in life we appreciate how far we have come. All right, moving on from that heartfelt letter. The Lagos State Police Command has announced that there will be total restriction of vehicular movement throughout Lagos State from 3 a.m. on Saturday, 12th July 2025 till 3 p.m. of same Saturday, 12th July 2025 for the Lagos local government elections. So they talk about the things they'll be having, security to report, and all of those things. So if you are in Lagos, restriction from 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. All right. Moving away from that, 2025 UTME application statistics. So the top 12 states that applied for UTME in 2025, the first one is Oyo, number 2, Ogun, number 3, Oshun, number 4, Imo, 5, Benue, 6, Delta, Kogi, Warri, Anambra, number 10, Ondo, number 11, Katsina, number 12, Enugu. So it looks like we have a lot of young people here in the Southwest who are going in. All right. There are some videos I'll play later, but I just want to read some things before we get into all of that. Something from the young man who claimed to, well, I don't know if, not that he claimed, who was said to have had the highest score in this jam. This just concluded jam exam. Something quite interesting happened. I'm going to read something to you. Let me see if I can quickly find it. Be still my soul, be still and know my God is in control. Okay. No, I can't even find it. I'll find it later. I'll play a video, then while I'm playing the video, I'll find out that stuff. So, I'll play something from Osun State first while I get that information I'm looking for. It's something from the BBC about Oba Bolari in Osun State and what he does. He teaches. I think I did a video of him. I don't know if we released that video. Did a video about that months ago. Maybe we're going to do it again. But it's good to see a king who is actually interested in the development of his land and his people. He grants scholarship. He teaches as well in that school. But I just want you to listen to him, and hopefully that also inspires you to do great things. All right. So this is something from Obadedokunwa Bolari.
Use education to fight poverty. We're trying to use education to fight poverty. And we're trying to create servant leaders in our children. It's a thing of joy to combine my traditional duties with my passion for teaching rural indigent children of Nigeria. We have children from the public school system, relatively from poor homes. I have 3 of my children from correctional centers here. We're trying to be practical. We're trying to be what? the greatest thing I know how to do is just to impart knowledge, building human capacity. And predominantly my people are poor. Let me have a marker. I started teaching 1981. Many of my products are doing very well all over the world. When I first got to the classroom, not here, about 6 months when I was enthroned, the son of my predecessor ran into the class, said, Kabiesi, what you are doing is not right. I sent him off. And to the glory of God today, one or two of those children that I thought they'll finish their PhD, they are through with their PhDs.
Kamis is like, I don't know, angel sent from heaven. He's like a father. Despite the fact that we're in university, he still makes sure he checks up on us.
Celebrate what? In our own little corner, let's fix Nigeria. It's doable, but it's extremely tough. It's tough. They're trying to.
All right. Speaking of education, of course, we already talked about the states that has the highest UTME application in Nigeria in the year 2025. There's also another data about CBT centers with finger pairing for candidates, which will be 2025 UTME malpractice, 19 CBT centers and locations. Sincerely, I'm not surprised, but it's important to read it because, of course, it's the news. So number of candidates, number of registrants. So let me just say the numbers of the towns because back on. Let's just look at the locations because if I start reading the number of the candidates, that will be too much work. So 2025 UTME malpractice. Number 1, Anambra. Number 2, Imo. Number 3, Abia. Number 4, Ebonyi. Number 5, Kano. Number 6, Enugu. Number 7, Delta. Number 8, Kaduna. Number 9, Edo. Number 10, Rivers. So apparently, Anambra has 6 centers. They call miracle centers, something like that. Yeah. So Anambra had 6 centers. Issues at 6 centers. Imo 4, Abia 1, Ebonyi 1, Kano 2, Enugu 1, and so on and so forth. So apparently, somehow the Southeast got top 6. They only give Kano number 5. May not be like say they are not good citizens. Special centers, yes, miracle center, special center. Imo Anambra top list of UTME exam malpractice center. 19 centers were nabbed nationwide, with Anambra having 6, Imo with 4, Abia with 1, Edo with 1, Kano with 2 centers, Ebonyi, Delta, Kaduna, Rivers, and Enugu with 1 center each. And we have, I wish you could see it, but there's a table that they put out here. So all the idea that, not highest score, I said malpractice, you're saying highest score. Not highest score, I'm talking of malpractice, which is sad, by the way. It's very sad. Because what are people teaching their children? Are we teaching kids to be thieves? And like I always say, those who insult those others the most, sometimes they seem to be the ones who do this the most as well. All right. I want to play you something from the governor of Anambra State. One second. Please take a listen to this.
Actual. I've been in office for 3 years and 3 months, okay? If we have arrested 100 criminals, non-mafia, kidnappers, and so on and so forth. 99.99% of them were Mwaki Igbo. Did you hear me right? I said 99. Igbo. Because that was part of the law. They are into kidnapping because it is the next lucrative business after Yahoo and drug. The next one for find is about kidnapping. But this is even other states. If I'm not we do all Anambra. You do all Anambra. When you can now village, if I got them on cycle, I join California, I'll be 18 years in line. I probably buy mafia, how to if I did the also on the Fulani. Let me, I'll repeat, I want you to quote me right. 99.99% of all the criminals, kidnappers, and so on that were arrested so far, Igbos are the ones kidnapping Igbos, they are the ones killing Igbos. All these camps, Igbo. And by the way, because I came with the same false narrative. The false narrative, oh, the Fulanis, they are invading our people. They are now everywhere. They are waiting for whistle to be blown. And this, and they will take over. And therefore, we are the ones who are the liberators. We are now going into the bush to go to chase out the Fulanis. Nobody asked the question. They are now Bani Mafia to go and liberate you. How do they feed 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year? How do they feed? How do they feed? So that's, you see, like I said, I'm one of you, but I decided to go home. Actually, in '99, I was a visiting professor at Swanmore College. Okay? And I remember the last conversation of Governor sending forth, because from there I moved down here to DC.
Governor Soludo faces backlash after saying 99% of arrested kidnappers are Igbo, not Fulani. I've been muted all this while. Jesu. Thank you. I wasn't even looking at the screen. Thank you for calling my attention to that. So I was saying that I'd like to read what Sarah reporters have to say about this. And I'm reading this because of the responses from folks in the Southeast, right, to what the governor had to say. This is the headline in Sahara Reporters. Anambra Governor Soludo faces backlash after saying 99% of arrested kidnappers are Igbo, not Fulani. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State has come under fire following comments he made during a speech in Maryland, United States, where he claimed about 99% of all the arrested kidnappers in the state are Igbos, not Fulani herdsmen. The statement made on July 7 during his US visit has drawn a sharp and damning response from the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, a human rights and advocacy group in Nigeria. Speaking in Maryland, Governor Soludo claimed out of 99.5% of those arrested by the government in various camps belonging to kidnappers across the state, none is a member of the killer herdsmen. He further dismissed security reports about Fulani herdsmen occupying forests in Anambra as false narratives. In a rebuttal signed by the Inter-Society Board Chairman, Emeka Umeagbalasi, the group described the governor's statement as reckless, vexatious, and gravely endangering the security and safety of the state and its citizens. The governor is gravely endangering the security and safety of the state, especially their present and future safety. Part of the statement read, quote, his government's kid gloves and lukewarm approaches to jihadist herdsmen and their genocidal activities across the state since the inception of his administration on March 17, 2022, are deeply troubling. Inter-Society accused Governor Soludo of shielding the killer herdsmen despite evidence of their involvement in violent crimes, claiming they account for not less than 30% of violent crimes across the state. He further alleged that about 60% or more of forest camps belonging to violent criminals, including armed herdsmen, are yet to be accessed and raided by security forces. How you take note? Anyway, referencing a media report published on June 23, 2025, Umeagbalasi said Anambra State has been listed among 11 states that embrace the Nigerian government's cattle ranching plan, a move he described as blind, selfish, and strongly condemnable. The group warned of the long-term consequences of the state's alleged complicity. Anambra State now sits on a keg of jihadist gunpowder with grave dangers, the statement warned. The group also pointed to a specific incident in April 2024 where a family of 3 was abducted and allegedly raped by herdsmen in the Ukulu forest. Okay, it's quite long. But here, Inter-Society claimed that after being alerted, the state government denied the incident and labeled it as concocted narrative. Umeagbalasi added, his assertion that none of the 99.5% of those arrested in Anambra State is a member of killer herdsmen does not hold water, especially against the backdrop of intelligence bias and lack of credible forensic capabilities by the state. It's crazy how folks in the bleachers understand how to play the game more than the guys in the pitch. Like, he hasn't given us anything to support what he's saying, but it's okay. The group further alleged that in 2021, a senior official in Soludo's government was accused of facilitating land acquisitions for herdsmen in various Anambra communities, including Awka North and South, Ayamelum, and Dunukofia. Despite commending Soludo's efforts in improving roads and providing free education, Inter-Society maintained that the worst and most dangerous part of its administration is its alleged role in bringing the herdsmen ranching agenda to the southeast, potentially at the cost of future society and cultural survival. Are they not Nigerians? I don't want Fulani anymore, I'm just saying, since that's what everybody says. It's actually quite interesting that somebody is telling you that the issue is within and folks are still insulting and saying the governor is lying. Is the governor lying? I don't know. I sincerely don't know. But I think this is a matter of intelligence, and I don't know how the guys who are angry with him have more intelligence than he does, than he has. So maybe they do, but they're not quoting anything or telling us anything. So it would be better if it's Fulani. But yeah, that's that from Governor Soludo. Moving very quickly to 1 second. Moving very quickly to a statement by Dan Wanyao, who is the chairman of Zenith Labour Party. After that, I'm going to read some news items here, and then we'll bring people up much later, but stay with me. So please take a listen to this.
Actual
said that Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he then was not part of June 12. I said, no, I laughed. Because His Excellency, Lamine Sule and Rimi and others, they left. They left together with the Easterners. Apart from people like Ezife, Rafobio, Senator Obasiafonda, others left. In fact, they were the people that said June 12 had become a Yoruba matter. I've said it. Let anybody challenge me. So to say that President Tinubu, who was always with us in Abiola's house, go out with Abiola, come back 2 a.m., 3 a.m., was no longer in support of June 12. That means the person has limited knowledge about June 12. And I remember, you see, all I've been saying about June 12, I've been releasing them in piecemeal. Next year, God keeping us alive, there are more I will release. I was an insider. I was next to Abiola. So nobody can tell me story about June 12. Even people that the president recognized, somebody like Ezife. Ezife was in a plane to London. The plane was about taking off. Abacha recalled it. They bundled him into the prison. On June 12, because of June 12. There are many people forgotten. What of Obushek, the husband of Joe Odumaki? Yeah, Odumaki. The wife. I'm compiling the list. I'm going to write to the president. You have forgotten.
Yeah, but I think the president also mentioned that everybody couldn't be honored or remember that.
No, there were people at the forefront.
That it will happen in the course of time.
There were people at the forefront.
Apparently, that was a response to Sule Lamido's statement about certain people in Nigeria not being part of the struggle for democracy. And apparently from this, we know that it was Sule Lamido himself who absconded, according to the statement we've read so far. Moving on, a new Nigeria needs an old guard, not Peter Obi. Kenneth Okonkwo endorses Atiku Abubakar for Nigeria's 2027 election battle. Former Labour Party spokesman Kenneth Okonkwo has weighed in on Nigeria's political trajectory ahead of the 2027 general elections, issuing a stark warning about the risks of banking on youthful candidates to challenge the entrenched dominance of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. Speaking candidly during an interview on Channels Television, Okonkwo expressed strong reservations about the current political landscape, urging Nigerians to place their hopes on experienced political figures, even if they belong to the so-called old guard. I'm going to read another thing that he said in another interview. This was a bit more recent, talking about the coalition. He says in Vanguard, Kenneth Okonkwo, a former spokesperson for Peter Obi and now a member of the opposition coalition, has predicted that President Bola Tinubu will retain power in 2027 if the African Democratic Congress, ADC, presents a southern candidate like Obi as its presidential flag bearer. Speaking on Politics Today, a Channels television program aired on Tuesday, the actor-turned-lawyer argued that to unseat Tinubu, the opposition must rally behind a strong northern contender with national appeal. My strategy this time around is that I am going to support a northerner in 2027, Okonkwo said. It must be a northerner that the whole north is willing to support. If the whole north is willing to support an Atiku, why not? If the whole north is willing to support a Tambuwal, why not? The person must be qualified, and if he has experience in the presidency, it is another advantage. The talk like say they give somebody CV, they won't give them job, added advantage. And when he puts up something from the south, that will push him through, he added. So what I've just noticed is that while he's saying all of these things, the usual mob, nobody's insulting Kenneth, because you know why? Touch not my anointed. Apparently, there are sacred cows in the ridiculous movement. All right, talking about the coalition, let me read something from the Vanguard. Court asked to sack Senator Mark-led interim leadership of ADC. 3 aggrieved members of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, have approached the Federal High Court in Abuja asking it to sack the Senator David Mark-led interim leadership of the party. The plaintiffs, Adeyemi Emmanuel, Ayodeji Victor Tolu, and Haruna Ismaila, further challenged the membership of Senator Mark and those who were appointed as interim leaders of the party. They prayed the court to, among other things, determine whether the purported handover of the party's leadership structure to individuals involved in the merger was not a direct violation of subsisting judgment. I wish them all the best. Moving very quickly, Peter Obi, this is from Podium Reporters. It says Peter Obi goofs again as he claims Tinubu borrowed more than past governments combined. Recently on Channels TV's Sunday Politics, Peter Obi claimed that this government has borrowed more than the administrations of Umaru Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, and Muhammadu Buhari combined. The statement has been widely shared on X and Instagram. Media outlets like the Daily Trust and Tribune Online reports Obi's claim without providing supporting data. The Tribune Online notes, however, there is no available data to support or refute this claim, end quote. No credible official figures or independent analysis have confirmed that Tinubu's borrowing in 2 years exceeds that of 3 previous administrations combined. Verdict: without verifiable evidence, Obi's assertion remains unsubstantiated. Official debt figures by administration have not been published in a way that supports his claim. Until transparent comparative data is provided, these statements should be treated as misleading. And then this, it's a very long stuff, went ahead to provide what each of the administrations borrowed. But then again, it will be so there's no, you don't expect anything fantastic in that sense. All right, let's listen to some stuff from Obi's camp in recent times, and then we'll read a few more things about the new king who is about to be named in Oluyole. No. Before we go there, let's listen to a couple more clips, and then we'll go listen to obedience in the regular fashion. All right, so take a listen to the running mate to Peter Obi in the last election, Dati Ahmed, speaking on the coalition. Take a listen.
Coalition that is coming together have to realize how powerful this individual called Tinubu is. Somebody who schemed for 16 years to take it one day. He has done what nobody has done. And I don't see among our own coalition now somebody who is able to plan for and scheme for 16 years. With due respect to Atiku, Atiku consistently contests. All the last 6, this will be the 7th one, without let or hindrance. Tell me who from across the divide would stand up and say that it must be that other individual across that must be the president and I'll take over from him after 8 years. I'm yet to see that person. Others are also interested in their own candidacy, in their own presidency. But what did Tinubu do? He became interested in Buhari, as unreliable as Buhari is, became interested in Buhari, and that after Buhari, he will take over. He remained focused for that length of painful 16 years, and he took it by force in 2023.
Right.
Like I said, skipped, he gave Atiku in 07, Ribadu 11, Buhari in 15, Buhari won despite all the promises that, you know, he skipped 19 again. Tell me among all these other politicians who is that patient, strong, focused, determined, and I'm not praising him again.
It sounds like a compliment, Doctor.
No, it's not. He did all that to go and steal 2023 because he didn't win the elections. It's not a compliment. I'm telling you, and I want you to understand me in context, that to defeat this phenomenon called Tinubu, you must do the unthinkable. You must do the near impossible. Issues with this coalition When in 2013, 14, 15, they already had an outlier. You know the definition of an outlier, high observation in a data set, in the name of Buhari, who had cried to the world that he will not contest again. How they convinced him to come and is a subject for another sitting, you know. And he came back to contest 2015. And all the other candidates willingly succumbed and succeeded. Now it remains to be seen if one of the leading candidates will win the nomination in this alliance. Will the others religiously follow like it happened? That's a question mark.
Right.
It remains to be seen. Then we don't have a Buhari in the coalition. That kind of figure who had commanded 12 million votes in 3 consecutive elections. Atiku is not exactly in that mold. Then you don't have a Tinubu that is focused, resourced, and consistent in his own ambition that is far away. He has the foresight to see 2023, that's what he wanted. You see, if there are 2 people, every morning you use your sword, it becomes blunt. Every morning I go and sharpen mine and sharpen mine and sharpen mine and I keep it. One day when the time matters, when we come, you swing, yours falls, I swing, mine cuts. We lack those structural defects which have to be immediately attended to in this coalition.
Right.
The fact that something happened before against that master schema, coalition is his game. He knows it. Oh, they want to make a coalition against me. All right. He knows every step of the way. How to defeat him, yes, is there. Come together. Let me repeat. I believe in coalition. I believe in coming together.
Right.
And I'm in support of this coalition in the same way that, look, I still believe Labour Party still remains a good platform. Any coalition that is coming together have to realize how powerful this individual.
All right. Are they going to get somebody amongst them that would allow himself to, sake of another? That's yet to be seen. Someone else, of course, when the cable actually was in the streets to ask questions and talk to people about this coalition. I want you to listen to what they have to say. This is in Abuja, by the way. I recognize it, of course, because this is Secretariat. And there's a lawyer here. There are other people. You can't see them, but you can hear them. So please take a listen to this.
The coalition I have defined before is a group of disgruntled politicians. They have no base. These are the people who have caused suffering, hardship in this country. They want to come back to do what again? I mentioned their names. I mentioned Atiku. I mentioned Rufai. I mentioned Amenchi. I mentioned the lot of them that they have no political value anymore, no political politics. The only person there that can say, oh, can even garner a little number is Obi. And if he joined there, he has become desperate. We don't want a desperate ruler. A
new political alliance is rising, and it now flies the flag of the African Democratic Congress. Here in Abuja, where the streets feel the pulse of power, the question is simple. Can this coalition unseat President Bola Tinubu, or is it just another political gathering with no real bite?
One thing the coalition should learn is from APC. APC came together as a coalition against PDP, and they become formidable political party. So unlike that time, the election like 2023, where APC, Labour Party break away from PDP, Atiku, 5G governor, all of them, they divided, they perforated the party. And the party could not, look at the vote of PDP and Labour Party. If you join together, you know it will beat APC. So, but if they divided, you know, if your house that is divided also it will fall. You know, when you are united and you have a common goal, the sky is the beginning.
They want to come back to be able to fund their lifestyle, which have been with them for a long time while they were in government. Now, the several issues we are having now, these are problems that were orchestrated by them, where they were in power. The removal of subsidy have caused every price in the economy to go up. Now, these people were there. The subsidy regime wasn't proper. They were using it to siphon money. And the new government said, no, we can't continue like that. Be collecting the public money in abeyance to furnish some politicians' pockets. Anybody who is desperate for power won't be able to do anything.
Welcome
so
to
my own suggestion, like I'll be campaigning to people, let the government of the day continue. They are just barely 2 years. The policy they have given is hard, we know. Nothing will come easy.
So, but if they divided, you know, if your house that is divided also you fall. You know, when you are united and you have a common goal, the sky is the beginning.
They want to come back to be able to fund their lifestyle, cost every price in the economy to go up. Now, these people were there. The subsidy regime wasn't proper. They were using it to siphon money. And the new government said, no, we can't continue like that. Be collecting the public money in abeyance to furnish some politicians' pockets. Anybody who is desperate for power won't be able to do anything. So my own suggestion, like I'll be campaigning to people, let the government of the day continue. They are just barely 2 years. The policy they have given is hard, we know. Nothing good come easy. Between now and 2 years' time, we'll begin to reap the benefit of this administration. And in another 4 years, we will not be talking about coalition anymore.
Who are those people that is in that coalition? That's my first question. If you look at it now, it's already down now. Who and who that is in that coalition that has never been in the system before, that Nigeria has still continued to have a problem. The coalition cannot work.
PDP is dead already. I think they have left that carcass for Wike and his group. But as far as this ADC is concerned, one thing I just want them to do is that bringing a kind of a disagreement with him. Jonathan Goodluck is there.
All right, sorry about that. We had some hope everybody can hear me. Hello? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Sorry. Just a little issue with light and stuff. All right, moving on from apparently, so from the video we just listened to, it looks like Nigerians they're wiser, right? I mean, wise before, but now wiser. And so the idea of people coming to them to say that, oh, this government, things are hard. The people are saying, don't worry about things being hard. Let's go through this tough time, and it's just 2 years. Meanwhile, all of them, nobody's there for the people. They are there because they've been out of power for a bit. I'd like you to listen to a number of clips before we get into today's topic. Let's start with something from the mob. And I'm saying mob because sincerely in this video, they call themselves that. It was a space that was held, of course, on X. And then I think it says something to us that we should, take cognizance of.
Talking about
listen.
If Atiku should live for 30 more years, this man is going to contest. So what is the fucking problem? 4 years, 8 years, whatever number of years we're going to give to PO, let us be able to drink water and drop cup. We are the obedience. We're a mob for a reason. Call us a mob, call us whatever you want to call us. You get why. People died since 2020. This is 5 years later, and their blood is just wasting. They just wasted their life. They just died for nothing. More people are going to die come 26, come 27. Are we going to let their death to be for? If I die, and Atiku enter that place, Makachuku, I will become evil spirits. I will start killing people. All of you, I know all of your faces. All of you, Atiku. I will come. I will start. I will kill all of you. What is this problem? Please, there's a reason why it is called obedience. Whether you like calling it obedience for Nasser, obedience for ADC, obedience for a working Nigeria. All of Una, Papa, Mama, everybody join together. It is OB. If you guys want it to be a different thing, call us APCDents, call us ADCDents, LPDents. That's better. But once you put OB there, you should know that we are mad followers. It is just that one person. OB is like a queen bee. All of us are following that queen bee. So if you guys don't like it, step aside. We did it before without you because we think we need your nuisance value. Nuisance to be able to play Agbero. Who cannot play Agbero? If we cannot play that Agbero, we become Agbero too. We're suffering, man. And even you, Karigwe, stop this. So just stop it. If you're not going to support Peter, just stay one side because I don't even want this at all. Just stay with religion. Just leave policies. You're not going to stand with her because we don't need this shit. These men, they might even be playing a game to put the opposition in disarray. They don't know what is what. They don't know who is who. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't watch them. But anything that would produce Peter Obi, and Peter Obi is not number one, that thing is dead. We will watch Nigeria, but I've lost 10 years, man. I don't mind losing another 10, another 20. I don't mind, because I won't lose it in this country anyway. So for the rest of you that say, it is people in the abroad that are saying Obi or not, it is not. It is us that are here. It is us that are scared to use over how many million.
So apparently some people have a plan. So that when they die, they'll become demons and be affecting everybody. Everything you hear, what did you hear? Emotionalism. Just emotions. No iota of sense. If you die, you become demon and be killing people. What a wonderful thing. There's no point. Just anyway. Speaking of this interesting people, I'd like to play a few things. One is talking about tribal politics, and I think it's just quite interesting that someone will mention this. So take a listen to this.
Banjo ruled for 8 years. Banjo has been there as vice president. Now Tinubu is 4 years. So when the presidency came to the south, why didn't you allow Southeast to go in there and become the president? Oh, it is north versus south. See, these people don't really cheat us. They don't really cheat us. You ruled 8 years. You did VP for 8 years. It came to the south. You took it to the southwest. You didn't.
Only, it's not their fault. It's the fault of the cowards we have over here as leaders. If not, who is Tinubu?
So the issue is that we are not going to agree this time. We are going to make it open. All these obedience that come here, and come and want to, or people that claim their opinion come to gaslight us. Guys, you guys are in the minority. The Southeast, we are going to vote for ADC, whoever candidate is, and we will make sure that a Southeasterner is in that ticket. We are not going to vote. Tinubu knew about Southern solidarity. He connived with Buhari to go and take the presidency from the South to the North. Because of what? Because he's looking for his own interest and the interest of his region. Now we are going to play our own interest. Our interest is in ADC. Why am I saying so? APC has no plan for the Southeast. APC has no plan for the Southeast. We are not getting Senate presidency. We are not getting speaker. We are not going to get vice. And most of you here that come here to comment, including those people that we are circulating my voice note, that voice note you are circulating, let me tell you, it will make me more popular among my own people. You think I like that voice note you guys are circulating? It will make me more popular because that is the voice of my own people. You get? You can call me whatever you want to call me. I don't bloody care. We are not doing Southern solidarity. Shebu Nadi here, we know they do Southern solidarity, especially not with Tinubu. Tinubu that gave Southwest 11 senior ministers and gave Southeast only one. Even that one, they are teleguiding him. He's building coastal road in the Southwest. How many federal road did Dave Umai build in the Southeast? But he's doing coastal road that only 30 kilometers is worth over 1 trillion naira. That is the only senior minister you gave us. We are not doing Southern solidarity with you now. Leave us alone. I had people come here and say, oh, if you give Atiku ticket, that what it means is that Tinubu will take the South. Oh, who told you so? Who told you that he's going to win Southeast? And let me tell you, anybody that tries let me tell you guys, Shebu Nano said they know the rig election for Southeast. Shebu Nano, they know the rig election for Southeast now. Presidential election, they know the rig for Southeast. So Tinubu is sure of being trashed in the Southeast. So that one should be started with, no matter the candidate. So you guys should not come here and be gaslighting us. Oh, Southern, we know they do. Southern solidarity, but presidency came. My friend, chief analyst Abokina, hear this thing and hear anybody that is trying to gaslight you, not us. Let the person know that Southeast will not vote for Tinubu. And just like Ego have said,
That's enough of the nonsense. So of course, makes no sense. I don't think any sensible politician in Nigeria who wants to become anything at the center is thinking of the Southeast in the scheme of things. Truth be told, like Southeast doesn't really count. So this thing of, and by the way, if there's any Yoruba person thinking of Southern solidarity, maybe you don't understand. There's not going to be Southern, so there is no need for it. Meanwhile, the idea that one region has 11 ministers, you have, by the way, they have 5 from the Southeast, not, you said one senior minister. That one you have is a product of magnanimity. It's not your right. The president is just a good person. Just say, okay, may not be like, say, these people are not part of the government, let's bring them in. You should be thankful. You didn't do anything to get anything. Like you gave over 90% of your votes to a person who lost. How on earth do you want to bargain with a person who won? You have nothing to bargain with. These people are very funny. Meanwhile, he mentioned that, oh, he went to the north and he came to the south and went to Yoruba people. Guys, Nigeria history did not begin in 1999. I want to read you something about ethnic groups in southern Nigeria that have held top federal offices. The Igbo, so we're not talking about the military guys, we're talking about the civilians. Nnamdi Azikiwe, they produced a vice president, Alex Ekweme. They have produced 4 Senate presidents, Okadigbo, Enwerem, Wabara, and Ayim Payosayim. They have produced 1 deputy Senate president, Ike Ekweremadu. They have produced one speaker, Agunwa Anekwe, and they have produced, as a matter of fact, Senate President itself is 5, it's not 4, because Nwa Rizu was also Senate President. I'll take that again. They have produced 5 Senate Presidents, Nwa Rizu, Enwerem, Wabara, Okadigbo, and Ayin Pius Ayim. They have produced 1 Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu. They have produced 1 Speaker, Agunwa Anekwe, and they have produced 1 Deputy Speaker, Emeka Ihedioha. No, 2 Deputy Speakers. One was Emeka Ihedioha. The present man now, Benjamin Kalu, is also from the southeast. He's from Abia. So they've had 1 President, 1 Vice President, 5 Senate Presidents, 1 Deputy Senate President, 1 Speaker, and 2 Deputy Speakers. Yoruba produced 2 Presidents, Bola Tinubu, President Obasanjo and Bola Tinubu, 1 Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo, no Senate President, no Deputy Senate President, 2 Speakers, Bankole and Gbajabiamila, and 1 Deputy Speaker, Lasun Yusuf. All right. EPP have produced only 1 Senate President since, not since 1999, since independence. Only 1 Senate President. That's the topmost they've produced. The Ijaw have produced 1 President and also 1 Vice President. Happen to be the same person. That's Goodluck Jonathan was a Vice President and was also the President. So Ijaw have produced 2. President, Vice President, no Senate President, no Deputy Senate President, no Speaker, no Deputy Speaker. EBBO have produced only Senate President. Edo have produced only 1 Deputy Senate President, Albert Legogie. Urobo have produced only 1 Deputy Senate President, Ove Omagege. Ikwere have produced only 1 Deputy Speaker, Austin Okpara. Now, when you look at Nigeria, has had more people in federal offices, in top federal offices, President, Vice President. I'll take it again for the Igbos. 1 President, Azikiwe, 1 Vice President, Alex Ekweme, 5 Senate Presidents, Nwafọ Rizu, Enwerem, Wabara, Okadigbo, and Ayin Pius Ayim, 1 Deputy Senate President, Ike Ekweremadu, 1 Speaker, Agunwa Anekwe, and then 2 Deputy Speaker, Emeka Ihedioha and Benjamin Kalu. Why do these people cry like everybody is cheating them? They've had more than any other group in the South. No, not 2 speakers, 2 deputy speakers, 1 speaker. They've had more than everybody in the South. These tears, this crying you are hearing, it's not because people are being marginalized. It's because the definition of marginalization to them is not the same thing as yours. To you, marginalization means that you are Ogoni. Did I mention Namani? Wait, Senate President Nwafọ Rizu, Enwerem, Wabara, Okadigbo, Namani. Oh, it's 6. Thank you for that. It's 6. Nwafọ Rizu, Enwerem, Okadigbo, Adolphus Wabara, Ken Namani, and Ayin Pius Ayim. 6 Senate Presidents. President, Vice President, Senate President, Deputy Senate President, Speaker, Deputy Speaker. There is no one of all of these posts that the Igbos have not occupied since independence. And by the way, those 6 Senate Presidents, 5 of them happened since 1999. Only 1 happened in the 60s. That's one for Rizzo. The Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Emeka Ihedioha and Benjamin Kalu. In fact, Kalu is still there right now. When you hear marginalization, what you think is Ogoni, who has nothing. Ogoni has never had a president, vice president, speaker, nothing. It's the one that has had everything that is telling you, because the definition of marginalization to him is not that you're not allowing him to take power, is that you are not making him be the only one just, taking over everything. That's what it means to marginalize him. Do you know how many ethnic groups are in this country? The Tiv Idoma, Ibibio, Ogoni, Kalabari, Angas, Bini, Bachama. Guys, we are many. You know that's all. We will be many. We are many. Why? And by the way, these tears, this cry you are hearing right now, did not begin. I've said it several times. Even in 1947, there's a document, right, that contains the speech of the Governor General of Nigeria at the time, also Richard, who talked about the fact that this particular area are always complaining about stuff, but they contribute the least in terms of revenue to the purse of the government. But they are always asking for this and asking for that and always bickering and crying and this and that. It's not because they are being cheated. It's because it's a strategy to get more. It's a strategy. So I'm saying this because maybe you have that thing like, there's no anything. The only reason you are saying is because you don't know, maybe you don't know, maybe you have forgotten what this is about. It's not, no, but people are not crying because they are being deprived of anything. They are crying because they want to always be there, regardless of who is there. And by the way, there's nothing like Southern solidarity. The South ceased to exist in 1939. There's no South in Nigeria. There's North, there's East, and there's West. And then there's all in between. Like, for instance, there's South-South now, is a reality. There's Middle Belt, they're a reality. But that's what it is. There's no South versus North. The North-South thing they're talking about was a PDP arrangement. It wasn't a federal government. It's not in the Constitution. It is not in the Constitution. It's PDP that said we'll have one president from the North and another from the South. It's a party arrangement. APC has also copied it. So now they had a northern president, now they have a southern president, next one will be northern president. It's a party arrangement. There's no north-south in Nigeria constitution as far as, where's the president going to come from. If you're not able to play the game, get out of if you're not able to stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. There's no, see what Dati Ahmed was saying earlier. For a man to allow different, do you know how many people were quote-unquote sponsored by Tinubu's party? You know, Fola Diola, one of the owners of, founders of Guarantee Trust Bank, Fola Diola ran on this AC ticket. Even though Ribadu has run there before, Atiku has run there before on ACN ticket. The person who created the party is just looking at everybody running. You think he's a dumb person? He was in AD from 1999 to 2003. AD changed to AC because of all the things that happened in the Western region, thanks to President Obasanjo. AC, when AC was going to field a candidate, it was not the one who was fielded though. When he became ACN, he didn't field himself. Thank you. Fola Diola and Ribadu ran together. Fola Diola was the president, Ribadu was the deputy vice president in that election, 2011. That was ACN. No. Yes, it was it 2011 or 2007? I think it was 2007, no? 2011 was Atiku. It was the same ACN. Then by 2015, that ACN, they had the coalition with CPC and created, what's it called? APC. It's in 2011. So that means that perhaps Atiku went before him. But I know Atiku was also on that ACN ticket at a point. So all these years that he was doing it, did you hear him shout, "It is the West, it is the West"? 2007 was Atiku, thank you. So 2007 was Atiku, 2011 was Adeola and Ribadu, 2015 was then Buhari. How would you like to create a party and you are not going to run in 3 election cycles? You have your AC, you made it ACN, you became APC, and you are not running. How many of these people do you think can calm down to actually plan ahead like that? Meanwhile, let nobody gaslight you. The East has had they've occupied all the seats. president to vice president, senate president, deputy senate president, speaker, deputy speaker, they've occupied it, and that's enough. There's no, by the way, there's nothing wrong with the fact that they want to have it. Everybody should aspire to have something, but these tears of Egbere should stop. Nobody is going to be blackmailed with, hey, you're marginalizing me. Okay. The word marginalization, if it has a synonym in Nigeria, as a matter of fact, it does. It does. Marginalization in Nigeria has a synonym, and that synonym is an ethnic group. And the game, people lose every day. You're not the first person. This one tried election once, just once. Not twice, so just once. Everybody cannot rest again. Just once. So those who have been trying it all this while, what should they do? What should Buhari, who lost 3 times, what should he do? Oh, God. 20. Oh, Yaju. Arireri. Ashimari be 30 years. That's the fastest. If they continue the way they are doing, if they continue like this, the earliest you can have a Southeastern president will be 30 years from now. But even that is not going to happen because, even that is I'm being generous, to be honest. Just be crying. And this is why you have a lot of Yoruba people in the obedient movement, because you have compassion. You have compassion without knowledge. That 30, like I said, it's just, I'm being generous. To be honest, I don't see this culture changing anytime soon. I don't see the culture changing anytime soon. As long as the culture remains the way it is, 50 years from now, 60 years from now, 100 years from now, it's not about what Nigeria is doing to the group. It's about what the group is doing to itself. Think about it. Soludo mentioned what, thank you for even reminding me. Soludo mentioned what's happening right now with Fulani herdsmen and all that. Excuse me. And he's the chief security officer of his state. He's telling you that this problem is local. What you'd expect is that, okay, so how do you intend to fix this problem since you are the governor? Like, turn it back on him, right? Put it right in his table. Okay, so what are you going to do? Put it right on his table. What are you going to do about it? Now that you know that it is local, what are you doing about it? Instead of doing that, say, no, he's lying. He's Fulani. Okay, what's your own basis? We just know. Our currency is called, sorry, I just saw something I've not. Our currency is called Naira. Never allow Abba. You guys know that this thing is not true, sir. It is not true. It's not true. It's not never allow Igbo rule again. No, that's not. Never allow Igbo rule again is not. That's not the meaning of Naira. But I mean, let me know what I have on my mind. But let me play something from Bengulia. I'm not a fan, to be honest. I'm not a fan because, like I always say, I read this book. I think he said what he thought. Whether I agree with it or not, that's secondary. But in that book also there are certain things I didn't find in any other book that I found in his book. So I give him credit for that. But generally speaking, he also has this thing of, supporting Igbo and everything. But, like I always say, a broken clock is right twice a day. I'm not calling him a broken clock, but he has something important to say. But before I play what he has to say, I'm going to play something to you from Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Then I'll now play what he has to say, and then we'll bring people up, and we'll move on with the conversation. So please listen to Chimamanda, who apparently some people say is the best thing since sliced bread as far as writing is concerned. To even compare her with whoever I'm not going to mention the person they compared her with yesterday, but it's the height of disrespect. But then again, what do you expect? If people don't respect their own parents, how do you expect Wole Soyinka? All right, take a listen to this.
More importantly, and I think more significantly, I consider all of Igbo land to be my home. From Enugu to Anambra, Imo, Abia, Ebonyi, and the Igbo-speaking communities in Rivers, in Kogi, in Benue, in Delta. All of them are home because all of them are Igbo land. Igbo. Whenever I land at an airport, whether in Asaba or in Enugu or the wonderfully, or in Owerri, or the wonderfully named Chinua Achebe International Airport in Umueri, the overwhelming feeling for me is one of wholeness, an internal calm, an instinctive ancestral peace. Or so it was for many years, until recently. More importantly,
I played this for one reason and one reason only, and I'm going to tell you what that reason is. But let me play something from Banjo.
Ridiculing anybody. Don't like people ridiculing anybody because you are not part of their ethnic nationality. Because we learned lessons from that. I won't go beyond what I've just said, but the way they talk, they are very rude. What they write, I read, and they are usually rude. Why? And their language is not even polished. So, what is important is that we should look beyond our noses. We should make friends. We should reach out to other people. Because normally there is an island. We should reach out to other people. And not some people who draw a map of Biafra and include Benue and include even some, I think they have gone as far as Northeast. They are crazy. Let us be human in our approach to human affairs. Everybody wants to be this and be that and all that. Our people are rude. We should have some culture of politeness.
At least.
So there are two things that I would like to ask. I would like to ask a question. So in case you know it, please feel free to tell me. I want to learn. Those Igbo-speaking communities, did they move into those places after independence, or are they indigenous to those places? That's what I want to know. Like when they say Igbo-speaking communities in this place, in this place, in that place. And by the way, I'm not joking. I'm not trying to say people are stealing land, although people steal land. But that's not the point right now. The point is that those places is that people moved there, maybe just before independence, probably in the 1930s, 1900s, moved there, give them a space to stay. Just like Hausas moved to Yoruba land and they gave them a place to stay, and they call it Sabo. Like, is that what is now Hausa speaking community and is now part of? So he says the Igbo speaking communities they're also part of Igbo land. I just want to understand because English is hard, so maybe I don't understand that much. We're just learning the language. It's not my mother tongue. So perhaps if anybody would like to explain to me conversations before we get into the second part of today's session. So if anyone would like to explain. So for instance, there are Hausa speaking communities called Sabo. There's Sabo in Lagos. There's Hausa speaking community in Agege in Lagos. Is that Hausa land, or is it? I just want to understand. So again, I'm trying to understand the mindset, and also like what Bengbile said, people are drawing maps to include communities in Kiniko. But then, and somebody came in the other day, it was a while back actually, and the person was like, I am from Ika. So I said, "Are you Ika?" And then he answered, "I am from an Igbo community in Ika." So I said, "Are you Ika?" He said, "I am from an Igbo speaking community in Ika." So I was like, "If you're from an Igbo community in Ika, doesn't that make you Ika?" He said, "The problem is that he couldn't say he was Ika." So I'm just trying to understand. Again, don't assume that I'm fighting anybody. If people move into a particular place and they allow them to settle in that place, does that mean that that place they are settled is now ancestral land that belongs to them? Just like Hausa people, for instance, are in Enugu. Is that part of Enugu Hausa land? Somebody was writing in the comment section earlier, Igala. I don't even want to use Igala because that part of Anambra State is Igala land. It was Igala land before you even got to that place. It's not like Igala people left Ida and said, "We want to go and settle somewhere in Nsukka, we now stay there." And then Nigeria now happened to us. No, they've been there before Oyinbo even thought of Nigeria. So I'm saying that I just want to understand, like when people say things like, "Oh, thank you yesterday." So when people say things like, "Oh, I live here," like please just try and explain to me. I really want to learn, and it would be a lot better if you can at least provide sources. By the way, a group in South did this thing. They are regretting it till tomorrow. They are called Equere. This Kinikon speaking community, it is one of the major problems of Equere people today. But we bring people up to be part of the conversation. If you want to teach me what I don't know, please feel free to teach me, but please don't insult me. And please bring sources. That's the only thing that will help. Don't come and tell me my father said, thank you very much. Your humble host, Busui Oris. All right, let's bring people up. So we have two people who have sent their request, Oshola and FFT. Please, as soon as you come up, kindly mute. And then others want to come up, please send your request now so that once we start, I wouldn't like if we now start saying, "Oh, he said something, I want to respond to it." Because before you know it, would have, overshot the time. So please, let's send our request now. All right, I'm bringing you up now. Please mute once you get up here. Thank you. Please mute, please. Thank you. All right. So I don't want to understand. Sincerely, I want to get it. So I'll know everywhere. For instance, in Ibadan, there is a Kotedo. In Surulere, around Surulere, that in Lagos, there is Ijeshatedo. Is that Ijeshatedo? Is it Ijesha land in Lagos State? Is the Kotedo a cool land in Ibadan? Please help me. I think I know the answer to my question, but I want to understand it from the perspective of those from the southeast. That's what I want to try and understand. I hope they come, but if you don't have any source, don't bother coming. Or if you want, even if you don't have any sources and you can explain very well, please come. But all those Togri, Kiniko, don't come with truancy. Thank you. So let's have the people who have come up. We have FFT. We have discussed many things. You've read a lot of news. So whichever one you want to talk about, please feel free to do so. And please mind the time. Thank you very much. All right, let's start with FFT.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you are doing. God bless you. So, what I will be saying today is maybe a little bit different, but it's one of the things that are trending at the moment. It's about the letter that PW has posted about Bin Abacha. One thing we can all agree is that it's a lie because he said he had never met him, but he met him. But why?
We talked about that yesterday. What we're talking about today.
So one of the things I wanted to bring out is that I like facts. So when that letter came out, when I went to ChatGPT, I ChatGPT'd everything, and there are so many mistakes there. One is that the person that he claimed that signed that thing, ChatGPT was telling him that signature does not belong to any of those people. Number one, he wrote there that the minister was Abu Gidadu. It was Gidadu Idris that was even in Abacha government, and that person was an SGF. The minister for finance at that time was Anthony Ani. So, I'm just saying, you don't have to go or you don't have to make up something just because you want to, prove a point. But we already know you are lying. So that is that. So I'm actually reading Neil Graham Douglas' book, Ojukwu rebellion and world opinion. Most of the things I'm reading, especially in the first pages, are everything we've spoken about, and it shows here that at every point, Graham Douglas was really trying to, make sure that Ojukwu did not, go on with his plan. But this guy went ahead. But one of the reasons why I came up is that the book I just on it online is about 24 pages only. Is that all that is available on the internet, or there's a way you can get more like
That's the book. That's the book. That's the book.
just 24 pages?
It's not about the pages, it's about the content. That's the book.
It's actually really deep, sha. I just wanted to confirm that.
It was a pamphlet when it was published in 1968.
Okay. I just wanted to show that I'm reading a right source. That's why I came up.
Is it the one from Redomi Global?
Funny enough, it was not even from Redomi Global. A friend just sent it to me on Twitter, and I saw it. I was like, it looks like what we've been. Everything you've said is exactly the same. But I just wanted to be sure that I'm reading the right document.
No, it is. I mean, if it's most likely it's going to be the same thing, but it's not. I said that's why I said a lot of times. I mean, several times. It's not bulky. It's small. You can finish it in one sitting. But I would advise not to, because I think so. The way I read sometimes is that some things you have to digest and understand. But yeah, it's not very big. It was a pamphlet in '68 when it was published. So now it's been digitized, and it's not very bulky. Yeah. Do you want to say anything about it before we move on?
It's just what I've just read. If I say we should start talking about it, just keep going up and on. Because one of the things that surprised me was that Ogunewe was part of the people that was telling Ojukwu that he should not go on with that secession. And me, I'm shocked because I thought that people like Ogunewe were like his loyalists. And if he has sent people away from the east and sent them back to their various places, why is somebody like Ogunewe still there? What was he looking for?
Ogunewe is not Yoruba man, no. It's not Ogun like Ogun Yoruba. It's Ogunewe or something like that. It's Igbo.
I thought it was a Yoruba man.
No.
I was like, what is Yoruba man looking for in that place when he had already sent every tribe back to their?
No, Ogunewe is an Igbo man, and it was the one who actually stopped the execution of the coup in July of 1966, the counter coup of the Northerners. They were going to actually foment trouble, and it was actually the one, because they called him Baba. A lot of them like him. It was also at that time that it was foiling that coup, when it was getting the boys not to fight, somehow he was able to get the key to the armory from them. If they had gotten in there, they would have gotten guns and killed everybody. So I was able to persuade them, and he spoke with them. As a matter of fact, when they were leaving, eventually when the Northerners were leaving, everybody was crying because they were like family. But at that time, Ojukwu had ran away. When Ogunewe was trying to calm everybody down and diffuse the situation, Ojukwu was first from the State House. He ran to the police headquarters in Enugu. Then from that place, he ran to Onitsha, 69 miles away from Enugu. And it was while he was there that he was making phone calls to everybody, saying, you are the Oga, you are the... was calling Babafemi Ogundipe. Tell him not what they're not going to leave that place. Tell Gowon to shut up. You are the boss. We are behind you. But he's hiding inside one dungeon. So Ogunewe was an Igbo man, and it was loved by a lot of the Nigerian forces, including the Northerners, who were many, by the way, as soldiers. They had more officers who were Igbos, but then you had a lot of foot soldiers who were Northerners. So Ogunewe is not a Yoruba man.
Okay. Help me rearrange this iconography too. I wanted, it got to a point I started becoming confused that the program in the East, was it before Ogunewe took their key, or was during that time? Like, what was the timeline like? Because I am a bit confused.
Okay, I hope we're going to get to this. It's pronounced Ogunewe. Okay.
Ogunewe.
I know it's not Ogun, it's Ogu. All right, timeline. January 15, 1966, the first coup. Everybody was killed but Igbos. And the only one that was killed because of personal vendetta. But wasn't a senior officer. By the way, every senior officer that could be a threat to Iransi was killed. Starting with Ademule Gun, Shoda Inde, Malari, Lagema, Kerr Mohammed, and there's one more person, Pam. Now, they killed, of course, Dodoredo, Ogunewe. Ogunewe. Ah, okay, Ogunewe. The name actually looks Yoruba. But yeah, thank you for supplying that. I hope you speak Igbo. My only Igbo no pass or to Abo Ato no Iseo. All right, back to you. So, apart from the officers who were killed, Unegbe was not a senior officer. And they killed Unegbe. Unegbe was not a senior officer. He was the quartermaster. But of course, I mean, it's also an important thing that he was, that he paid with his life. But then, that was not the plan. The point, of course, is that they killed politicians from everywhere but the Southeast. That was in January of 66, 15th to be precise. 16th, Ironsi becomes head of state. Everything that the Igbos did in the north, they did. May 24, he promulgated Decree 34. People got riled up. They started attacking because of what he was talking about, unifying everything. Everything will be under the control of the federal government. The people got angry in the north. That was after May 24th. When that happened, they had a meeting in Lagos with all the governors of the region. Ojukotu was there. He got back and wanted to have his own republic. All of this was May, June. July 29 was the counter coup. That was when Ironsi was killed. Up in Abeokuta, in Ibadan, in Ikeja, in Kaduna, in Makurdi later. While that was happening, folks in the east, people were trooping back. Some people were going back home, but mostly they were hearing of what was happening to their folks, the people that were trickling in. At that time, people had not moved en masse back to the southeast. At this point, it was just, they did this to our people, they did this to our people. But again, they did this to Igbo people because Igbo people did something to their own people. By the way, Yoruba people suffered in both January and July. Anyway, when Igbos heard of what was happening to their folks in the north and in other parts of Nigeria, knowing that it was the Northerners who actually came up with the counter coup idea, they then began to kill Northerners. Right? The killings that, for instance, in the Enugu province, 630 Northerners were killed. About 26 in Owerri, I think, Oboloafo. The one in Oboloafo is actually what actually caused the whole wala because people were traveling. And so some of the foreigners who were traveling saw that stuff, and it's believed that it was through them that the news got to Radio Kutonu. Radio Kutonu broadcast it. Radio Kaduna picked the signal and what they were saying, translated it into Hausa and English. The Northerners heard about that, and then they began to do the exact same thing that was being done to their own brethren in the southeast. As soon as they heard it, they began to kill people. Don't worry, guys. There's a way to use it. Trust me. There's a way to use that kill word. As long as it's me using it and I spice it at different points. All right. So, and of course, another reason also is because when we put this video out on YouTube or Facebook, there are certain words that people are not used to. So that's the reason, but I don't use it every time. But I thank you for calling my attention to it. So when they heard the news in the north, they began to unalive. By the way, if you are watching us on any platform, the word unalive is another word for murdering a person. Anyway, they began to do the same thing to the Igbos. Now, some of them began to run. Igbos began to run back home. But not all of them moved back. What then happened was that Ojukwu then began to broadcast and send and talk to his own people to call their own people to come back home. That was when the troop back home now started. So before the final one that got Ojukwu to start calling people to come back home, they were killing people in the east. But they don't like people to say it. They say they never touched anybody. But there are reports, and even now if you read the Nigerian Civil War by to people, and also Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, you know that people actually did some things to them. But for some reason, every Igbo book you read any Igbo book that you have read, all the Igbo books I have read, none has mentioned that thing. It's also in Elechi Amadi's book, Sunset in Biafra. So, if that counts for anything, but yeah. So that's the chronology. That's the timeline.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's go to Dark Poet. Good afternoon, Dark Poet.
Good afternoon, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
The Prof, I told you the other day, Chimamanda is a fiction writer. I know like 10 different people who are just àwọn tó yẹ pé writer nílẹ̀ Yorùbá mi tó yẹ pé wà loud bẹ́ẹ̀ tó yẹ pé they write better than her and she is privileged, she is using it very well, but she should do what is where her niche is. Writing history, talking about anything political history is not her forte. She should go back to her fiction writer and be enticing her people with the lies she's used to. She like I do tell people I won't take away that she is good in her own way, which is a fiction book. I won't say she's a bad writer, but writing history and political, especially political history, it's not her forte. She doesn't know anything about it. It's just propaganda. Òun ni Azikwe kilo coach Achebe Boshofun. They keep on doing it. And for the ADC, I just laugh when I see that coalition. I wrote a piece about it for one of my guys that we do discuss politics. Is a neighbor guy. I told him, I said, let me tell you the top guys in that coalition and how funny it will be to you. David Mark has been Senate president twice, and he has been in government since God knows how long. The road, his community, the place he served, the road to his village, all bad. He can't even do anything right. El Rufai, FCT, the same FCT he worked on was what Wike is transforming with the 2 years, and he spent 8 years there. I think his own pain was that he was not given anything as this government, because he has always been in government for the past almost 10-15 years now. If he's not governor, he's Minister of Works in Lagos. If he's not that, he's interior. The interior is served for either 4 or 8 years, was what Olubumi Ojo has turned to paradise in just 2 years. And he can still come out and open mouth that, he wants to criticize this present administration. I make it to say he has always been in government. That's all of them. Article from custom 20 years. Custom or that business 2 times vice president, and all of them. If you are following this coalition, I think something must be wrong with the person following them. If anybody following this coalition, something must be wrong somewhere, because these same people who are not credible at all, form a coalition because they are aggrieved that most of them that come from APC, they are aggrieved that they don't get a piece of the pie in this present administration. They now go and form coalition. And I still ask one of them, I said, as Obi tell you guys obedient that he's settling for vice president, because this is between the devil and the deep blue sea. ADC is there now. If you give Atiku the ticket, what's Obi going to tell obedience? If you give Obi, that means the northern bloc, all of them is gone. So let them settle that first before they can say they are forming coalition. And in 2 years, just 2 years of governance, you form coalition against somebody that spent 2 years. Whereas some of you have been in government for 8 years, or in one way or the other, either governorship or vice president or this thing, you did not do anything. So, Prof, let me stop there. That's my submission for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dark Poet. Thank you for that submission. People are saying stuff about the letter. Sincerely, I'm trying to understand the whole thing. So the only thing I can see, there's a typo, because we are talking about task force instead of task force. That's a letter that Abacha wrote to. But then another thing also is this. As of 1996, government wasn't using MS Word though. Number one, I don't even know. The reason I've not spoken about it is that I don't really know what they're trying to push. I don't know what the goal is because number one, there was no MS Word because like now I'm looking at the letter written even in 2003. It's typewriter no man load. But I'm not going to low computer ni. You're not going to low computer ni federal government parastatal. You guys remember the biggest one we had, the biggest, and even if you're going to use computer, the font will still be more like the typewriter kind of font. I'm trying, maybe when I understand what they are doing it for, like I don't get it now. But if anybody knows what they are doing it for, please feel free to come up and explain. I'm trying to understand why they are sharing that letter because someone also shared the letter Abacha wrote to Abiola in 1994. So we have two more people who want to come up. They will come up and then we'll round up, move to the other things. If other people want to explain what that letter is about, because I don't get it. Are they trying to say it worked with him? It didn't really work with him like they expect him to do? Like I'm trying to understand that. So maybe if somebody explains it. No, computer came to Nigeria since the 80s. I'm saying in government circles, most of the communication was done using typewriters. And even when they typed, even when they typed, what you had was the font was also yeah, come up, Lolly Phones. Please feel free to come up. So the point is not that we didn't have computers in Nigeria until 2005. That's not the point. The point is about the government communication. I mean, I don't know any letter around that time that you will have Comic Sans or any of those things. All right, let's have the man with Canadian flag, and then we'll go to Rewaju.
Hi everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good morning from here.
Good morning to you.
I overheard about typewriter computer in Nigeria, and I trying to figure out who are all these things tell out to. Is it about Nigerian politics? Is it about Abacha's government? I just want to get the peak of the conversation because I heard a typewriter and and all about that. For all I know,
don't worry. Just hold on. Let other people speak. Maybe you get it when other people speak. Since you don't really understand what we're talking about, just hold on. Rewaju, please go on.
Yeah. Good morning. As much as for me, you say we should be intelligent enough to speak about issues, not weaponize. What I see is weaponization of morality, which the guy does not have. In one sense, I don't care about the letter because while I was a kid, I think the first time I saw computer was in 96, 97. You used to know those big IBM. Those days, those big IBM computers. And the first time I saw it, my dad's elder brother, we call him Big Daddy. He works in one company in Briscoe, in Fatayatere, in those machine area. Those were the first set of places, all those spare part people used to sell spare part. So that letter, I'm not sure. And mind you, as at that time, not a lot of people had knowledge of usage of computer. Let's not be lying, because the transition of most Nigerian companies into computer age started around 2001, 2002. I remember then my uncle just finished in Ife. I think my uncle just finished in Ife in 99. They went for service in 2000. And when he got a job, they had to go, they do this desktop publishing training then. They had to go and start doing desktop publishing training to know how to use computers. So as at that time, that letter, I'm not sure. And I'm seeing on Twitter already that people are complaining, are saying, the name of the person that signed the letter was not right. Again, one thing I want people to know is that there's this feeling that this guy is giving everybody, which also happened in Kenya too. The same template of the obedience is what happened in 2021 in Kenya. When you see politicians promising the most ridiculous things that they cannot do, and at the end of the day, when they get to power, they are not being able to fulfill it. It's because it becomes a psychological problem. It has a psychological impact on the youth. And mind you, youth are always energetic, and there's this exuberance that they can't think logically. It sets in and it becomes a problem. I want people to just go and make the research of the last election in Kenya. It is those same youth that were using losing emotions and morality to ask for good governance that are now attacking that guy and is killing them now. The same thing applicable to America, where I am now. People were more concerned about immigration. They damn the consequences of whatever happened. Look at what Donald Trump is doing to everybody now. I mean, it's okay, but we should, as a people, always be pragmatic when it comes to politics and political decisions. One of the biggest reasons why I did think that the current government is doing the best thing, which of course I, particularly as a person, I don't agree with the structure of Nigeria, but if we can, there's something they call marginal gains.
30 more seconds, please.
Okay. If we can get little by little, society building is continuum. Anybody that tells you will come and change Nigeria in 4 years, we had those rhetorics when Jonathan was looking for votes. He did the worst. We had the same thing. Everybody was having the hysteria that Buhari will come and do better. He said he had only one house. He messed up. So if anybody is telling you that they will come to Nigeria to come and change, a lie. And by the way, I pray and I continue that they continue to act in the same manner, because when power, Tinubu is going to do 8 years, but when power is done in the south, it goes back to the north. And when power comes to the south again, the south, if they are smart enough, they should position themselves. Anybody that wants to play politics of emotion should continue. Thank you. I don't give it down.
Thank you for your submission. So just to make something clear, somebody was talking about typewriter. Lolly Funds was up here just a while ago. I want you to give us your submission and then we can move on. So Lolly Funds, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Ashel. I listen. I'm an ardent follower, I would say. Thank you for all that you do. I just wanted to share that I think it's just the irony that people are pointing out, right? In a bid to come across as this righteous, in a bid to come across as this righteous person, he has just ended up, being a fool. So I think one of the things that people pointed out is definitely the font that you have also shared. Then also the title, of course, there's a typo in that. And then there's also the, So if you look at the person that signed the letter, Alhaji Bala something. So they're saying that in that letter, Abu Gidado, exactly, that in the letter it was addressed as Minister of State. But what they're saying is at the time it wasn't Minister of State, it was actually the Minister of Finance. But that is just by the way. We're actually looking at...
So please, what's the point of that letter? I just want to try on, why? Why did they put that letter out?
In his last interview with Sheol, he made a gaffe to say that he didn't know Abacha and he'd never worked with government. So I think he was trying to prove that this was just a task force committee and not necessarily a government employee. But people are saying that actually that's not what it means. You were appointed into Abacha's government to help Abacha, fulfill whatever mandates that he had. And that is, you cannot wash that off. It's better for you to accept that and not, I think it's just one of, but one of the things about the Zikis ideology is that they understand their audience. They know who, they're actually not talking to people like you and I. They are talking to their own audience. So if you look at underneath the comments, people are there celebrating that, oh, this guy is such a upright guy. You cannot hold him with anything. He has just proven to the world by showing the letter, which doesn't prove anything. So there's no point. It's just a rigmarole, right? But the other thing, the other thing that is underneath all of that, that I wanted you to also address, Prof. Might not be in this live. Maybe over time, is how these particular individuals from Awatonriwai, how they have always worked against the interests of Yoruba people. So if you look at the list of all the people that were appointed, they were appointed into critical sectors that are the levers of trade and economy in Yoruba land. So you had all the ports, the airports, and all like the customs and things like that. That was actually what that list was, and they were all from a particular region. And all of the locations where all of these people were appointed to, or where the ports and the airports were Yoruba land, Lagos, Southwest. Now, what this would also show us is that you can draw a single line from 1996 till today, how Yoruba people has been gradually forced out of or disenfranchised from trade and markets. So these were the people that were in charge of the ports. So that meant that they were also the ones that were in charge of everything that was being imported. So they could get waivers for their own brothers to bring in as many containers of whatever it is that they can, and all of that. So you can look at between that time and 1999, and even till date, we have always been in opposition. So it means that this is actually the very first time that we're understanding what has been happening in the ports. So we're saying that our women have been what do you call it now? Like, most of them have been their businesses have been taken over by these people that are bringing in fake products. Markets like Ladipo, markets like Oniore is struggling to even survive. Then you have them in places like Trade Fair and all that, So it is, you can actually draw a straight line. They were in charge of the levers of trade and economy, and they were, so there was no federal character, and they did not care. They didn't even, it didn't even feel some type of way to put out that letter, because he can't even, there's a cognitive dissonance. He can't even understand and begin to fathom how wrong what he has just shared is. So Eshion, I think that is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll look into that to find the connections that you're talking about, and once I do, I will let you know. But then the crazy part is, I'm still trying. Sincerely, I get what you're saying, and I understand your perspective, but I'm trying to understand what's going on in their mind. So, for instance, no matter what is shared, no matter whether it's MS Word or they use typewriter. By the way, it doesn't even make sense that they're using MS Word in 1996 in government circles. Or the only other way to explain that thing would be that maybe there is a typist or that has a computer, a business center in the ports, and then they went to type it because there's no stamp on itself. But anyway, regardless, my point is, what are you trying to prove? You can't say you didn't work with him. Oh, it was just a task force. You still worked with him now. They'll be all right. They'll be all right.
Hi, Busio. I think I have listened for 15 minutes now. I have come to understand the reason for the conversation. I think I'm disappointed with the last speaker.
She was telling you that my name is Busui, not Busio.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm from the south.
It's okay.
Now, see,
from the south. Where are you from in the south?
From Delta.
Are you Igbo?
I'm sorry. This platform.
Are you Igbo?
I'm from Abo, so it's possible just between.
So are you Igbo?
Shekiri and thereabouts. Pardon me?
Are you Igbo? Are you Igbo?
No.
I'm so sorry. You're not. You're not Ishekiri. Ishekiris are Yoruba people.
I said I'm from Abo. I'm from
You say it's from Agbo,
I'm from
close to
Abo. I'm
Shekiri.
from
So I'm
Abo.
saying, okay, so what's...
What
So
did
wait,
you
wait.
mention
No,
in Shekiri?
hold on. So I know the name of the town. I'm saying, what's your ethnic group?
My ethnicity doesn't really matter, please.
No, it matters to me. No, it matters to me.
See, okay, now, if it
It's not
matters to
difficult
you,
now. Just say it now.
it
It's not
simply
big
means
deal. Just say, where are you from? You say you're from Agbo.
I
What's
am
your
a
ethnicity?
South man.
There's nothing called
I'm a
South. There's no
South
ethnicity.
man.
There's no ethnicity called South. There's no ethnicity.
Sorry, that's not why I'm
Jesus,
here
it's
to
not that difficult. I know
get
that's not why you're here. You are going to say
no,
what you want to say. Just
sorry,
answer that
I
simple
choose not
question.
to.
I'm Yoruba.
Okay,
You have
okay.
to answer that question before you speak.
See, sorry, I can go that right away.
You're not
but
listening to me.
I
Please
choose not
do.
to. Hey, sorry, my brother, it can't force me.
No, you have to answer that question. No, you have to answer that question before you continue.
I can leave right away, but I can't answer it. Sorry.
You're not getting. You can leave. Don't you get it? I don't mind if you leave. I don't mind.
So this is all about tribal war that people are fighting. Come on, people are dying in numbers in Nigeria.
Do they manufacture stupidity where you are from? Because this is not how Agbo people talk. If you want to talk, speak straight. What kind of nonsense is this? Who is helping you do tribal stuff? Where are you from? You're shouting, I did tribal. One place is stupidity to Tiwani. Say what you want to say. I'm Yoruba. This is my opinion. Which one is I did tribal? And you said you were going to go down. You have not gone down. I'm wondering why you're still here. Why are you threatening that you want to go down? Your being here, does it have to me? People are dying. People are suffering. Meanwhile, they are telling that in your region, because you're Igbo. I don't know why you are shouting, Kiniko. In your region, the way the people are, your governor is talking about what's happening, everybody's seeing insulting that one. Say people are dying. May God rest their soul, and may God protect us, and may all of us take responsibility for our role in what we are doing. Thank you very much for coming, Jerry. What is the big deal? Once you hear people saying that I'm from South, South is a geopolitical zone. It's not an ethnicity. By the way, that's how they came for the king. This same set of people were the one insulting the king when he said he's now Dane of Abo. He's Dane because they want to make sure that they remind themselves who they are. Just be proud of where you're from. Like, there's no problem. I'm not going to tell you not to speak. I want you to speak, but not all this. Talole, let's unite. I'm united though. You are preaching to the choir, Mr. Peoples. Go and talk to folks who are divided to unite. Me, I am united with those who matter and those who can think straight. And some of them are even from the east. That's the funny thing. I'm united with people from the east, from the north, from the south, from west, everybody. But I don't like people who come to gaslight people and lie and say I'm from the south. South is not an ethnicity. Meanwhile, if there's any group in this country who insults south people, it's the same people who use south whenever they want to have conversations and appear superior.
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof, because I wanted to actually just mention that so I can drop. They have refused to recognize South as a region, or they have refused to recognize the Niger Delta people as a distinct minority ethnic group. They've been finding a way. In fact, in their own version of the war, it is still about, they didn't, the Nigerian government tried to take away their oil producing regions, that be all producing states or whatever from them when it's not theirs. But whenever they want to do a bossy, they will hide under the South name.
Label. It is well. Please, it's East an ethnicity. How come nobody here notices your contradictions? How come nobody here notices how dumb your argument is? You won't say, you just come in the morning, you first talk about where, later you now calm down, I'll be asking people to like I share the life. Obina, what's wrong with you? I've muted you, let me unmute you. You are just a very interesting character. How do I even unmute this guy now? What's say make I mute you? I have to unmute you. Many people say I fight you. But Obina, why do you do this to yourself every time? You just come, speak off topic and then you collect something. Don't worry, it's just for 5 minutes. You'll be unmuted very soon because I can't really find. My moderators are okay. I think no. No. I almost added you to the moderators. Nah. Let's not burn down the building. Don't worry, just for 5 minutes. You're going to come back, eh? Bele? One of yes, also in the comment section. Don't worry, you come back. It will show again. I can't, but stop disturbing me, eh? So the point is, if you ask me, number one, as a Yoruba man, and I say it to young people, when they ask you where you're from, all this, I'm from Kinikon State. That's even how we think as Yoruba people. I'm Oyo, I'm Ibadan, I'm Ife, I'm Egba, I'm Eko. That's how Yoruba people speak. Not I'm from Oyo State, Kinikon local government. Nobody cares. I mean, of course, now people care, but I'm saying in terms of your identity, it's really about the town, not about, Nigeria's creation of local government and states. Having said that, even if you say I'm from Kogi State, they will say ask you, which ethnicity, which ethnic group do you belong to? But if you keep telling them that, no, I'm just from Kogi State, I'm just from North Central, then that means that there's something you are hiding. And we know the people who hide things in this country, they hide their ethnicity because they have an agenda. And guess what? Let's move on. So, Mr. People, sorry, let me mute you for a minute. Maybe that will help you find joy because you say you are sad. Oh, nice. Dr. Timmy, thank you. It's been a while. Good to see you. Thank you for the gift. Thanks a lot. God bless you. All right. So, Mr. Peoples, take a minute to think about it and then you can, you'll be happy, eh? Someone is writing Ibira. Yes, Ibira they're in Kogi State. The Okun and Yoruba people in Kogi State. There's Igala in Kogi State. Some parts even they have Idoma in some parts of Kogi State. I mean, just tell, who are you from? Dark Poet, please just take a few seconds and we can move on. So I'm going to take you down FF and also Rewaju. Thank you for being here. Dark Poet, please go on.
Okay, Prof, isn't it ironic that the people who call others coward are the ones that can't see where they are from? They are the ones that come, this is a coward, it's a coward, it's a this. Now, say what you are. Me as a Yoruba man, anywhere my forward by me, the force you live about me. Because Osho Opo and the information you am a Yoruba man to the core. Mo ṣe sọ fún àwọn aláwọ̀ funfun gan lọ́jọ́ sí tí ẹ̀ ń bèrè pé mo tura mi I'm a pure, most of I'm a pure undiluted Yoruba man. Wọ́n rẹ́rìn ó ń wò mí ni. Many years, the pure undiluted. They are the main, which is what they know they are, that they will use to attack others. Got me confessing something.
Thank you, sir. So someone on YouTube says, let him speak. Let me tell you something, especially Yoruba people, maybe you don't really get it. Once you're having a conversation with a person and you're talking about, let's say, for instance, we're talking about typewriter, type fonts, a font type, I think font type, right? Oh, it's computer, it's typewriter, and then the person starts saying something about, introducing ethnicity into the conversation. My next question is, where are you from? What ethnicity are you? If you now leave that one and you're now accusing me of tribalism, I don't need you on the platform. So I will say, stop pandering to people. Stop giving people wings to make them think that they are so important, saying that I'm going to go down if you don't. Whether you stay up or you don't stay up, it is well. Yeah, we had a wonderful session, by the way. I mean, thank you very much to those who came up. Eckhart, that will be your dad. My regards to him and tell him to pray to God that you don't give birth to someone like yourself. Right. Because at this rate, you should not be procreating with this stupidity. And I've said it several times, they manufacture fools in some parts of the country. It's amazing. And just copies, like you just do duplicates. No. We have to move on. It's past 4 already, and we still have so much to cover. Okay, you know what? You said 1 minute. Do I 1 minute? Because because we have to really get into the topic. I'll send you an invite. Let's quickly have you 1 minute, please.
Okay, Pastor, thank you very much. I just want to
welcome, sir.
Acknowledge you and encourage you and say, Epushego, God bless you. And also to say this work we are doing, I know we are going to get more blessings and things that we have that we want to do. Thank you so much.
Amen. Amen.
Right,
Thank
just
you,
that we 1 minute. Right.
Wait, do you have something else you really wanted to say apart from the prayer?
Yeah,
You can
because
say.
you have to go to the. You have to go to
No,
the.
no. Say no.
Next time.
I know.
Next time.
Any suru. Thank you for the prayers, but say what you want to say. You can take your time.
Okay, all right.
Just
I will take just about little time. I just want to say that what you are doing is taking us places, and I foresee that it was going to be this great thing from the beginning when you are doing it, and I know it's going to go places, and it's going places indeed. I just really want to compliment and say you are doing a great thing. That is just it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Don't be discouraged. Don't be tired. God is with you, and I know you are not doing anything away from what God wants you to do. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Eshe. All right. By the way, I asked the question earlier. Nobody came up to answer, but sincerely, I would like to have the answer, but not from somebody who will be shouting from South. When people say Igbo communities in Benue, Igbo communities in all those places, and they call those places Igbo land. Obina. Sorry, my friend is back. Wait, I'm calling you my friend now. If you come up and talk nonsense, I'll mute you. Okay, so Obina, come up. Let me even have your answer, because, I mean, jokes apart, I think Obina should be able to answer me. I'm sorry, I can't bring everybody up again because of time. It's already past 4, so please try and understand. Obina, please, what does it mean? So, your sister, Chimamanda, said she feels at home, whenever she's in 5 southeastern states. Then she now mentioned that the Igbo-speaking community, Benue, she mentioned rivers and all those things. So my question is this: what is the difference between Igbo-speaking communities and Igbo land, or are they the same thing?
They're not the same thing. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. So would I be correct to say that she is wrong to say that all those places are Igbo land?
Of course, she's wrong to call all those places Igbo land.
Okay. Thank you. You want to say something else? You've answered my question.
Welcome. Nothing. I'm not saying anything else.
Obina. It is well with you, eh? Thank you. Thank you for answering that question. Because, I mean, to be honest, that's the answer. There are people who settle in places. That place is not their ancestral land, no matter how long they have settled there, unless they have become assimilated with the people in the space. For instance, there are Yoruba people, there are Hausa people in Yoruba land who have been here for a long time, but they live in Sabo. They are not Yoruba, but that land they are living in is not Hausa land. But it's a Hausa community in Yoruba land, and you have Sabo all over Yoruba land, whether it's in Lagos, Ekiti, Akure, Ibadan, or Ife, everywhere, right? But is it possible that some Hausas can become Yoruba? Maybe they go through the other route of assimilating into the culture. Until then, people should be very careful. Anya Diego Chibuike, that will be your experience. Right? That will be your experience. That will be your experience. If there are settlements in Ondo Ekiti, it doesn't become a land. Thank you, DJTY. Thank you. I think people should be very, very, very careful of the words they use. But thank you, everybody, for being part of this section. Let's go to the next part of today's session. So thank you, Obina, for coming up. I really appreciate it. But wait though, there's this man who hasn't been up in a long time. It's past 4. You know what? Guys, do me, please humor me. Don't worry, today's session will be good. Let's just have people speak. And then once they're done, we'll move on. Okay? But it's not going to be beyond 2 minutes. There's a particular person who has been insulting me in the comment section who wants to come up to speak. I'll allow you to come up, and I want to hear you. And then once we're done, we'll then move on. So let's bring Bangs, Olukayode, Jesus is Coming, and Omoba. I'm not sure Jesus is Coming is anywhere near what Jesus will do, but just in case, we'll hear you out and then see how it goes. So let's have Bangs, please. Let's make it 2 minutes. Mute.
Okay, Prof. Thanks so much for honoring us, for bringing us up. Sorry, in case you're hearing noise, it's raining here, and I'm.
Okay. What happened? Okay, I think he received a call or something. Olukayode, please go on. Hello, Olukayode, are you there?
So I'm back. In case you are wondering if I've left. Hello.
Please go on. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I just I came in and I saw a particular guy on your, on the list. That's why I came up. But he has dropped. That's Obi now. So obviously on many occasions, we have met on several forums on this platform. And what he's advocate for is subtle domination in our land. And immediately I saw him, I think it's an opportunity again to come up to tell him that whatever I want to become, he should go home and become it. That in Yoruba land, though, we will not cede any of our space in the name of we are one Nigeria, in the name of what is the Constitution saying? We have the Constitution which recognizes indigenship. So whatever is not allowed in every other land, in Hausa land, in Fulani land, where people has been, given a boundary where they cannot cross, whatever is happening in the Igbo land, where an Ebonyi statesman cannot become anything significant politically in Anambra, even though they speak the same language or they are from the same region. We are not going to be gaslight as Yorubas to open up our space and say we want to reform the, electoral reform and all of that. Then we open our eyes and allow people that we do not share the same culture with, people that we do not share the same language with, to become something significant in our land. So it's good to aspire. So, but, let your aspiration be to lead your people. Don't come over and say you want to lead me by force. Okay, so that's what I want to say, to tell him, but you have dropped him. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's quickly move on to Banks. Are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Yes, please go on. So 2 minutes. Yes, please. 2 minutes,
okay,
please.
Thank you very much. I was in the rain, about to enter into my car. So I'm in the car now driving home. So I've been enjoying everything you've been saying. You see, there are 2 key points that actually caught my attention. First one is about this man's involvement with former President Abacha. You see, when these people try to deny something and they're coming up with all sorts of excuses, you should know that there's something deeper there. That guy was heavily involved with Abacha. This was a fact that they tried to cover up until it started coming out and people started discussing it. All these things they are doing now is just after the it's just after the issue, right? They're just coming up telling us, oh, he was just chairman of a board. Please tell me, who will appoint somebody into a critical position like that if you don't have something deeper? You don't just meet somebody from somewhere, just a young man. you will now be the chairman of the association. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. There's something deeper between them. That's just a fact. Then about this indigenization, going to another man's territory, you know, see, in every part of the world, migration is not new. You just have to assimilate. You see, you mentioned the Ijesha people. See, I'm an Ijesha person myself. I'm from Malaysia. And there's a place called Ijesha Tedo in Lagos. That place has been there for a very long time. You see, Ijesha people, right from time, they used to migrate a lot because of trade. Ijesha people were traders, okay? And they moved a lot. Exactly, Oshomalo. So we Ijesha were known for that. And so it was not difficult to move to new territory far away from home because everywhere was like home, okay? So Lagos, being in Lagos, they never saw that place as their own, even though they were settlers, they were the first or among the first to settle in that particular area. But then, I mean, why would you consider it as yours? You are from somewhere. Why are you claiming another person's property if you already have your own? Okay, so and the people, Ijesha people, assimilated into the echelon of Lagos, into the strata. There are a lot of Lagosians today who are actually from Ijesha land, but they've assimilated into the Lagos strata, so they don't even see themselves as Ijesha anymore, and there's no difference, and they're not claiming that particular portion of Lagos. So that's just I just feel like these people are not mature enough to really settle down in a new place. They are not developed enough. Anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And just like you mentioned, Ijesha Tedo, all over Lagos, but all over Yoruba land, you see this. In Lagos, you hear of Ejigbo. There's a town called Ejigbo in Osun State. You hear of Isolo. Isolo is in Ondo State. You hear Ikoyi. Ikoyi is in Osun State. There's also another Ikoyi in Oyo State. It's the same people, though. They are from Ekiti in some parts of Lagos. It's Abule Egba. You have Egba people. It's all over the place. In Ibadan, you have Agotakpa, where you have the Nupe people. You have Sabo, of course. You have Ekotedo. It's the same thing everywhere. The difference is that you have two options. You are with the people in that land as a guest, and they just like Yoruba, for instance, in Ghana. Or you become one with the people of the land when you essentially become those people. The folks who went to Ijesha Tedo, or maybe Ijesha people that went there, or the folks in the Kwe, they are part of the people, and they don't have to say, oh, we are from one place. They can remember where they are from, but they're not part of those people. For a culture who abhors the context or the concept of assimilation and integration, this thing of I want something from your land just doesn't make sense, because you're not mature enough to understand that you have to pay something to get something culturally. You think it's just about when you buy and sell. It's in culture. It also requires that there's certain things. For instance, you can't become an American just because you have been there. The idea, okay, I've been in the US for 20 years, therefore I'm a citizen. There is a path to citizenship. If you don't go through that path, nobody cares how long you have been in America. You will still be an illegal immigrant, and they will cast you out like, come on, you're bijiga. Even if they find you, you are illegal. You've been here for so long, you are out. But you can become a citizen because there is a pathway. If you know how to get into that pathway, you become one with them. But if you don't like this idea, why are you so passionate about another person's land that you don't really care for? It's amazing. Just selfishness. All right, so as we round up, we'll take Omoba, and then Jesus is coming. Omoba, please go on.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. Thank you for this this work you are doing. And
thank you, sir.
Oh boy, this our region. Thank you so much for awakening us. You see, that's Obi working with Abacha during that era. You will see that most of us will observe that there was an association then organized by this Kanu. Well, there was a man called Kanu. This was the champion coordinator of this ABN, Association of Better Nigeria. You see, they used that association.
Nwosu.
Is it Nwosu Kanu?
Yeah, Nwosu was one for ABN. Kanu was one for Abacha. 1 million match for Abacha. That's
1
Daniel
million match
Kanu.
for Abacha. You will see that those period, everybody were really rooting for Abacha to come back. These are the
let me correct you, people.
No. Don't correct anything. No. Hold on. There's something called structure and order. Be orderly, okay? Farabale, you will speak. I promise.
So
just
those
let's do one by one.
Those committees, you know, those small organizations, most of them they were rooting for Abacha to come back, and you could we could also remember that there were some Yorubas that worked with Abacha that late even that period we tagged them as Omali, and they were never recognized anymore, like Ebenezer Babatope. And some feel like that, you know, they were castigated. Even in Nigesha Saku, then in Nigesha politics, we tag them as caste because they worked with Abacha and they were.
Sorry, I made a mistake. It's Arthur Zeribe, not Nwosu.
Arthur Zeribe, yes, and Kanu was the 1 million match that organized that 1 million match. Yeah. So you see, all those people that said that you did know that it wasn't worked for Abacha then. There is no that they didn't work. They worked with Abacha. Because if you check the list of those, you will see that they were all from the east. They were the southern people that were task force. Task force. If any government asks you to come and do that, you are an employee of that government. Crying out loud. You have been allocated some funds. You've been part of the part and parcel of that agency. So saying that it did not work for Abacha, it only did this, is just a manipulative statement. And for us, we Yorubas, there is no sin when you are being conservative. It's not a sin. In every part of the world, everybody is protecting his boundaries. So I wish Igbo could also protect. They are protecting their boundaries, but they are behaving as if that they are not protecting it. They are telling other regions that, you have to be lenient. We have to work together. We have been working together. That's why we are here today. But you are protecting your area, and you don't want other people to protect their own region. That's demonic to me. That's demonic.
Thank you.
So going further, I just want to conclude. Okay. Thank you so much.
Conclude, please. No. Please conclude quickly.
And for these ADC people, I will say like...
you're going to conclude though.
I conclude. Aregbesola, who is part of the ADC. Do you know that up to they just... I think if the new governor have not cleared the half salary that he created when he was a governor. So I don't see how somebody who was paying half salary to somebody who has been working for all 30 days and saying that he has another better opportunity for Nigerians. I think we need to, those who are supporting this ADC, I think they need to check their brain. Maybe they want to collect 1/3 of their salary again. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you very much, sir, Omoba Eshel. All right, so final speaker, Jesus is coming. Now speak. Good afternoon.
It's okay. Good afternoon to everyone.
Good afternoon.
Let me start by, I wanted to make a correction, and later you did the correction by yourself, by mentioning Arthur Zeribe. So, I'm Evangelist Moses, that's my name. Like what you said about the question you asked, somebody like the former Super Egos, it was Green Ego they were answering us at that time. Yamala Lokala, he is from Enugu State. His place, he's from Enugu, but as I'm talking to you people now, his area has been ceded to Kogi State. So in the nearby future, somebody will now tell them that that area doesn't belong to Igbo.
Sorry, hold on. Jesus is coming. Hold on. If you notice, I'm not timing you. So please hold on. Let me just explain what the mistake you're making. That place that is ceded to Kogi State is not Igbo speaking. It's Igbo land. State creation does not determine ancestral spaces. That person you just mentioned now, for instance, there are Igala towns in Anambra State. Everywhere in Anambra is not Igbo land. there are Igala spaces in Anambra State. Just as it's also possible.
There's no way I can take this from you, brother.
See what you are doing. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Guys, please see what it just. Hold on.
Just like Mwabali.
Folks,
you know Mwabali?
My brother, you're giving us the example. Jesus, just hold on. Folks, just watch what's happening here. Jesus is coming. I promise you're going to speak, evangelist, you speak. But guys, just notice what's happening here. He said Okala has a space in Enugu and they've cut it into Kogi State. I am supporting him by saying that even though that place is now in Kogi State, it will still be Igbo land because it is ancestrally Igbo, regardless of the state that it is in. He was okay with that. I then said, there are Igala people in Anambra State, and the part of Anambra State is not Igbo land, then he's angry with that. The real issue here is double standard. State creation has nothing to do with ancestral spaces. There are Igbos outside the 5 states of the Southeast. Anybody knows that. It's just common sense. But it is not everywhere the Igbos are that you can call Igbo land. And everybody knows this as well. For instance, when you hear the word Igbo-speaking community, what does it mean to you? Meanwhile, as much as you want to claim that there's Igbo land in outside Enugu, which I agree with, by the way, why do you have a problem on this? You will speak now. Why are you shouting like this now? Waiting to be all this thing. You go talk now. I get something for here now. Now, why would they bring plenty of people like that? Something inside my hair as they talk. It just enter my hair, sharp. No worry, you go talk. I just want to ask you a question. If you agree with me, say Igbo day outside Southeast, which I agree with, by the way, why you they get angry with the fact that Igala also the Southeast and that part where then they no be Igbo land? Now you can speak, evangelist. And now I'm going to time you. Oh yeah, I will just listen to you. 2 minutes, please. Please unmute and speak.
Brother, Igala themselves, Igala, they are Igbo. If you check very well, Igala people, they are Igbo. Nothing like Igala land in Igbo land. You know, like as I said before, Mwabale is from Ohajebema. Ohajebema have been ceded now to River State. As I'm talking to you, Mwabale, they also
wait. I'm not over your first statement. You say Igala is Igbo.
Igala, they are Igbo. Igala people, they are Igbo. Check many tribes in Igala are Igbo. They also speak Igbo.
Igala that colonized Igbo people.
That is fabricated lies.
Fabricated what?
Fabricated lies people are using to fight Igbos.
Igala colonized you guys. Introduced the judicial Faraba Lejari. I don't want lies on this stage. I beg. Evangelist, no the lie. You're an evangelist. You said, don't lie. What? Igala colonized.
There's one other thing I want to say, brother. This thing we are talking about, Igbos maybe invading Yoruba land, trying to dominate Yoruba land. You know, I think now a Yoruba man is the president. Tinubu is the Yoruba man. You people should preach to him. Tell him to let every tribe go. Let us see. We watch each other. Let us see how everybody will fare. We people should tell him, your brother is the president now. Tell him, let him divide, let everybody go. Then let us watch everyone. Let us see how things will fare. I met a Yoruba woman in Germany. This woman told me, brother, he asked me where I'm coming from. I told her that I'm from Imo State. Do you know what she said? Oh, yeah, the people talking about Biafra. Do you know what this woman told me? The woman told me that she works with Lagos State government. That this Biafra, brother, this Biafra will not come. Do you know why? It will be very difficult to come. Do I know why? I say no. She said that because if Igbos leave Nigeria, Nigeria will collapse. That Igbos, they hold all the commerce, every importation, everything is Igbo. That Igbos, without Igbos in Nigeria, Nigeria will never work.
Your time is up. That woman who told you that and you who believe it, both of you are not serious. You are both ignorant. Igbos have left Nigeria before. And that time, Nigeria did so well, especially Southwest did so well. And because of what you said, give me a second. I want to read something to you. Because this nonsense that you guys say everywhere, just because you're an evangelist and we're respecting you doesn't mean you should come here and be lying from no wisdom. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. It's a shame. Igbos are the lifeblood of what? Let me read something to you here. The Igbo exodus from Lagos. By the way, this is the same thing that, what's his name? Ojukwu was saying in 1966. When he said everybody should leave the north and leave the west, because once they leave, everywhere will be dry without the Igbos. How can you believe the same lies for 60 years? Let me read something to you guys. The Igbo exodus from Lagos began after the September 1966 riots in the northern region and continued until the roads were closed after the eastern region seceded in May 1967. The total storage collection for September 1966 was 7,697 pounds. Sorry, yes, as compared with 7,000 is 7,797.1.6, but it's not the same. In all those shillings, we don't use it anymore. As compared with 7,587 pounds for September 1967. The decrease was only 109 pounds. The markets most affected were Apapa, Elemu, Alaya Biagba, Ido, Ijeru, and Obalende in or near Igbo residential areas. Market monthly statement for the month of September 1967 in report of the Market, Parks and Cemetery Committee of the Lagos City Council Caretaker Committee. That's the source. Market monthly statement for the month of September 1967 in report of the Market, Parks and Cemetery Committee of the Lagos City Council Caretaker Committee, February 20, 1968. Now, let me explain something to you. When Igbos left in 1967, the only difference that it made to Lagos was 109 pounds. 109 pounds. If you leave, nobody will miss you. People need to be telling you guys the truth. This nonsense about if you leave Nigeria, leave. And wait, don't unmute.
Okay.
What you should do is this: don't wait for the government to do anything. Get on the next bus and leave. Number one, you cannot threaten people with what you do. You have no leverage. There's nothing that you are adding that people will miss if you leave. Like when we say let's live together, it's not because we are going to miss you. It's because we want. Oh God, you are disturbing me. Are you waiting with this now? When we say let's live together, it's not because if you leave. Oh God, at this point, get the hell out, man. Just shouting. And you say you're an evangelist. Weren't you taught decorum? When you be a minister and you're just so disorderly. Listen, there's nothing. See, would I want to have Igbos in Yoruba land? Of course. But this thing, you think there's something you have that if you leave, it will affect everybody? Absolutely not. It will not take a week for the vacuum to be filled. You will not be missed. If we leave, it will go. Leave. This, you know what? I'm going to read something to you guys. May not be like I say I always talk. I want to read something to you from a book that was published in 1968. That's the one that FFT mentioned earlier. Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. I don't know how you are repeating the exact same rhetorics from 66 and you think somehow it makes sense. And you say you are a prophet. I've been waiting to call yourself evangelist. I beg, please, don't put us to shame. We are all Christians. We are both Christians. You are disgracing us. Do I even need to read there? Because it's going to change the title. It's already 4:30. Guys, it would be nice to have all of us live together as one big happy family. But you see all this gaslighting and all this blackmail. By the way, you will sit down in one corner, carry hero beer. I hope you don't drink, evangelist. Carry hero beer, put on table, then look up and say, okay, what can I say right now that will make myself happy? As you take one cup, you can't tell yourself, say, if I just come on Lagos now, this whole place go crumble. The inspiration is the beer. There's no reason, there's nothing backing up that statement apart from that hero beer. You just drink one gulp. Wait to if I come on Lagos, everybody's because kata. I mean, you don't think that your fellow people will now be saying, oh yes, if we leave, not that they will leave, oh, if we leave, everywhere will scatter. If we leave, it goes scatter. Just start singing it. If we leave, if we leave, if we leave, if we leave, leave. Well, I found that book. I'm just thinking of the time I'm going to spend reading this thing. But the point is, you guys should really calm down. Like, there's nobody that you're going to be telling if you. There's nothing you're adding to my life. If you are here, it's okay. If you are not here, it's fine. If you are tired of Nigeria, get on a bus. And what you wrote in the comment section, let Ojuku. What's this person on YouTube? What's your name, sir? Ejiato Raphael. If let Tinubu tell us to go, Tinubu, see, one of these things, you have to sit yourself down, explain to yourself that everybody's not like Ojuku. Everybody is not like Ojuku. Tinubu is not a military dictator. He cannot just wake up and say, go. If he says you should go now, you begin to cry like Egbere because you say that, they don't want us, they hate us, everybody hates Chris. The point is, you have 58 representatives in Abuja, 15 senators, 43 House of Reps members. Let them sponsor 2 bills. This is my advice to you. 2 bills. One, to include secession clause in the Constitution. There's constitutional amendment going on right now. Tell them to include secession clause that Nnamdi Azikiwe spoke against in 1954. Tell them to include it in the Constitution now. Number 2, they should also have a provision for referendum so that people can decide if they want to do whatever. Just do those things, you'll be fine. Don't come and disturb me with let us go. I'm not holding you. I'm not Pharaoh. Pharaoh, let my people go. Bang, 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 bang. I'm looking for something new. Mbo. If you want to go, please, it is well with you. God bless you on your trip. And don't let the door hit you. Those evil politicians are equally corrupt, if not more. I mean, that's not my business. If you are corrupt, if you're not corrupt, we're going to become here. Anyway, you know what? I'm about to read something. It's going to get us out of this topic. The point is that Ojuku said the same thing. If they leave everywhere will scatter. They left. Nothing. Sorry about that. Just shoot. Yeah, little technical issue, but we're back now. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for staying tuned. All right, so I was trying to respond to our brother earlier that in history, in Nigeria's history, there was a time when some people, in fact, not just once, to be honest, twice, but it's the same period, but then the idea of pulling out happened in the north and also in the west. And when they did, the idea was that if they left, everyone would become desolate, right? Because they were the ones in charge of the utilities. They are the engineers in the north, for instance. They were also the ones, who were trading and stuff. But when they left, what history told us was that in the month of September and going forward, what people were losing was just about 100 pounds. Like, with all the greatness that if you are going to destroy Nigeria, 100 pounds, that was all we lost in Lagos. So if you leave today, right now, I can assure you, you will not be missed. But am I sending you packing? Not really. I don't mind you staying, but I don't condone stupidity, in the name of, what do you call this thing? Um, Blackmail. All right, that's not going to work. All right, moving away from all of this, it's almost 5, so we can't get anybody anymore. So I'm just going to have to take everybody down. We have to get into this topic. All right, but I want to thank everybody who came up. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. We really need to get to the topic. It's almost 5. All right, and I want to make sure we finish this thing today so that we can move on to other things starting tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think we might be going into the Willings Commission report, discussing state creation and things like that. All right, but we'll have that. So if you're from the southeast here, we're brothers, we are friends, all of us, but we are not from the same mother. So everybody knows. I'm not from the same father. Meanwhile, thank you. I need to quickly address that thing. But you know, to thank you. Igalas are not Igbo. Igala conquered Igbo areas and colonized them. Introduced the judicial system into those areas of Igbo, especially in the northern part of Igbo land, like in Usuka. Those places were not, the idea of even calling Igala Igbo is an insult. You know why? They had a civilization that, like, it's like you want people to remind you your real history. Do you know the relationship between Igala and Igbos? Let me put it this way without saying it exactly right now. The relationship between Igala and Igbo is the same relationship between Ijos and Igbos and Calabar and Igbo before the British got to the shores of Nigeria. That's the relationship. To say Igala is Igbo is actually very ridiculous. And then it's also it shows the spirit of stealing. If, for instance, you like the idea of me saying that there are Igbo people living outside the southeast, but you hate the idea that there are Igala people who are in Anambra State who are not Igbos and who have their own ancestral spaces, but they were just caught into that state. The same way the people you are claiming. But let's be very clear. Igbo land is not the entire 5 states of the southeast. If you guys, in Abia, they are Ibibio. Much of that side of Abia State, which I have been to, is Ibibio. The day people will open, don't worry, it's not today's topic. The day they will open your Kini, there are Ibibio areas in Abia, there are Igala areas in Enugu and Anambra. This idea that Igala and Igbo is actually very, 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 very insulting. And I feel so. One of my very close friends, in fact, my best man, is Igala. We met during NYSC. Is Igala. It was from him I learned all those things I learned. And then the words, of course, the lexicon is very similar to Yoruba. You guys better go and calm down. just that I don't want to take his battle. I would have just gone into Igala colonized Igbo. Yes. Let me even tell you something. Maybe this will help. Your very, very ancestor. Well, not even you don't have a common ancestor, to be fair. But the greatest one that you talk about, not common to everybody, but common to Nri. That area you talk about, where do you think he's from? That's research. That's an assignment to Jesus is Coming. Where do you think Eri came from? Another question. What is the connection between Eri and Igala? What civilization did Igbo people have before Eri? Igala is Igbo. How? You couldn't even do anything, but Igala, Jesus. If Nigeria happened to many people. Igala is one of the groups that Nigeria happened to. If not Nigeria, people will not be able to open their mouth to even mention let alone Gala. What if when Igala see Elenu, what if you Elenu? Say Igala is Igbo. Nonsense. Anyway, let's move away from that. That's not today's topic, but Igalas are not Igbos. As a matter of fact, Igala dealt with Igbos. As a matter of fact, some of your masquerades today are from Igala. Some of the masquerades that you have in Igbo land today, I don't want to make it today's topic, but some of your masquerades today are from Igala. And they were not like, it's not like you went to Igala to copy it. It's not like you adapted it. No, they brought those things into your space to ensure orderliness. As a result of the fact that they conquered those areas, so they brought in those masquerades. They are still there. In fact, there's a particular gentleman priest who was complaining about them, saying, "Oh, let's move on. Since we are not under Igala anymore, let's not have these masquerades anymore." Oh, don't. I will go all the way to Igala. Obina, Igbos did not learn a lot from Igala. That is a very mild way of saying it. You guys need to be told the truth. You didn't learn a lot. You were colonized and conquered by them. And many of the things that you call yours today is from them. Not all, but many of what you call yours is from them, including Eri. Guys, I spent some time with my friend after NYSC. I used to go to their house, and then they would speak Olane, Shodudu. I learned Igala. So I'm passionate about them too, because, and by the way, Igala is also closely related to Yoruba people. So, by the way, I wasn't planning to say this, so somebody came and said Igalas are Igbo, which is, I find very, very insulting. Nigeria, Oyinbo, British should be thanked. If any group should be thanking the British in this country, sincerely, is the Igbo. Oroka, Daramola Oroka. Igbo should be grateful to God and to the British. If you know what people did to that group, and I'm trying not to go into exactly what they did, what the Igala did, what the Ijos did, or folks in Calabar did, I promise you, I'm going to mention this thing when we get to Williams Commission. You know why? It's in the book, so I'll just read it. It won't be like say I the insult, because if I say I'm going to be like say I the insult, but we'll go read them. And Nigeria give everybody chance, don't they do like they say, yeah. Oh man, they used to pick ni, man pick people at on point and kini koni, man can parry. Oh, where were we? Let's go back to the book. Igbo are the major Igbos are the, yes, you're right, they are the major beneficiaries of amalgamation. I don't see, all of us, let's just be humble. Let's live together and be happy and do well. Let's just all be good to each other. But once you come with that domineering nonsense, oh boy, you'll be cut to size. You're not all that.
All right, let's get into this topic.
Sure. All right, let's get into today's topic, which is Victor Banjo caught in the storm. Everybody, one Nigeria, good people, great nation. Thanks to Professor Dora Queen. She gave us that one. Good people, great nation. Don't go beyond your boundary. Thank you very much. God bless you. In Jesus' name, amen. Evangelist, pray for us, eh? But try and learn the truth before you go around spewing misinformation. Thank you very much. No, not chop or adhere. Not chop. Not like they chop. It was more like transaction. My question is, what is the compassion that made the British give them popularity? It wasn't compassion. It was administration. It was administration. And it was coincidental. But was that... The Igbos are actually blessed, though. The Igbos are blessed. They just don't know it. But you see, when they sing this song, count your blessings, name them one by one. If you don't count your blessings, you and Egbere, there will be no difference because of the tears that will come from your face. Because you are crying over waiting, don't even make sense. The thing we God don't do, you don't even thank God for that thing. Igbos are blessed. Because if not be say, God just somehow say, "Mo, you just come around that time." It's in the books. It's in this book. I won't open it because I will change the topic if I do. But for the white, so be thankful to the whites, and be thankful to Ajayi Crowther. Be thankful to the British. Be thankful to Ajayi Crowther. The Portuguese, don't thank those ones because those ones just carried you guys like, Portuguese were on try for me, but the British tried for you guys, and Ajayi Crowther also tried for you guys, and you should be grateful. By the way, the Anglican Church in Enugu, they put up a statue some time ago, statue of Ajayi Crowther, which is how it should be. Like, you have to be grateful to your benefactor. Okay? So let all of us live in peace and harmony and with truth. Nobody should come and be... Me, I don't like exposed. I'm not exposed to anything, though. Vodi, this is not exposed. This is not exposed. There are things that if I say, you actually think I'm insulting. Meanwhile, right? So that's why I don't even go to those areas. This one is just me talking. Those ones, if I want to really say it, I can assure you I will have to read it from books. I will not say it because it will look like I'm just making it up. And by the way, not a book, not 2 books, not 3 books. You just be seeing later, the consistency, the patterns. And some of those books go way back into the 19th century. At least 3 of them were written in the 19th century. No, 2 were written in the 19th century. 1 was early 20th century. Many are written. Okay, everybody just respect themselves. You are great, but don't ever come and be doing like this in the presence of a Yoruba man. You are not serious. All right, let's go to the topic of today. God bless everybody. God bless Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. All right, let's get into the topic. So we've been discussing Victor Banjo, caught in the storm, and everybody is blessed. Every ethnic group is blessed. Are you aware there's also books who say terrible things about Yoruba people? I have read them, Obina.
I even have some of them.
So, Obina, so that's the point about me. Do I know there are books that say terrible things about Yoruba people? Of course. I even have some of them. If you're telling me that there's some books that say something bad about Yoruba people, number one, I want to know the context of what they are saying. And even if it's true, I don't mind it being known. I've said some things here that maybe not here, like in meetings, not on TikTok, but there was a particular conference I was at, and they're talking about something, and I said Yorubas did this, and the person said, "No, we never did it. Never did." I'm like, "Oh God, we did it."
But guess what? We stopped it before.
There's nothing to be angry about. We did it. But guess what? We stopped it before colonization. The glory for Yoruba people in that particular thing I just mentioned, I won't mention the thing itself. The glory that Yoruba people have on top of that matter, they say, we evolved on our own. Can't stop them. For many people, now British forced them to stop them. We stopped it centuries before the arrival of the British. That's the glory. The glory is not that we never did it, which is what some Yoruba extremists say, we never did something, or we're always perfect. Oh gosh, shut up, we did it. We did some very funny things. I don't mind you telling me about what they say Yoruba, as long as you can prove that it is right. And if it is right, then it is okay. It happened. Your own history, you are the one who is covering it though, because everywhere you look, nothing is. Some things are good, by the way. Some things are good. Some things are good, but you have things to hide. I don't have anything to hide. I'm not talking again. You people in the comment section, Emma quoting by me. Let's get into today's topic. So yesterday we talked about Victor Banjo's trial, and for some days now we've been talking about Victor Banjo caught in the storm. We've gone through different things. Please teach us the bad things Yoruba did when the time comes. By the way, even those bad things, you'll be proud of some of those so-called bad things. You'll be proud. That's why I say when Yoruba people, if I hear Yoruba people sounding, don't worry, when the time comes to talk about it. Different things. But there's nothing to be ashamed of. That's the thing. There's nothing. You're a great people. As a great people, you will make mistakes, you will evolve. The glory for me as a Yoruba person is that my ancestors moved, they evolved out of some terrible practices without what made others evolve, which was colonization. But are there bad things that my ancestors did? Of course. Am I proud of it? I'm actually proud of some of those things. That's the thing. I'm actually proud of some of the things that people say, oh, it's bad, it's bad. I'm like, it's actually quite cool for the time, for that period. I will say about all these things you are saying, there's no period that those things are good. That's a bad part. And that's why I don't talk about it, because I don't want to appear like I'm fighting or anything. But wow. If you bring out the book right now, even me, I can even recommend books that talk about bad things about Yoruba. I can recommend it to you. Don't think. Why do you think I read evil books? It's full of bad things that they say about Yoruba, but who cares? All right, let's get into this. May God bless you in Jesus' name. Amen. Somebody says, without those things, we'll be looking for land to grab. Oh boy. You see, let me tell you what, if you're Yoruba, let me tell you what will make Yoruba history interesting to you. Well, one of the things that made it interesting to me, it may work for you, it may not work for you, but one of the things that made it interesting to me is, so let's say, for instance, I'm somewhere studying. So I watched the movie, and that movie sparked an interest many years ago. Vikings. So I haven't watched that movie. It's a series. I haven't watched it. I just sparked books. And the more you study, like England in the 9th century, 10th century, and the invasion of the Vikings, and then you study all those things, France, England, Denmark, Sweden, Norway. As a Yoruba person, wallah, you'll be proud. Because if there's anything that makes me one of the things that make me really proud about being Yoruba is that you don't even have to buy books, you can even do this online. When you study, look at your face, say it, you are not telling yourself the truth. I'm protecting you, Daber, I'm protecting you and your ancestors. You guys don't understand that everything you have right now is not up to 200 years. Okay, let me just leave you alone, I beg. Let me see what I was saying. One of the things that makes it really cool is, so let's say I'm studying Vikings and all those English history. You can even read it online. Please read the correct one, Sha. And you now have the parallel of what was happening in Ife in the 9th, 10th, 11th centuries. There's a sense of pride you're going to have. Not pride of I'm better than anybody, but just pride so when these people were doing this in England, when they were doing this in Sweden, My ancestors in Ife, when they were not hanging on trees. They were doing this, this, and that. It makes you proud. It makes you very proud. If, for instance, you understand that in the 11th century, I mean, before then, they already had kingship and monarchy. But in the 11th century, somebody came with a different political structure in Ife, changed the entire dynamics, and then created something that was different from what they had before. And then working with the people of that, working with the elders in the land, they created a system that was so foolproof that you couldn't just become an absolute monarch. And that's why I don't like it when people say things like African kings are like this. You don't even know what you're talking about. If you understand the traditional Yoruba monarchy structure, we have been existing thousands of years before the Yoruba race. Google it. Yes, existing on trees. You want to hear something, Abby? Are you sure? Are you ready? Whenever I hear that thing like can it come before Yoruba land, it means that you want me to tell you your story. For now, let's just leave it alone. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Because I'm talking 9th, 11th century for Yoruba people. For you, if I tell you what you were doing in the 19th century, less than 200 years ago, you'll be ashamed you will leave this place, but I don't want to do it because that's not the purpose of the session. I don't do this to shame people. But please don't go beyond your boundaries, please. I'm begging you. So for Yoruba people, when you understand that if in the I mean, let me tell you one funny thing. I was in school and I went to greet my cousin, who was a director of an institute at the time. And I saw on a stable terracotta heads from Ife, and I saw 10th century AD. When you now connect that, the fact that they have terracotta heads, 10th century means 900 AD. And that was the exact same time the Vikings and the English people were having their own stuff, Mercia, Wessex, and all that. You're able to appreciate your own culture. You're not doing it to say you are better than anybody, but you're able to say that, okay, so when these people were doing something, we were also evolving, we were creating stuff, we were coming up with glass beads, we were having international trade in the 11th century. We were having people travel with caravans from Yoruba land all the way to North Africa, or parts of, West Africa, the northern part of West Africa. Okay, we're having people go all the way to Senegal, right? Mali. You are trading your goods and your products are going outside your region. That's about 1,000 years ago. Because this is 24th century, that was 11th century. And then you see what was happening in China. And then you now see who you should be comparing yourselves with. Like, okay, so if China has done this and they are here, as a Yoruba person, Yoruba people should have done this and we should be here. And they're able to calculate stuff for yourselves. My be truthful was Yoruba existing in that period. Let me first see your face because you look like an elderly person because I'm about to insult you. I don't want to, sincerely. Okay, you're an elderly person. So let me assume that you are asking a valid question. Because a lot of your people will just come and insult people. Once I see that name and it's insult straight. So let me explain something to you, Peter. You have a phone apparently, so please write this down and you can Google it or check it. There's something called Iho Eleru. It's in Ondo State. But again, that doesn't prove identity, but it proves that people have been inhabiting that part of Nigeria, Yoruba land, and the skeletons of the humanoid they found there is about 14,000 years old. So please read up on Ihoeleru, Ihoeleeru. That's one. Number two, I recommend 2 books to you if you promise to read them. One, read Yoruba the New History by Akinwumi Ogundiro. He's an archaeologist. The identity of the Yoruba people has existed for at least 5,000 years. we have gone by different names. You know what? Since you are Igbo, maybe you understand this, because you don't have this. So you, for instance, the Igbo identity has existed for a long time, but has never been a common identity until colonization. Conversely, the Yoruba identity has existed for a long time, and it has been a common identity for a very long time. That's why everywhere you go in Yoruba land, for the most part, everybody tells you about the same source. And that's been going on for centuries. You don't have that kind of thing where you're from. So that may sound a bit weird, but 1 second, guys. That may sound a bit weird, but it happens in some cultures like that, okay? That people sometimes can have an identity that is so old. Funny enough, the English identity is actually more recent than even the Yoruba identity. The English identity is actually very, very recent. That's why I cannot be comparing myself with you. It's disrespectful to my ancestors. So if you look at the English identity, for instance, it was created by those who populated the place after the Celts and the Britons had left, those spaces. And then there were Angles and Saxons, who were Germanic tribes. And then they created an identity for themselves, and so on and so forth. We have an older stuff. So to answer your question, yes, the identity has been existing for thousands of years. It's not today's topic, but I promise you one of these days I'll have a session on it, and hopefully we can discuss it. But I'm happy that you are who you are too as well. I mean, there must be something great in your own culture as well. Thank you. All right. Victor Banjo. We must finish this thing today. Victor Banjo, we've talked a lot about him, how he was raised, how he joined the army in 1953, how he was the first Nigerian director of the Military and Electrical Engineering Corps, how he was... thank you, Prof. Yoruba alone, it is well. We will make up for the losses by the grace of God. By the grace of God, we'll make up for the losses. We will. Because there ain't no way I should be having this conversation with... It is well. All right, where were we? January 15, 1966, the first coup in Nigeria took place. 16th, Ironsi became head of state. We talked about the intrigues and the things that happened that got him there. It was an Igbo coup. And contrary to what some Yorubas have been putting out there, that, it was a revolutionary coup. The only way I agree with the idea that there was a revolutionary coup on that day is if you agree with me that there were at least 2 coups on that day. There was a revolutionary coup championed by people like Nzogu and people like Ademoyega, and there was an ethnic coup, which was evidently captured by people like Ifajuna, Okafor, and Oji. And what you discover, of course, is that the people who did the revolutionary coup, they were the ones who lost. The ones who did the ethnic coup, they were the ones who won. And that's why Ironsi became the head of state. And that's also why everybody who could be a threat to Ironsi was neutralized. The only people who were not neutralized were people who were not in Nigeria. If you were in the country and you were not Igbo, and you were a threat to Ironsi being the head of state, you were killed. Ademulegun, Shodende, Mimalari, Lagema, Pam, Khan Mohammed. Anybody, especially those first 3, anybody that could threaten that guy, out. Now, when they were doing all of these things, we have a Yoruba man, after they had finished everything, they were going to unalive the people they unalived. The highest Yoruba officer, the most senior Yoruba officer around at the time was Victor Banjo. And he was the one who was able to gather the troops around Ironsi, especially northern troops, telling them that, guys, we're going to work together, he's our man. The sad part, which is what you're going to find in the letter that Victor Banjo wrote to Ironsi on 1st of June 1966, while he was in Ikorekpene prison, is that Victor Banjo actually thought that it was his idea for Ironsi to become head of state. And I've said it several times. for Yorubas who are caught in this web of idealism and naivety, there's always this thing about them. They think they are so, I mean, they are brilliant, but they think everything is their idea. And it's a pattern. You also see it in Ademoyega's work, Why We Struck. He thought he was the one who created the idea, who came up with the idea, or he was one of the first 3 people who came up with the idea of the coup. But as we've studied, as we found out, it was actually the last person who was recruited. The original people who planned the coup were Igbo through and through, and the whole idea they had was very, very Igbotic. And by the way, I'm not saying it's good, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just trying to tell you exactly what happened. If you were not here when we had the session, please go through the videos on YouTube channel, Busui Oris. You're going to find some of those things there. Having said that, 16th was when Ironsi became head of state. It was on a Sunday. By Monday, 17th, Victor was summoned to see Ironsi at his office. And then he went there, and while he was there, he was at the reception room waiting to see the head of state. 2 guys, Awuna and Kurubo, met him there, saw his gun in his holster, and asked that he gives them the gun. So he gave them the gun, and they turned it on him, and they would have killed him actually. And the reason we know they would kill him is that they already put out news that he was dead. And the reason for the death, of course, was that he was killed while he was trying to assassinate the head of state. Imagine people writing news before the event. That's the ingenuity of certain people. Anyway, he wasn't killed because, according to Adeton Ogunseye in her book, A Break in the Silence, the reason they didn't kill him was because there was a foreign dignitary around in the reception room, so they just took him away. He landed in the ship, naval ship, from there to Kirikiri, from Kirikiri to Aba, from Aba to Ikorekpene, from Ikorekpene to Enugu. And it was while he was in Enugu that the second coup of July 29, 1966 took place. That second coup, of course, led to the death of Ironsi, and on the heels of that, Ojukwu declared Biafra and then released, the guys who were imprisoned in the east. Of course, amongst them you have Nzogu, you have Foloyewole, Ganiyu Adeleke, and of course Victor Banjo. Adewale Ademoyega was in Warri prison, but was eventually released much later after they invaded the Midwest. Chukwuka was the one, Humphrey Chukwuka, one of the coup plotters as well, who was then leading the battalion that went into Warri, Sapele, and Ughelli. And then they released Adewale Ademoyega. So they worked together. And we talked about what happened in the Midwest, how people were terrorized in the Midwest, and how people were killed and maimed and raped, and properties were looted. Read from a number of books. There's a book called Midwest Responses to Biafran Occupation by Uyilawa Uswanlele. Then we also read, of course, from a book by Nia Borishade. The book is called Colonel Victor Banjo, Revolutionary Betrayed. And then we mentioned that from the very beginning, Victor Banjo never believed in the idea of secession. And Ojukwu knew, but it's crazy that they would work together. They never should have worked together. I can blame Ojukwu for being so heartless, but I think I can also blame Victor Banjo for being so naive. I think a lot of Yoruba people today are very naive, and that's the only reason you can be in obedience movement. You must be very naive. It's either you're naive or you're dumb. And I want to believe that we don't have dumb Yoruba people. So let's stick to being naive. So let's remove naivety and get better. All right, moving on from there. So they had this plan, and you see it in his letter to Iran. Sorry, in his broadcast in Benin. After they took over Benin, he, had his broadcast where he talked about his plans. He was a Nigerian. He wasn't a Biafran, and he was trying to, change things. He was going to work with Ojukwu to deliver Nigeria from the stranglehold of the North. All those, fantastic things. Now, that broadcast became a problem to Ojukwu because it wasn't exactly what they expected. And that's why, if you read the letter that Ojukwu that broadcast became a problem to Ojukwu. And that's why, if you read the letter that Ojukwu then wrote to Victor Banjo, one of the things he mentioned was that any laws or stuff that will be made in the Western region, if they're able to take over Western region, must be sanctioned by Ojukwu himself. And in case you have not read the letter, please, you're going to find it also in the YouTube channel. Ojukwu was telling Victor Banjo to go into Yoruba land, and that when they take over Yoruba land, the Biafran forces reserve the right to occupy Yoruba land for as long as they deem it necessary. It was about what they thought was necessary. Now, it will make it. That letter is one of the reasons I understand the reluctance of Victor Banjo. There were three things that were responsible for his reluctance. Number one was the fact that there were no weapons. So Ojukwu promised them weapons, but they had no weapons. And yet he was saying, why are they not fighting? That's why when you read the book by Madiebo, the book is called The Nigerian Revolution and Biafra War. Everything is said about, most of what is said about Victor Banjo made no sense because he wasn't there. I didn't understand the idea, the fact that this guy was not well equipped. And that statement about people not being equipped, you find it in the book by Aborishade and also in Why We Struck by Adewale Ademoyega, who also fought as the second in command at some point to Victor Banjo. All right, so they're going to the Midwest, and while the Midwest, they had some issues with political structure, which was the second reason. The political structure of the Midwest, Victor Banjo thought that a non-Igbo person should be the one in charge of the Midwest that they were calling the Republic of Benin. And he had three names in mind. There was Ejo, who was already the military governor at the time anyway, but it was Yorubo. There was Ogbemudia, but it was Bini. And then there was Chimnel, who was the Shekiri. Now, Ojukwu had plans to install another person called Wanwo, Conrad Wanwo. Conrad already had problems with Ejo. And by the way, Conrad Wanwo, Benwaje, Oche, Isiche, Okwechime, all these guys and some others were the Igbo officers in the Midwest who allowed Biafra to gain entry access into the Midwest. They sold out. They betrayed Ejo and Nigeria. All right. So when you hear the word betrayal, don't marvel. It's coming from the people who actually betrayed, the collective. And you find that, of course, in the book by, that book by Ilawa, and also in Godwin Alabi-Sama's book, The Tragedy of Victory. Now, Ojukwu was going to now make Conrad Nwanwo the governor, but Nwanwo was Igbo. After Victor Banjo, spoke about his own proposals and the idea that we should have a non-Igbo person, so it doesn't look like an Igbo affair, Ojukwu just waved it aside and then went ahead to appoint a man called Albert Okonkwo. Already you know who the person is. It has to be Igbo. And so when you got the letter after the person who you spoke to decided to put an Igbo person in charge of the Midwest, not only put an Igbo person in charge of the Midwest, shipped public servants from the east, from Enugu, into the Midwest, into Benin, to work as Oga. Then mandated the corporations in the Midwest to send revenue to Enugu. That person is not telling you that go into Yoruba land, take over the place, I reserve the right to appoint the administrator, and guess what, I will make you the administrator. Although he made that same promise to Ademoyega. It's in his own book. I'll make you the administrator, and then when we get there, anything you're going to do there must come from me, and then we can stay there for as long as possible. The same thing for Lagos and Yoruba land all the way to Jeba. When you start reading something like that, which I believe is the third reason, the first two reasons. The first reason, lack of arms and ammunition. Second reason, they got bogged down with the politics of the Midwest. And then the third reason, of course, I think this one is my own, based on the letter itself. Like, if you are smart, you must be reluctant to go and do that bidding, because are you going? And that's why this man, Kolio Motosho wrote a book. The book is called Just Before Dawn. He mentioned in that book that, okay, so how exactly was this man supposed to go back to Yoruba land? Is he going as a conqueror? And if he's going as a conqueror, is he conqueror in the name of Ojukwu or in the name of Biafra? And that's exactly the reason Papa and Yoruba people stopped being on the fence. After the invasion of the Midwest, the Yoruba people changed their minds. By exactly 1 week, right, they invaded on the 9th. Papa made his broadcast on the 16th of August 1967, saying that we don't want foreigners in Yoruba land to come and invade. Number one, he first said, they said we are under the Kingdom of the North. We are not under anybody's bondage. But even if we were, we are able to set ourselves free. And then they said, we don't want anybody to come, and regardless of the ethnicity, to come and save us. And that was a big blow to Victor Banjo, who had already sent a letter to Papa, other politicians, and to Olusegun Obasanjo while he was in Enugu. And he sent that letter through the one and only WS, Wole Soyinka. Wole Soyinka had visited Enugu around June of 67, met with Ojukwu, and also met with Victor Banjo and Philip Alale. Sorry, guys. You know, when we're having conversations like this, sometimes retards also find their way in, so we have to mute them. Thank you for coming. Mba, where was I? Shoot. All right. So Victor Banjo had met with Wole Soyinka and sent letters to Awo, to other politicians, and also to Olusegun Obasanjo. But Wole Soyinka, in his own book, the book is called "You Must Set Forth at Dawn." He chose by himself not to talk to Papa about it because, according to him, he didn't want him. He said instinctively he knew that Papa should not be involved in that particular episode in Nigeria's history. But then he spoke to Olusegun Obasanjo, and he talked to him about exactly what they were trying to do and what Victor Banjo wanted. You'll find that in, again, that book, You Must Set What I've Done, and also in Olusegun Obasanjo's book, My Command, and it's also in the book by Koleomoto Shaw, Just Before Dawn. They talked about it. Olusegun Obasanjo said no. He didn't agree with it. And then, of course, he reached out to Gowon. He reached out to Gowon about what Soyinka told him. Anyway, by the way, this is recap. Today is the last day, so I'm going back I'm just taking bit by bit. Victor Banjo eventually decided to do what they were going to do from the beginning, to get all the way to Lagos and deliver Yoruba people, which, again, very naive. On his way in Benin, he called Soyinka, but he couldn't reach him. Soyinka had left the phone in Agodi in the hands of Uncle Jimmy, the same Uncle Jimmy, Jimmy Sholanke, to, answer the call, and he gave him a code, like a message, but was a coded message. But they never really got to talk to each other. Eventually, Obasanjo, knowing what was about to happen, because, like we read from Obasanjo's, what's from Obasanjo's book? Yes, it was from Obasanjo's book that, the broadcasts from Radio Biafra, reached Ibadan and Lagos, and they were saying, they're marching, they're going to take over the entire place. And so Nigerian forces had to meet them at Ore, and we had a decisive battle at Ore, where Biafran forces had to turn with their tails between their legs. But they didn't just go back to Biafra. They were in Benin. But after a while, the Nigerian forces kept pushing, of course, now being led by Murtala Mohammed, no longer by Obasanjo. They were pushing into Benin, and then the folks in Benin, that's Victor Banjo, Ademoyega, again, Yoruba people working, as idealists for a better Nigeria. Excuse me. By the way, every time people had issues with Victor Banjo, one of the major reasons they did, especially people like Alexander Madiebo, who testified against him in this trial that we're about to read today, one of the major reasons was his ethnicity. The idea that he was leading the militia. By the way, he first formed the militia, or at least trained the militia, then formed the 101st Brigade that he naively called the Liberation Army of Nigeria. So think about it for a second. How can you lead a Biafran force and call it Liberation Army of Nigeria? Because in your idealistic mind, you can use Biafra to accomplish your own Nigerian goal. But in that other person's realistic and cunning mind, thank you for the gift, the cunning mindset of Ojukwu himself, he was using you to get what he wanted to get. But after you have conquered, he would then put his people there, which is what you saw in the Midwest. Anyway, Ojukwu recalls Victor Banjo to Enugu, and later on, he sent a letter to Ademoyega telling him that he was going to be the one in charge of the command. By the way, they moved from Benin to Agbo. They moved the operational headquarters of the Liberation Army of Nigeria because of the incursion, or the fact that the Nigerian forces were already gaining ground, the federal forces. Now, I said that to say that one of the reasons that Ojukwu had a problem with Victor Banjo, two reasons he gave. Number one was the fact that they moved from Enugu, from Benin, and that they quote-unquote left that place as though they opened the place up to Nigeria, to the federal forces, and they moved to Agbo. Number two, he alleged that Victor Banjo had collected loads of money from the British High Commission. Adewale Ademoyega said neither of those things was true. He mentioned that they moved because that place was going to fall anyway, and that if the fact that they moved from Benin to Agbo was such a problem, why then did Ojukwu move from Enugu to Umuahia? Which he did, by the way. He moved from Enugu to Umuahia, and the reason he moved, of course, was because it was going to fall. Meanwhile, contrary to what they did, thank you for the gifts, contrary to the wisdom of, the Liberation Army of Nigeria, Ojukwu allowed people to die for about 3 days. They were killing people. Ojukwu was using them as cover until they couldn't get enough people to kill, enough people for Nigerian forces to kill. He now ran away to Umuahia. So if changing the operational headquarters or moving the operational headquarters from Benin to Agbo was such a bad thing, why did you move from Enugu to Umuahia, and why did nobody kill you for doing that? That's a very good question that somebody should ask Ojukwu wherever he is. They will ask themselves. Well, some are in heaven, some are in hell, but I'm wondering. Maybe they'll find a way to ask, like Abraham and Lazarus and the rich man. All right. Anyway, that happened. So he brought them over, accused them of money. Yes, second part, he talked about money, that it was bought. They gave him money, British gave him money. And Ademoyega said that would be untrue because the same Victor Banjo you're talking about, is not known to be a gold seeker. These were the words of Ademoyega. He was not known to be a gold seeker. And that when he was in Benin, Ojukwu had pestered him to loot the Central Bank of Nigeria in Benin. He pestered him and, wanted him to loot. Ademoyega said Victor Banjo confided in him and told him about the situation, that he wasn't going to do it. And Ademoyega agreed with him. I guess they agreed because they were raised in a different culture and they had a different value system. For certain people, it's just about money. Anyway, the people that came much later, they looted the place and carted away £2 million. Let me pause to say this. The looting of the Central Bank of Nigeria in Benin, Port Harcourt, and Calabar by Ojukwu's people was the reason Nigeria changed the design of the Nigerian pounds in 1968. And according to Papa himself, Awo, it was also one of the major reasons that Ojukwu said was responsible for destroying their plans. Because by the time Nigeria changed the design of the Nigerian pound at the time, what happened was that Ojukwu sent people all over the world, in New York, in Switzerland, all over the world, in London, carrying cash, looking for a way to change it. But yeah, we were smarter. Guys, we're proud of our war. Be proud. Papa was smarter. Thank God. Anyway, by the time the dust settled, Ojukwu had lost £11 million. And I think he was more pained about the money he lost than the lives that were lost, which is a very sad thing. Anyway, Ademoyega is saying that if a man decided not to loot the central bank, why do you think he would not be collecting money from somebody? That's one. Number two, Ademoyega also said that when Victor Banjo left Enugu with the troops, he got £5,000 from Ojukwu. When Ojukwu called him back home, he had only spent £500. The remaining £4,500, Victor Banjo handed it over to Ademoyega. A person who would like to steal people's money would not have done that. He would have taken it and done anything he wanted to do with it. Therefore, Ademoyega knew that this man was lying. Having said that, there's a part I don't have to read it, but I think it's important for me to. It was about when Ademoyega was then called. It was Achuzia who traveled to Agbo to get him to go see Ojukwu. And then when he got to Enugu, he was arrested. Well, not arrested essentially. He was just led to the prison like a lamb to the slaughter. He was led to the prison and then he was incarcerated. The next day, he saw his friend Ifajina, with whom they planned the very first coup. Ifajina said something very, very sad. I think I read it yesterday. I'll see if I can quickly find it and read it one more time. No sooner had I entered into the corridor than I heard someone shouting, "Wale, Wale, Wale." Looking a little way ahead, I saw my friend Ifajuna in another cell. I was taken aback. What the hell had gone wrong? I wondered. Wale, when did you come? He asked me. Last night, I answered. Then I quickly narrated my story to him. We had been condemned to death for intending to overthrow Ojukwu, he told me, and we shall be executed any moment from now. I could hardly believe my ears. I was totally dumbfounded. Unless a miracle really happens, we shall soon be shot. Banjo, Alale, Agbam, and myself, said my friend. If I wanted to weep, I could not find tears. So I pleaded with the warders to let me speak to Banjo in another cell not far away. They refused. I pleaded over and over again. No way. I turned round to speak again to my friend, but the warders would not let me remain with him. I should go for my bath, they insisted. I said goodbye to my friend. Look after my wife and children, were his last words to me. Those were the last words from Ifajuna to Adiwala Ademoyiga. I took my bath quickly and returned to my cell. It had an iron door, but I could see through. It was located at the approach to the main door of the building, so that from that cell, one could clearly see the head and shoulders of whoever was approaching or leaving the building. For this reason, I perched myself at the iron door, watching who would leave the building that day. Just before midday, I saw the heads of the four men as they left the building under escort. First Ifajuna, then Alale, Agbam, and lastly Banjo. I could not speak to them. It was the last that I saw of them. That was on September 22, 1967. It was on that same day that the enemy entered Benin, and only 6 days before the enemy entered Enugu. Like I said yesterday, some people's souls will not rest in peace. But may Victor Banjo's soul rest in peace. If you're Yoruba, but if they deal with you, your soul will rest in peace. But the person who dealt with you would have done what he wanted to do. Let us use this opportunity to tell ourselves to be very, very wise and not be naive. Having said that, I'll then move to the book by Nelson Ota so that we can discuss the trial and the execution of Victor Banjo. So yesterday we read some things from this book by Nelson Ota. The book is called The Trial of Biafra's Leaders. Now, if you were not here yesterday, please, you're going to have to watch the video on YouTube. That's from yesterday. We read how Victor Banjo, even in that situation, with those who were accusing him lying right in front of him, he was busy defending others before himself. He defended Emmanuel Fajuna. He said he knew him. Yeah, although it was his young junior colleague. He talked about Alale. He talked about how they worked together. He talked about Ojukwu himself and how he loved him. And I'm not going to talk about what he talked about. He talked about Agbam, who was also unalived. I'll not read what he said about Agbam or what he said about Ifajuna or Alale. For today, I'm just going to focus on what he said about Ojukwu, and then we'll move on to other things. And then finally, we'll end everything today. With fearless and cold brilliance, with a strong hold on technical details, with almost supreme contempt for the dwellers in the Biafran cloud castle, who are still then refusing to accept the grim realities of the military situation. This despite the fact that those realities were assaulting their very eyes. Victor Banjo glided on with his head erect and his eyes straight, with his deadpan breakdown of what had happened, of what had gone wrong, and of how he had planned, if it was still possible, to rectify the situation. Apart from our initial material disadvantage, this is Banjo speaking now, the volume of material delivery to the fighting front has been intermittent and unsuitable for sustaining the wasteful rate of casualties there. Finally, the arrival of Russian resistance for the federal troops had brought on their side of the fighting front newer and more sophisticated weapons against which our troops have no answer. Our initial air superiority has disappeared with the appearance in the air of Russian jet fighters and bombers. The enemy now has air supremacy. Essentially, what he was saying basically was at this time was that Nigerian forces, the federal forces, were more equipped. They had more, in the beginning, Biafra had more officers because there were more Igbo officers in Nigeria at the time. But at this time, Many of them were either dead or in the hospital. And even those were, the war front, were very tired. They were exhausted, right? But Nigeria was able to make up for those things, and then they had new weapons as well, which they lacked. But the crazy part is this. Victor Banjo was in the field, he was one fighting, he was telling you the grim realities of the war. The clowns hold up somewhere in Enugu where the one telling them how it is not true. For instance, let me give an example. When the Nigerian forces were marching into Enugu in September of 67, Radio Biafra was broadcasting that Biafran soldiers had retaken Nsukka. In other words, they lost Nsukka. In fact, they lost Nsukka a long time ago. They lost Nsukka as early as 10th of July. But of course, fighting still continued around that area. Nigerian forces were moving in, but these guys were telling their guys that, listen, we have chased them back. Meanwhile, Nigerian forces were now entering into Enugu, and the folks in the streets were believing the lies. As a matter of fact, let me tell you one funny thing. You'll find it in this book also. The book is by Nelson Ota. He said that when the people were hearing the shelling of the, the bombs and the guns and everything, the Biafrans, the Igbo people were telling themselves that it was a test by Biafran scientists. The enemy was getting into Enugu, shooting, and the people in the streets were telling themselves that now our scientists, and then they practice, then they test. Then they test them. Meanwhile, they are not saying it because they saw it, they are saying it because they were told by Radio Biafra. It got so bad that the federal forces had to go into that broadcasting station and chase the people out of that place. That same thing where you will be looking at truth like this and you'll be believing lies is what is still available in the Southeast today, sadly. No matter what you say, bring all the evidence in the world, as long as the Lord and Savior. Now is Simon Ekpa will be waiting with our granite boy. Sorry, Nnamdi Kanu as well. Whatever they have not said is not true. And so that's the mindset. And regardless of the fact that the folks fighting were telling the guys on the ground, by the way, Ojukwu did not lead anybody to fight. He just used to go there to go and watch, to go and check. I mean, when they have lost, because they always, where they won in some instances, but they also lost. Was shy in Enugu, smoking cigarettes and making decisions. The one example that I remember of him going to the war front was on 10th of July, 1967. By the way, somebody said something in one of my videos. Why are you speaking so boldly like you were there? I'm actually not the one speaking, no. I'm only giving voice to things that were written by those who were there. So what I'm about to say right now was written by a man called Hilary Njoku. He was the head of the Biafran army, and he wrote a book called A Tragedy Without Heroes. And he mentioned what happened on 10th of July, 5 days after the war started. The war started on the 6th of July. The 5th day was 10th of July. And that was when Ojukwu sent men with machetes and Dane guns to go and face Nigerian forces. I pity those men, but I don't pity Ojukwu. Why? Because Ojukwu had boasted just 2 months earlier. 2 months. May 6, 1967, Papa traveled to Enugu to meet with Ojukwu to persuade him not to secede. He told Papa, I have built the biggest, strongest army in Black Africa. I am no longer an underdog. That's what I just said right now is in the book by Papa, Our War, the Nigerian Civil War. That's the transcript of the meeting. I was boasting. 2 months later. When I think about that meeting, say I built the strongest army. When I started this, I only had 120 rifles, but right now we built the strongest army in Black Africa. I'm no longer an underdog. 2 months later, you are giving people machetes to go and fight an army. And then 12 sporting guns. And when those ones said, boo, 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 boo. I promise I'm not the one who said this. This is from Larry Njoku. He said they ran away like drunken monkeys. They scattered everywhere, but definitely not. They went in every direction, but definitely not forward. That's what Njoku said in his book. And then when Ojukwu went there to check, himself and Effiong, Ojukwu calls Njoku, says to him, all his lost, began to cry. That's the person who built the greatest army in Black Africa. Anyway, the folks who were fighting were telling them there were no weapons, but Ojukwu was just busy. By the way, another funny thing happened with Ademwega. After Ademwega took over, they asked for weapons. Ojukwu gave them one bazooka without, what do they call that thing that looks like telescope? That gugusha, that's, what do you call that thing? There's a technical name for it. It looks like it's like a, you know what I'm saying? That thing you look through. Which means that you can't really use it. But somehow they were able to use it, and the first shot landed according to binoculars. Thank you. Viewfinder is even a better word. It's not binoculars. Binoculars is by. That's two. Just one. Maybe it's viewfinder. All of you shall get the point, Abby. Scope. Scopers. You get it. Telescope, stethoscope, maniscope, microscope, scoping scope. You get the point. Thank you very much. All right. Somehow they shot that thing, and it landed in the food that Nigerian forces were eating. So they scattered. This was before the Nsukka issue. This was in the Midwest. But that was the only miraculous success they ever had, because they had nothing. Periscope, I think it is. Thank you. Because they had no other weapons to fight. The point is that these guys were fighting. These guys were asking for weapons. Those who were leading from the comfort of the spaces in Enugu were the ones who were telling them that everything is all right. Again, propaganda seemed to be the only thing that man was good at. By the way, I said yesterday, Ojukwu was not a leader. He wasn't. And it's a shame that people had to die because of that. Periscope can only be used in submarines. At this point, you guys get the point, Abby. Periscope, stethoscope, telescope, microscope, oceanoscope, no Abby. What's the Abby? All right, let's move on. So, in his defense, I don't want to read everything again. In his defense, he talked about how they were hoping that they will be able to get United States to support them, and that way they will be able to achieve neutrality. So let me read that part of it. It says, it is my view, therefore, that America cannot willingly sit aside and watch us defeated by Russian arms. Who is speaking here? Victor Banjo. This is the first occasion, to my knowledge, in which America has been neutral in such a situation. It is my view that efforts should be made to ascertain the reasons for the withholding of American assistance to us. It is also my view, as well as that of the group, that consultations between us and the representatives could not take place without fulfilling certain vital prerequisites. These are, number one, there should be arranged at least a temporary ceasefire that would allow us to rest, regroup, retrain, and rearm our troops. Why is he saying this? Because Nigeria was able to recruit more people than the Biafrans were able to do. As a matter of fact, if you read the book by Olusegun Obasanjo, My Command, he mentioned that when people saw what Ojukwu was doing, no, let me read it, because that line is, I want to make sure I'm saying the exact words they used, because it was powerful. Funny enough, I opened to the exact page. Ojukwu had made a very costly mistake by subverting the neutral, if not sympathetic, government of Midwest states, and by invading the West. He compounded his mistake by his air raids on and attempts through agents to blow up installations in Lagos. By the way, he also attempted to blow up installations in Ibadan. 10 Igbo people were caught in a village close to University of Ibadan, Abadina, who had explosives to blow up University of Ibadan. You'll find that in Anthony Enauro's speech of 1968, August, at Addis Ababa. Why do I believe that? Because Kesarwiwa, in his book On a Darkling Plain, mentioned how folks in Nsukka were discussing that as soon as they got into the West, they were going to blow up University of Ibadan. Why? Because they felt they were supposed to be the ones in charge, and having left that place, they must go back and destroy the place. That's the mindset of intellectuals. These were lecturers. Let's continue. So, by the way, they also blew up places in Lagos. Let me tell you something. From September of '66, Ojukwu had begun to blow up parts of the western region and Lagos. The war did not start until July of 67. Ojukwu did not declare Biafra until May 30th of 67, but it started blowing up places in September. They were going to have a constitutional meeting in September of 1966. Ojukwu blew up parts of Federal Palace Hotel, then blew up Ore Bridge, then blew up Casino Cinema, then blew up different places, a filling station. Just blowing up places. But thankfully, one of those, let me tell you one funny thing, two things. Number one, the guy who blew up that Casino Cinema, right, he was waiting at home to, by the way, it was Igbo. There was a tanker they used that belonged to a company called Maurice Chima and Sons. It's in Abe Onitsha. That tanker that they used, the man that blew up Casino Cinema, that man was in his room planning to blow up somewhere else. Then he blew himself up. Praise the Lord. Then you know, go. Two other guys were going to the police headquarters to blow up the building. They blew up inside the car. Praise the Lord. The only sad part is that as they blew up, they were very close to a filling station, so that affected other people. But I just want to say that the same way they were blowing themselves up in the 60s is how they will also blow themselves up if they mess up. You don't even have to do anything. We'll do something, but you don't have to do anything. They will kill themselves. By they, I mean anybody who hates Yoruba land and the love and peace and quiet that we all have amongst ourselves. Thank God. All right, let's move on. So this book is called My Command by Olusegun Obasanjo. It says, Ojukwu compounded his mistake by his air raids on and attempts through agents to blow up installations in Lagos. The non-Igbo Midwesterners and Yorubas suddenly became fully aware of the dangers of Igbo domination. By the way, every single book written by every single person who is not from the East about the war has that phrase, Igbo domination. And that phrase that you see it in this book, you see it in Nebo Graham's book, you see it in John the St. John's book, you see it in Crisis and Conflict, you see it in every book. The reason is because there was a statement that was made in 1945 by a man called Charles Oyema, who was a representative of the Eastern region in Lagos. And he was the one who said that, well, he became a representative much later, but he said this in 45, that the Igbo domination of Nigeria was only a matter of time. He said it. Interestingly, there's another material where Igbo State Union were saying he said it too fast. They had been planning that thing a year before he said it. And by 1964, that had been 20 years, one day we'll have conversations on this. Like I said, some of those things I tried not to go deep into it because of what the information can cause. But the truth of the matter is that people have done terrible things in this country. And so that idea of Igbo domination is not like people are afraid and just making things up. It's something that was pronounced. It was said by Oyema in 45. Azikiwe said something about Igbo being the superior race in 49. And then you had the whole thing about Lagos in 47 and also in 50. All those things are not made up. All right. And if there's time, maybe another day, we'll get into all those things. So let's go back to this. The non-Igbo Midwesterners and the Yorubas suddenly became fully aware of the dangers of Igbo domination, oppression, and maladministration that would be their lot if their land should be conquered and occupied. The war had been ruthlessly brought to the homes of non-Igbo speaking people of the Midwest and dangerously closed to the doors of the Yoruba speaking people of the West and Lagos. This is where I'm going. This, in a way, rallied these different groups solidly behind the federal military government in its efforts to crush the rebellion. And as a result of that gamble and miscalculation by Ojukwu, many young men from these areas reported for recruitment. Contrary to what was happening here in the West, where people were recruiting to fight Biafra, Biafra, on the other hand, was forcing people in the Eastern minority area forces. We have video evidence. We've played it here before. Thank you, Oloye, for that. Thank you. This is one of the mistakes of Nigeria, not telling us everything that happened. Everybody will know their place. But we'll do it in love. So he says here, so that's the reason, by the way, I got into all of that because I was trying to explain how someone's also saying here, talking about Oyema's son, who became foreign minister. It's actually quite funny that everybody's son is now doing Kini, Orizu's son. by the way. So by the way, one has a street in Lagos, Ozuba, by the way. The evil that this Mombo. The mistake of Nigeria. The truth can be said in love, and it's a lot better than it being concealed because of unity that is not working for all of us now. Ojuku's wife, not Ojuku's wife. Ojuku's, yes, Ojuku's wife also has a role to. It is well. Anyway, back to this. So the reason he was asking to have a temporary ceasefire, to rest, to regroup, to retrain, to rearm, is because they didn't have as many people to help do anything like Nigeria was able to get people to work, in the army. Number two prerequisite, if we are not to collapse very soon, it has become essential that we should obtain the total support of a nation that is big enough in its resources to sustain the type of war we are fighting, say a nation like the United States. So Victor Banjo would like to have the US support. I'm going to jump very quickly because I don't want to go through everything we did yesterday. So let's just go very fast. Oh boy, it's almost 6. Okay. Everybody had something to say. Philip Alale, Sam Agbam, Ifajuna. If we have time, we're going to read those things later. But let me just do the one that we did not do yesterday. So they cross-examine some people like Ebony Okpa, Benjamin Ogu, Alexander Madiebo, and so on and so forth. But let me read the last person that was interrogated before we go on. Ebony Okpa was another star witness for the state. And by the way, we read what happened with Madiebo yesterday. We're not going to read the others because of time. So let's just go straight to Ebony Okpa, and then from here we'll go to how the whole thing ended. Ebony Okpa was another star witness for the state and has promissory of dark and destructive verbal revelations as Lucius Ezenhugo. It was primarily brought forward by the state to corroborate Lucius Ezenhugo's evidence. After he had given his address as number 20, Nise Street, Nwani, Enugu, he told the tribunal that he knew Lucius Ezenhugo very well. He said that Ezenhugo was the joint chairman of the Joint Action Committee of Trade Unions and the President General of the Civil Service Union of Biafra. Excuse me. He said that he had a meeting with Ezenhugo, which Philip Alale addressed. He, however, confessed that before the meeting took place, Ezenhugo had met him and warned him that it would take place and it would be crucial. He said that Philip Alale came to the meeting at the Enugu local mess room at about 1:45 p.m. Guys, I have to tweet this audio source, please, so it doesn't go off on us. But please, let's power tap. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. We're on 193K. Thank you very much for liking the live. But let's read the audio source, please. All right, thank you so much for staying tuned. Let's continue. So we're talking about Ezenhugo. Ebony Okpa. He, however, confessed that before the meeting took place, Ezenhugo had met him and warned him that it would take place and that it would be crucial. He said that Philip Alale came to the meeting at the Enugu local mess room at about 1:45 p.m. and told the trade union leaders and told the trade union leaders there that he was going to address them on what was happening in the army and the militia. I'm looking at that time. I don't think we have all the time for this. Just give me a second. Let me see what is actually important. Let's go on. Let's just move. We'll come back to all of those if there's time. I just read the last paragraph of that portion, then we'll move on. The last witness for the state was Samuel Nwachukwu, a superintendent of police attached to 4 CID Enugu. His evidence was graphic and to the point. He told the tribunal of how on 19 September 1967, he arrested and cautioned Philip Alale, who made a voluntary statement that he, Nwachukwu, countersigned. He tendered a statement which was admitted as Exhibit 5. He also told the tribunal that it was he who took possession of Samuel Agbam's draft memorandum, which was admitted as Exhibit 6. He was not cross-examined by any of the accused persons. To the end of his short evidence was also the end of the case of the state of Biafra against Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajuna, and Samuel Agbam. By the way, there's something I did not say earlier because I think it's important to say it. Ojukwu got certain people to, come up with this sham of a trial. There's a particular man who was a lawyer that he reached out to. His name was John Zegu, was an Onitsha man. Ojukwu reached out to him and told him what he should do, that he should condemn them, he should convict them. And Zegu did not agree with that. And because he stood up against what he considered to be injustice, Ojukwu imprisoned him, and he was imprisoned for the duration of the war. He didn't come out until after the war. It is because of people like that that we hold back sometimes, because we know that they are good people. They may be in minority, they may be in the minority, but they exist. And I think it's important for me to mention, because what I'm about to read right now will show you the heart of man in its darkest form. Whether the state had proved its case against the 4 men could only be determined by jurists when the charges against them were juxtaposed with what the witnesses for the state had been. Sorry, I'll take that again. Guys, please, on TikTok, we have inactivity. I know you're tapping, thank you very much, but please, I have to hold on as well to be able to drag the piece. We have detected inactivity during your current live, so please, while I'm doing this, let's power tap, please. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Let's try and get this to 250K, please. Yes, okay, thank you, Bianco. Maybe we should also give gifts. Maybe it's also be a way to have activity on the live. By the way, I've noticed a lot of people giving gifts. Let me just, take this time to thank you. I appreciate you for your gifts. Thank you very much for your support. It's a blessing to know that you're here to support what we're doing. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you. All right, so please let's power tap and then we'll go on into this with this. Whether the state had proved its case against the 4 men could only be determined by jurists when the charges against them were juxtaposed with what the witnesses for the state had been able in their evidence to establish against the 4 men on the one hand, and what the 4 men, both in their statements and cross-examinations, had been able to establish as either their intention or the purport of it or their purpose. Before I read what the charge sheet reads, it says, let me say something here. One of the most intriguing part of this whole trial, or even the killing of these people, was a statement that was made by Adewale Ademoyeka. I want to read it before I read the charges because, again, I want to put things in context. Give me a second. So Ademoyeka said this. He says in his book, Why We Struck, he says, I came to know it much later that Ojukwu charged these 4 for an intention to overthrow him and also for subversion. Mind you, for an intention to overthrow, but not for attempting to overthrow, because they had not actually attempted. Please, if you know any more examples, let me know. Or people being killed for intending to do something. Not for attempting, no, for intending to do something. That's the reason Ojukwu killed his friend. And if you go, there's no time. I would have loved to read to you what this man said about Ojukwu and how they have been friends. 108. Number. One second, guys. I want to read some part of... no. Sorry, I apologize. I'm trying to find something. Thank you for liking the live. I'm trying to find the page and then we'll just dive right in. All right. Let's continue with the charges. See how far we can go. How far we must finish these things. Anyhow. The charge sheet reads, in the matter of charges under the Law and Order Maintenance Decree 1967 against Victor... Excuse me. In the matter of charges under the Law and Order Maintenance Decree 1967 against Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajina and Samuel Agbam, at a secret session holding at Enugu on 22nd day of September 1967, Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajina and Samuel Agbam are charged with the following offences. Statement of offence, first count, subversion, contrary to section 13, subsection A of the Law and Order Decree. Law and Order. Law and Order. Excuse me, they said they have Law and Order Maintenance Decree, otherwise known as Law and Order Maintenance Edict 1967. Then they had particulars of offence. Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajuna, and Samuel Agbam in the month of September 1967 at Enugu in the Republic of Biafra, the said republic being a disturbed area by virtue of the order of the military governor made on 3rd June 1967. They met without lawful authority and made preparations for carrying on an armed disturbance against the military governor and some officers of the Republic of Biafra. They have the second count, intended to cause a breach of public order, contrary to another section of the law. Then they said, Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajuna, and Samuel Agbam in the month of September 1967 at Enugu in the Republic of Biafra, which is a disturbed area, which is actually still disturbed, sadly, with intent to cause a breach of public disorder, agreed to procure the downfall of the government of the said republic by violent and unlawful seizure of the military governor. Then they mentioned something for Philip Alale in the month of September 67 at Enugu in the Republic of Biafra, with intent to cause a breach of public order, did incite trade union leaders to hold mass rallies intended to overthrow the government of the Republic of Biafra. Jurists and historians can, at this stage, get on with the job of carefully examining the case of the state of Biafra against the four men. The results of the cross-examination of those witnesses by the four men and the statements of defense by the four men, so as to enable them to reach a fair conclusion on whether the charges against the foreman were proved to the full as the law required or not. But even before embarking upon this formidable task, jurists and historians should bear some very important facts in mind, such as the prevailing condition under which the foremen were tried. Such conditions as mass hysteria, as fear, as general suspicion and distrust, as inverted patriotism, and as mass hypnosis, as the fact that the Midwest had been lost by Biafra under the command of the first accused, that the federal troops were closing in on Enugu, the seat of the government of Biafra, and finally, the state of the minds of Ojukwu and the members of the tribunal at the tragic moment. All these factors had each its own effect on what happened. The propaganda about the invisibility of Biafra also played a very important role in the drama. If the invisibility was no more a reality, then some people must have been responsible for that. Scapegoats must be found. And who else more appropriately be presented as these scapegoats than those who had had the temerity to openly criticize the Biafran Army administration, and by implication the commander-in-chief of that army, who had, to crown it all, equally openly suggested negotiating with the federal Nigerian authorities as the only alternative to ultimately suffering a crushing military defeat. Let me explain what I'm just reading, because I know I'm saying a lot. It's a mouthful. This is a long and short of what the writer is saying. This judgment, the way to understand it is you have to understand what was happening in Biafra at that time. And the things he mentioned, for instance, he mentioned the fact that there was mass hysteria, there was fear, there was general suspicion, there was distrust, there was inverted patriotism, and there was mass hypnosis. And those things were driven primarily by the propaganda of Biafra itself. And one of the things they put out there was the invisibility of the army. If the army is said to be invisible, in other words, it's unconquerable, it's the most powerful thing, nobody can touch them, they are stronger than everybody, they are God on earth, and so on and so forth. If they are so strong, therefore, they should not be defeated. If they were defeated, that means that certain people were responsible for making them weak enough to be defeated. Therefore, those people must pay. Therefore, they could now find the basis for doing whatever they did to those people that are now referred to as scapegoats. That's essentially what it's trying to say here. Let's continue. By holding the trial in camera, the Biafran administration covered itself rather brilliantly. This tactic, while... Excuse me, please. Sorry about that. By holding the trial in camera, the Biafran administration covered itself rather brilliantly. This tactic, while placing the administration at a considerable advantage, denied the accused persons every opportunity to reach the public with their own points of view, with what they were trying to do, and why they had decided to try to do so, and with what would be the ultimate consequence of using death to silence them. One of the things Ojukwu was trying to silence was that these men had said, the rate at which we are going, there's no other way to end this thing than to find a way to, what's the word? Get Nigeria to sit at the table, right? And then we can have, we can have a ceasefire, or we can eventually resolve the crisis. Ojukwu had no plans. Well, no sensible plan at the time, because people were dying. Let me tell you one thing. I'll continue reading. I was listening to an interview of Brigadier General Goju Alabi-Sama, and he said something that touched me. I still think about it. That while on the battlefront, of course it was on the Nigerian side, that there was a situation where one of the young men that were in his army, it was a 2IC to Benjamin Adekunle in the 3MCD, that's the 3rd Marine Commando Division, that one of those soldiers that he trained was shot, and he had to carry that soldier. And as they were going, the soldier looked up and asked him, "Did I try?" Even saying it right now makes me feel somehow. Did I try? You see, if you are the person that's fighting and you see your men dying, you would want to end it. And what these men were doing, or what they were saying, was how they could bring a halt to the killings and the death. But the idea that even saying that the way the Nigerian guys are going, they have more weapons at this point. They're going to destroy us. They didn't want to hear that, because if you say that, that means you're a saboteur, and then you had to be killed. So what did he do? He silenced them using the weapon that you can't come back from, death. On the other hand, the tactic helped the Biafran propaganda. What tactic? The fact that when they were having all this trial, it was in camera. They didn't allow the world to see it. The tactic helped the Biafran propaganda to spread certain rumors about the 4 men that were actually not contained in the charges against them. And because the public was not allowed to know the actual charges against the 4, it was left to accept the unproven conclusion that the 4 men must actually have committed a series of dark and odious crimes. Nothing serves the conscience of the onlookers more than when they are not permitted to know precisely why otherwise very innocent men are being punished, or in this particular case, murdered in their supposed interest. As all those who knew him will testify, the late Justice Nkemena, who presided over the trial of the 4 men, was an able and upright justice of peace. But he was terribly handicapped during the trial of the 4 men, handicapped by the contrived rumors and vilifications that were going round about the abominable crimes they had committed, by fear of running foul of the will of the people and that of Ojukwu, and by the lingering suspicion that perhaps the 4 men might after all have actually done what they were being alleged to have done, under the direction and behest of forces outside Biafra, and for a huge reward. You know, the idea that they did it for money, they never stopped saying it. And to make matters worse, Ojukwu and his men, 1 second. Ojukwu and his men staged a play in Aba. I don't know if you, I think I've read it here before. It's in the book by John de St. John. The book is called The Nigerian Civil War. They staged a play, and in that play, as a matter of fact, to even make it worse, they said it was Awolowo who brought the money that the British High Commission was going to give to Victor Banjo. That's the kind of thing they did to Biafrans. This morning, as I was preparing for this thing, sincerely, my heart just went out to young Igbo people. Once you get in, and you were not even there when they did it, and it's not even your fault. Your entire space, even the most educated persons, e.g. Chimamanda, speak, and what you hear is propaganda. No sense of education, no sense of understanding of the events, just propaganda. For most of you, it's not your fault, but I think you should find a way to study these things, because it's a shame. Let's continue. So it says the Justice Nkemena was handicapped, and I was talking about the handicap. So he was talking about the fact that there were contrived rumors and vilifications already that were going around about the abominable crimes that the 4 men had committed. He also had the fear of running foul of the will of the people and that of Ojukwu. And then by the lingering suspicion that perhaps the 4 men might after all have actually done what they were being alleged to have done under the direction and behest of forces outside Biafra, and for a huge reward. This sort of thing happens in all dictatorships. It happened in Hitlerite Germany. Many Germans knew as far back as 1942 that only negotiation with either the Western Allies or with the Soviet Union would save Germany from a final military defeat, and that only the removal of Hitler and his clique would pave the way for such negotiation. But then, many Germans also knew that Hitler could only be removed by force, and that to do this would mean a German killing a German, an unpatriotic course to embark upon. an unpatriotic cause to empower. Hey, water, please. The white thing, sorry, but I need that to calm down. Someone wrote on TikTok, Chimamanda has no respect for minorities South folks. Chimamanda thinks that the world revolves around a group. There's no sorry for the Southeast. The Southeast should be begging everybody and apologizing. Not because the people were but because the leaders did what they did. Rather than be crying all around the place like people hurt you. Let's continue. It says here, this sort of thing happens in all dictatorships. It happened in Hitlerite Germany. Many Germans knew as far back as 1942 that only negotiation with either the Western Allies or with the Soviet Union would save Germany from a final military defeat, and that only the removal of Hitler and his clique would pave the way for such negotiation. But then, many Germans also knew that Hitler could only be removed by force, and that to do this would mean a German killing a German, an unpatriotic cause to embark upon. It was therefore because of this instability of many Germans to surmount this contradiction that led them to eventually approve, either openly or in silence, the elimination by Hitler of Arvid Hanak or Harro Scholz-Boysen, of Colonel Stauffenberg, of Godler, of Assel, and of General Beck. General Fromm might, even at the time he turned to one of his officers and told him to help the old gentleman. Beck, who had failed to make a success of the job of taking his own life, have known that General Beck and his group were about to die because they attempted, although without success, to save Germany by first killing Hitler. But this knowledge did not stop him from asking one of his officers to administer on General Beck the coup de grace that Beck's sorry condition demanded. Who will therefore say that the late Justice Nkemena and those who assisted him in returning sentence of death by firing squad on Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajuna, and Samuel Agbam did not, while still doing what they thought they should in the circumstance, feel that the four men were to die only because they asked for immediate negotiation with the federal Nigerian authorities so that millions of inhabitants of the former Biafra might be saved from purposeless death and destruction and the crushing military defeat that eventually overtook the ill-fated republic. Let me explain the last paragraph, then we'll move to what really happened. If there's anything that makes you sad as a person who studies this part of Nigeria's history, it is that the people who should be heroes, the people who actually thought of the regular, everyday Igbo people, those people are the ones who are vilified. The ones who use Igbo people as content, e.g., Ojuku, taking pictures and using Igbo suffering as content, they are the ones who are deified. The ones who care about the people are the ones who are vilified. And even today, majority of the young people here will stop at nothing to insult the heck out of me. But they will still say the Lord and Messiah is something, not knowing that these ones who were killed, the primary reason they were killed was because they were looking for a way to negotiate with the federal government of Nigeria so that they could bring the killings to an end. But it's the one who wanted to fight, no matter who dies, is the one that is the hero. Let us read the judgment of late Justice G.C. Nkemena, assisted by U.O. Imo and J. Uduafia. This is the judgment. This is below rendered verbatim is the judgment that the late Justice G.C. Nkemena, assisted by U.O. Imo and J. Uduafia, returned in the case of the state versus Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajuna, and Samuel Agbam. Accused 1 to 3 are officers in the Biafran army, while accused 4 is a civil servant in the foreign service of the Republic of Biafra. The charge charges all the accused in counts 1 and 2 with offenses contrary to sections 13 and 6 of the Law and Order Maintenance Edict 1967. And accused 2 is charged alone with a separate offense under section 6 of the same edict. The prosecution called 8 witnesses who testified before us on oath, while each of the accused persons made a statement in his own behalf. These statements were unsworn as requested by the accused persons themselves. We shall review briefly the evidence of the prosecution witnesses. Here goes. Prosecution witness 1 is Ugwaja. He merely tendered the voluntary statements of accused 4 and 3. These statements are in evidence as Exhibits 1, 2, and 2A. Prosecution witness 2 is Brigadier Madebo. He has evidence of how accused 2, Major Alale, and accused 3, Lieutenant Colonel Ifajuna, approached him at Nkalagu on 19 September 1967 at 7 a.m. On this occasion, accused 2 spoke most of the time. Actually, everybody knows that Alale used to speak a lot. They had come to solicit the assistance of this witness in their proposal to send a delegation to His Excellency. Accused 2 had said that the war was lost, that Benin might fall any time, that the Unsuka sector was hopeless, and that there was need for mediation. Accused 2 was alleged to have said that even though mediation was necessary, it should not be under the present leadership. Accused 2 said that if the governor was asked to step down and he refused, he would be forced to do so. Finally, a list of civilians who would be co-opted and added to the group seeking this change was agreed to among themselves. It was alleged by this witness that accused 2 suggested that if the governor, by the way, accused 2 is Alale, that if the governor was removed, the witness would take over the governorship as he was the most senior of the young army officers. Prosecution 3 is Bernard Odogu. Prosecution witness 3 is Bernard Odogu. He is a member of a group which met from time to time to review the affairs of state and the conduct of the war and offer advice to His Excellency the Governor, if and when necessary. He said that the members of the group included the accused persons, Ngube, Oswagu, Chukwumerije, himself, and others. He said that when some of the members met during the first week in September 1967, they decided that the war was being lost and it was due to the leadership of the Army Command. It was decided by them to write a memorandum on the issue and submit it to the governor with a view to effecting necessary changes. On 14 September 1967, this group met and discussed the draft memorandum, but some members felt that it was not only the Army Command that was bad, but overall the leadership. This witness said that it was agreed by the group that a ceasefire must be negotiated as there was evidence that the war was being lost, and further that Biafra had no friends to support her. Let me stop to even say, you know what is actually paining these people? It's not that these people did anything wrong. It's the fact that they had the audacity to admit that they were losing.
The fact that you are saying we are losing is enough to get you.
The fact that you are saying we are losing is enough to get you killed. It's amazing. Imani, Mimi, thank you. Thank you so much. It's amazing. They agreed that the army commander must go, and the governor asked to step down as no country would negotiate with his presence. The witness said that accused 3, that's Lieutenant Colonel Ifajuna, suggested that the governor and army commanders should be seized and put aside, and that being military men, they, the army officers in the group, have troops at their command that will assist them. This suggestion was agreed. It was agreed by the group that some army officers should be contacted by accused 2 and 3, and with a view to sounding their feelings and soliciting their assistance in their proposals to effect a change in both the army command and the governorship of the republic. By the way, notice you've not heard anything about the accused 1. That's Victor Banjo. I'll take Borukwe for now. At subsequent meetings, it was agreed that the memorandum should not be submitted, but to go ahead with the mechanism in effecting the desired changes of the army command and the governor in order to pave the way for a ceasefire and subsequent negotiations. Finally, this witness agreed that he was a party to the arrangement to overthrow the army high command and the governor, and said that accused 4 was the mad, ambitious member of the group. Prosecution witness 4, Enze Wugo, is a civil servant and a trade union leader. His evidence is mainly confined confined, I'll take that again, his evidence is mainly confined to how accused 2, Major Alale, approached him. Again, Alale was Ojuku's in-law. How Alale approached him to solicit his assistance and that of the trade union movement in the plan to effect a change in the overall leadership of the Army Command and the government. In his evidence, he said that accused 2 said that the war was lost and that a change in government was necessary in order to negotiate effectively a ceasefire. Accused 2 wanted the witness to organize a mass rally to assist the group in this scheme to effect the desired changes. The witness eventually arranged a meeting of the leaders of the various trade unions and accused 2 addressed them. Before the meeting, the witness had arranged for the CID to cover the meeting as he felt the arrangements being proposed by accused 2 threatened the security of the state. The minutes of this meeting are in evidence as Exhibits 3 and 4. Prosecution witness 5 is Luke Obi. He gave the evidence of his discussion with accused 3 with reference to the head of state and the Army High Command. He also said that he had met the group holding a meeting at one time in the office of Ngube. Prosecution witness 6 is Christopher Oswagu. He is a member of this group and was always late to their meetings. He was called to corroborate the testimony of prosecution witness 3. Prosecution witness 7 is Ebony Okpa. He is one of the trade union leaders addressed by accused 2 on 18 September 1967 in the local mess of the Biafran Army of the Biafran Railway. He gave evidence of what transpired at the meeting. Prosecution witness 8 is Samuel Nwachuku. He tendered the voluntary statement of accused 2. This is in evidence as Exhibit 7, a list mentioned by accused 2 in his statement Exhibit 5. Defense. As we pointed out earlier, the accused persons chose to make unsworn statements and consequently they were not cross-examined. The accused persons 2, 3, and 4 endorsed the statement of accused 1 and denied the charges against them. Guys, did you notice that all these people talking, nobody mentioned Victor Banjo? Nobody mentioned accused 1, just accused 2, 3, and 4. Okay, stay with me. The statement of accused 1 merely consisted of the activities of the accused persons in assisting the governor in one way or the other to prosecute the war successfully. He admitted that there was a group of young men who met occasionally to air their views on the current affairs of the state and the war. This group, he said, never plotted to subvert the government. Who is the person that they're talking about, Victor Banjo? He said, he being Victor, he said that the accused persons could not have been parties to such a plot in view of their past performances and the high esteem in which they held the governor. We would like to point out that pursuant to Section 10, subsection 2 of the Law and Order Maintenance Edict, the evidence law and any other rule of evidence do not apply to the proceedings of a special tribunal as this one. In normal criminal trials, a court is always reluctant to convict an accused on the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. Please listen to this, guys. Please pay attention, guys. In normal criminal trials, a court is always reluctant to convict an accused on the uncorroborated testimony of an accomplice. But in the present trial, what matters is the veracity of a particular witness in question, irrespective of whether he is an accomplice or not, or even whether the thing is corroborated or not. Also, under Section 13A of the edict, the onus or burden of proof is on the accused to show that he had lawful authority to make preparations for carrying on subversion, or that he did not make such preparations. I'm going to explain what is. If you're a lawyer, please you explain to us when we bring people up. Wait, is the burden of proof not supposed to be on the prosecution?
Why should the burden of proof be on the
Avisha Why should the burden of proof be on the accused person? Anyway, thank you, because I thought if you are the one accusing somebody, you should be the one to present the burden of proof is on you, not on the accused. So you are calling me guilty until I prove myself innocent. Meanwhile, what we know is that you are innocent until you are proven guilty. We are saying you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent. Everything in this, the Biafra is upside down. Even their brains, be like say, it's not straight. Okay. One second, guys. Somebody said on YouTube, I noticed that nobody brought direct testimony against Banjo. Exactly. I'll take that part because me, thank God I think there's a lawyer here. I know you're a lawyer. Thank you. It says, also, under Section 13 of the edict, the onus or burden of proof is on the accused person to show that he had lawful authority to make preparations for carrying on subversion, or that did not make such preparations, or that he did not make such preparations. If you say I made the preparations, why not prove that I made the preparations? Why am I the one telling you I did not make it by force? Like, I must prove. Let's continue. All that the prosecution need to do is to lead evidence to show grounds for suspecting that the accused persons have in fact been making such arrangements. I have evidence that I suspect you have been doing something, therefore you are guilty of that thing. Now prove yourself innocent. Oh boy, no wonder that place is the way it is. Everything called Dorikodoni. We have fully considered the evidence and all are satisfied that the original intention of this group of young men was genuine. We are also satisfied that all the accused persons were members of the group. We find as a fact, at a certain stage in the life of the group, the members felt that the army command and the leadership of the government should be changed. The statement of accused 1, quite apart from the evidence of prosecution witness 3, clearly showed that there was a great deal of discontent among them as regards the prosecution of the war and the implementation of state matters. Accused 1 had inadvertently listed all his own grievances against the head of state. His statement showed that he actively participated and acquiesced in the decision of the group. There is nothing to... So that's Victor Banjo. Mumu man, don't insult. You can explain for people to understand. Your parents are Mumu. Both of them. Stella. Both of your parents are Mumu. And by the time they give it to you, you know that they have XXXY, you have XX chromosome. Your own is XX, so you have Mumu from both sides. You are Mumu square. May God be with your soul. May God have mercy on your soul. Let's continue. There is nothing to suggest why prosecution witness 2. Please, I want to take it back again just to give it context. So he's saying that accused 1, that's Victor Banjo, had inadvertently listed all his own grievances against the head of state. His statement showed that he actively participated and acquiesced in the decision of the group. There is nothing to suggest why prosecution witness 2, listen to this crazy part though, there is nothing to suggest why prosecution witness 2 should lie against accused 2, or why prosecution witness 3 should lie against accused 3 and 4. Prosecution witness 3, a friend of all the accused persons, was forthright in his evidence. He admitted quite candidly his own part in the arrangement to overthrow the government. He impressed us as a witness of truth. All the witnesses are correct. All the accused are wrong. And you are telling me this is a trial. We also believe prosecution witness 4. If accused 2, that's Alale. If accused 2 only wanted him to call a mass rally as he had done in the past, he could not have invited the police to cover the meeting on Monday, 18th September 1967. We are satisfied that the reason for calling in the police was because he felt that accused 2 was planning an act which would threaten the security of the state. There can be no other reason. On the totality of the evidence, we are satisfied that the accused persons actively made arrangements to overthrow the government by seizing the army officers and the head of state of the Republic of Biafra. We also find as a fact, accused 2, as an emissary of the group, solicited the assistance of the trade union leaders for this purpose. We find all the accused guilty in counts 1 and 2, and accused 2 guilty in count 3. Each accused maintains his former statement. Allocutus. That must be Latin. Sentence. First count. Oh boy. First count. First accused, Victor Banjo, death by shooting. Second accused, that's Alale, death by shooting. Third accused, that's Ifajuna, death by shooting. Fourth accused, that's Samuel Agbam, death by shooting. Second count, first accused, death by shooting. Second accused, death by shooting. Third accused, death by shooting. Fourth accused, death by shooting. Third count, second accused, 10 years IHL. Where will he do the 10 years in hard labor if you already killed him? Sentence in count 3 to be concurrent with any sentence, His Excellency, the governor might be disposed to impose pursuant to his powers under section 15B of the edict with reference to count 1 and 2. Signed, GC Nkemena, Chairman. Signed, Brigadier U.O. Imo, Member. Signed, J. Udofia, Member. 23rd September 1967. The final curtain on the macabre proceeding was not yet down. Let's take a break. I need just to take a breather. The final curtain on the macabre proceeding was not yet down. Chukwuemeka Odumegojukwu had yet given his assent to the verdict, which the late Justice Nkemena, with 2 other members of the tribunal, had returned on the accused persons. And it was in order to speed things up that the late Justice Nkemena addressed the following letter, dated 23rd September 1967, to Ojukwu. That letter reads, Your Excellency, Special Tribunal under the Law and Order Maintenance Edict of 1967, State versus Banjo and 3 others. I submit herewith the charge sheet, proof of evidence and verdict in the above case for Your Excellency's information. It is our view that the law will take its course. I remain Your Excellency's obedient servant, GC Nkemena, Chairman. Chukwuemeka Odumegojukwu, although rumor had it that he agonized over the matter for many hours, did not reprieve the 4 condemned men. He might have taken up this position not because he was lacking in humanity, he was, and mercy, he was, as because all the prophecies by the 4 men that the Midwest would be lost and that Enugu itself would soon be entered by federal troops were grimly coming to pass. And to make a decision for reprieve more difficult for Ojukwu, the public malice, in alliance with frustration, was busy heaping all the blame for all the disasters that were at the time the lot of Biafra on the heads of the 4 luckless men. Let me say something very quickly. Obedient movement is just like Biafra. It is led by the mob. It's a populist thing. Although Ojukwu is also the one that made the people believe what the people believe. I think Ojukwu is even smarter than the leaders of this movement, because at least he would determine the nonsense they believe. Then he will now act like he was acting based on the idea that they think they have, which was actually his own idea to begin with. Why am I even doing this series? If you're a Yoruba person, please, if you hear anything political from some parts of Nigeria, just sadanu. And don't come and tell me they are good people. They are good people, I know. Individuals are different from institutions. And institutions, in most cases, when it comes from ethnic spaces, will be based on culture. None of these people that we read though spoke against Victor Banjo. Yeah, they killed him. I hope nobody will go through that before people start thinking straight. Let's get back into this. Nothing. So he said, to make a decision for reprieve more difficult for Ojukwu, the public malice, in alliance with frustration, was busy heaping all the blame for all the disasters that were at the time the lot of Biafra on the heads of the 4 luckless men. Nothing else but the death of the 4 men would assuage the red-hot public feeling against them or help Ojukwu to maintain that the war was being lost, not because of either his poor administration, or more truthfully, because of the superiority of the federal troops over the Biafran army, but because of the evil machinations of the 4 men. So let's forget the fact that we don't have enough weapons like Nigeria. Let's forget the fact that we don't even have plans. Let's forget the fact that we're shouting Afunauzo all over the place, carrying Dibia with cock, white cock, to go to battlefront, to go and be doing go one Afunauzo. Let's forget that one. It's not our fault. It's the fault of these 4 people, and they must be unalived. The law, in the terse and graphic language of the late Justice Nkemena, will take its course. This time in the nature of 4 men tied to the stake. In the nature of a body of troops facing the 4 men with loaded rifles. In the nature of a hysterical mass yelling, "Shoot them! Shoot them!" from behind. In the nature of a grim-looking officer standing by to give the order. And in the nature of a deafening volley that would be followed by lolling heads. Indeed, some of the courses that the law occasionally takes in this world are littered with the smashed bodies of realists. While the trial and conviction of Victor Banjo, Philippa Lale, Emmanuel Fajuna, and Samuel Agbam was held in camera, their execution by a firing squad was conducted under the glare of massive publicity. Everybody who could stand the sight was permitted to go along and witness how Biafra deals with saboteurs. The execution was meant to serve 2 purposes: to demonstrate no matter however highly placed, to stand in its way to total victory, and as a deterring notice on any other elements that might in the future be tempted to preach or work against the war to the last man slogan. War to the last man slogan. War to the... Or if you must pardon him, this thing should not just be in books. It should be taught to children every year. You must live with the shame. But he's dead now. Those of you who support him are the one that will be shamed. The execution was meant to serve 2 purposes: to demonstrate the determination of the Biafran leadership not to allow human beings to no matter however highly placed, to stand in its way to total victory, and as a deterring notice on any other elements that might in future be tempted to preach or work against the war to the last man slogan. The inhabitants of Enugu, more in the spirit of a fiesta than with the air of solemnity of those about to witness a great human tragedy, started to wend their way to the place of the execution. The Enugu Biafran Army headquarters as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. The crowd of people on the way to this 20th century cavalry was so massive that thousands failed to get within eye reach of the execution platform. The day of the execution was September 25, 1967, and the time 1:30 p.m. But folks in Enugu were getting to the venue as early as 6 a.m. Like a crusade, like a revival program. In retrospect, Many would say that the time interval between the trial, conviction, and execution of the 4 men was too short. But there was a very good reason for this. The federal troops at the Nsukka sector and under the command of Major Danjuma were slowly but steadily closing in on Enugu. If the 4 men were alive for too long, they might, it was feared, be abandoned in their condemned cells by the Biafran authorities in the great confusion that would follow the entry of the federal troops into Enugu, and might in turn be rescued by the federal troops. Thanks for the gift. Thanks, everyone. After all, they were believed by popular fancy to be the agents of the federal authorities. As the time of the execution approached, the 4 men were ushered forwards and without too much ceremony tied to their respective stakes. The administration of the right of supreme dispensation on the 4 men was equally a hurried affair. Victor Banjo, with his chest out and his head erect, was a picture of bravery and grace under the imposing pressure of death. Philip Alale, although his posture on the stake was slumpy, never gave up his penchant for talkativeness. Philip Alale, let me take it again. Victor Banjo, with his chest out and his head erect, was a picture of bravery and grace under the imposing pressure of death. Philip Alale, although his posture on the stake was slumpy, never gave up his penchant for talkativeness. He kept on loudly protesting his innocence. Emmanuel Ifajuna, with his head on his chest as though he was already dead, kept on mumbling that his death would not stop what he had feared most, namely, that the federal troops would inevitably enter Enugu, and that if those who were about to kill him meant to stop this from happening, the only way they could go about it was to ask for a ceasefire and after start negotiation with the federal Nigerian authorities. Samuel Agbam was already dead, even if not clinically so. Everything, his nerves or his mental and intellectual ability to reconcile his conscious self with the grim fact of impending death, had deserted him. He was a true embodiment of the terrible epitaph of, quote unquote, it was a dog that died. Then a body of soldiers drew up with their automatic rifles at the ready. On the order of their officer, they quickly formed themselves into the classic phalanx of a firing squad. At another order, they leveled their guns at the bed chests of the 4 men who had been tied to the stakes. It was now merely a matter of seconds. Death, with its ugly grin, was about to claim the 4 men for its own. Then came the final order of fire. Philip Alale slumped. Emmanuel Ifajuna slumped. Samuel Agbam had already slumped before the guns opened up. And thousands of those who witnessed the execution went home with the story that he had already died of fear before he was hit by the bullets of the firing squad. But Victor Banjo, as though determined to prove that he was not only intellectually brave, but even infinitely physically more so, needed more than a volley from the firing squad. Let me take it again. Victor Banjo, as though determined to prove that he was not only intellectually brave, but even infinitely physically more so, needed more than a volley from the firing squad to die. As the first volley cut down his luckless colleagues, he promptly lifted his arrogant and proud head and shouted, "I am not dead yet." Then there was another volley. But even this did not quite finish off the brave Banjo, although his shout of "I'm not dead yet" was fainter this time, as if death, despite the determination of his will, was big. Oh shoot, man. 1 second, guys. Philip Alale slumped. If I'm going to go back a bit. A body of soldiers drew up with their automatic rifles at the ready. On the order of their officer, they quickly formed themselves into the classic flanks of a firing squad. At another order, they leveled their guns at the bed chests of the 4 men who had been tied to the stakes. It was now merely a matter of seconds. Death, with its ugly grin, was about to claim the 4 men for its own. Then came the final order: fire. Philip Alale slumped. Emmanuel Ifajuna slumped. Samuel Agbam had already slumped before the guns opened up, and thousands of those who witnessed the execution went home with the story that he had already died of fear before he was hit by the bullets of the firing squad. But Victor Banjo, as though determined to prove that he was not only intellectually brave, but even infinitely physically more so, needed more than a volley from the firing squad to die. As the first volley cut down his luckless colleagues, he promptly lifted his arrogant and proud head and shouted, "I'm not dead yet." Then there was another volley, but even this did not quite finish off the brave Banjo. Although his shout of "I'm not dead yet" was fainter this time, as if death, despite the determination of his will, was busy dragging away his soul from his shattered body. It was only after the third volley from the firing squad that Victor Banjo fell silent in death. And you really think something good will happen in that region? Do you really think so? A people who would never acknowledge what happened to these people. A people who would never apologize for this. You really think there can be peace in that place? Emmanuel Ifajuna was right. His execution and that of his 3 colleagues did not stop the steady advance of the federal troops into Enugu. By 4 p.m. the same day, the gunners of the federal troops had started to bracket the Enugu target with such accuracy that Radio Biafra came so close to falling within range of one of their shells. A development that forced the radio men, with the exception of one newsman, the late Mr. Rex Elazo, who rushed to the broadcasting room to finish a bulletin that the newscaster had abandoned, to scamper away in all directions in search of safety. Victor Banjo, Philip Alale, Emmanuel Ifajuna, and Samuel Agbam, through the peculiar twist that history often provides every great human tragedy, went to their maker shortly after the artillery shells from the gunners of the federal troops started to send the executioners packing out of Enugu. The fall of Enugu some few days later, after the execution of the 4 men who had sought by suggesting ceasefire negotiation to stop the city from falling, is the only satisfaction, if indeed the dead retain any such thing as the feeling of satisfaction, that the four men must have carried with them back to their maker. You know, I mean, this happened in 67. It's been 58 years, and it's very touching. It's very touching. It's very touching, right? All for what? Gowon did not bring Ojukwu back every day. It wasn't Gowon. That was Shagari. For what? Rest read his testimony. Was trying to prove he was loyal to Ojukwu for what? He loved Ojukwu for what? This pandering that young Yoruba people do, this pandering that a lot of us do, it never ends well. Never ends well. Ayomikun Awosheyi, absolutely. Ayomikun is asking if I'm interested in writing a Victor Banjo movie script. Oh yes. Everything I'm saying here will eventually come out as movies. Every single thing I'm saying. So yes. Whether it's the coup itself, everything. Oh, thank you for the gift. Humanity and Justice, thank you. By the way, now you can gift on YouTube. Apparently, we've been able to get to a point where people can support us on YouTube as well. Thank you for being the first person, Humanity and Justice. If Enugu was overrun by the federal troop in 67, how then did the war end in 1970? Because Enugu is not the only place in Biafra. They moved the operational headquarters to Umaya. They were fighting from present-day Abia State. Oh boy. Nigeria's story has been a single story. And the loudest voices are the ones who tell you they're the victims of everybody else. But I'm going to tell you something. The East is culpable. The East hurts people. They hurt individuals, they hurt families, they hurt ethnic groups. And because many of the loud ones are ridiculously stupid, they would never admit. Because it takes stupidity not to admit when you're wrong. And unnecessary arrogance with no basis for the arrogance, but they're just this. Sorry, I'm just angry. This one was saying, "Oh, he's my friend. We are working together. I've known him for years." They've known each other since in the 50s. Oh, at this point, they've known each other more than 10 years. For more than 10 years. Listen, you can cry for the dead. I feel like crying myself. If you notice, I took my head off the frame because I needed to, do the needful. But beyond that, what are the lessons that we learn from this? Number one, if a Yoruba person and you have been part of this, and I'm going to call some of these things and put it out there, and I promise by the grace of God, all these things, whether it was the coup itself, the way it was executed, this Victor Banjo story, everything will eventually come out as movies. Let me tell you something, just in case you don't know. I'm actually a writer and a filmmaker and a theater director. Different pattern. What the fate of Victor Banjo is your fate. But what you typed in that comment section, this will be your fate or something very close.
When it happens, remember what you said today.
And when it happens, remember what you said today. That will be the testimony against you. Why did Banjo not abscond when it dawned on him that Ojukwu wanted to use him to conquer the West? You know what? I'm going to answer your question, but for now, I need to even just breathe. I need to breathe. For Yoruba person, you'll be used and dumped. It's a pattern. It's just that today we're discussing Victor Banjo. That your idealist mindset, that thing about let's change it, everybody is the same, it's one country, is a lie. It's a lie. My question is this: why has nobody ever put this thing in the public space? Because they know exactly what it means. And guess what? This is not the worst that people should be ashamed of. And everything, like I always say, everything's going to come out. I'm just going to I'm going to be respectful about it, but we're going to say these things. We're going to say these things. The price of loyalty in Biafra for Yoruba people is death, is betrayal. That's the price of loyalty. If you're loyal, you're betrayed. Now, Biafra did not end in 1970. There's no territory called Biafra, and it will never happen, by the way. It will never happen. It will never happen. No matter how much they try, it will never. The blood of people will speak against that idea. Apart from the fact that it's a thieving plan, it's a thieving dream. It's a dream built on stealing other people's resources and lands. The lives that were lost, including Igbo lives, will speak against that idea. Do you know how many Igbos died because of this stupid idea that one arrogant person just came up with? Their own blood too will make sure it never happens. But that's not even the point I'm trying to make. That idea, that thing of never taking responsibility for anything, that selfish idea, that ability, that idea of stealing other people's stuff, of territorial expansionism, that thing is still alive and well. But guess what? They require certain people in those spaces to work as useful idiots in order to get what they really want. It's because of those people that I'm doing this series. Somebody's talking about how brave. Of course, Victor Banjo was brave. Guess what? When they saw the bravery, what did they say? Yorubas are cowards. Why? Because in order to make up for their cowardice, in order to make up for their lack of bravery and courage, they will call you who they are. And then appropriate everything about the culture is appropriation. And the crazy part is that they never give credit. If a person is saying, I'm not dead though, you kill him again. I'm not dead though. You kill him. I can, of course, appreciate the bravery of Victor Banjo, but why did he have to die? Why? You see, you can't cry for the dead. If you are alive, all this your movement, please. If you know what, 1 second before we go, because I don't want to read anything about this tomorrow. I want to read something to you guys. I want to read something from his sister. Because all this I'm joining obedient movement, it's not only you that's going to affect, it will affect your family. These guys don't care. They don't care. I'll read just part of it. There's a chapter in our book called The Family in Crisis. I'm not going to go through everything because of time. You know the crazy part? She said something in this book. I'm not going to read everything. She said something in the book that it was until their mother died that they could talk about the death of Victor, because until she died, she told everybody that her son was in prison. I'll read part of it to you here. Oh, September 27, 1967. I'm reading the book A Break in the Silence by F. Adetomo Ogunsheye. Who is she? Victor Banjo's older sister. September 27, by the way, she was the first female professor in Nigeria's history. Interestingly, Victor Banjo's daughter, Olayinka Omigbodun, was also the first female professor of psychiatry in Nigeria. All right, so this is from his sister. If you see me holding on, I'm sorry. It takes a bit of, September 27, 1967 was an ordinary day. I had not yet, I'll take it again. September 27, 1967 was an ordinary day. I had not been listening to the radio or reading the local newspapers. They were noted for their one-sided news in favor of the government in power. I had already decided to protect myself from them. Ayo came in halfway through the afternoon looking distressed. Ayo is her husband. Ayo came in halfway through the afternoon looking distressed. He went straight up the stairs, breaking down. I had never seen him so upset. He was bawling with grief and rage. The details of the execution coming through his sobs. My first thought was mother in Bodija. Bodija is a place in Ibadan. I drove out to her and arrived dry-eyed. I could not cry. I refused to believe. I thought it was part of the federal government propaganda launched against Banjo, which had been on since the successful liberation of the Midwest. I gave mother a garbled version of the news, and mother did not let me finish before she rejected. Impossible. How can Ojukwu kill my son? Who had been helping him? Mama said. I'll take that again. Impossible. How can Ojukwu kill my son who had been helping him? Mama said. We had had first-hand information that he was helping to train the Biafran army, so we followed her to reject the possibility out of hand. When a few brave friends came to pay condolences, mother refused to accept them and rejected it out of hand. Father came from Ijebu to console mother, but was not allowed to do so by her. He left a totally confused and disturbed man. He had lost a gem of a son and was not even allowed to mourn him. He sent family delegation and emissaries from home to persuade mother of the truth of the matter. Mother was adamant on her stand. It became a psychological issue when day after day more information filtered through about Victor's demise. But no one could reach mother. We had to defer to her, realizing that mother's world and faith would collapse if we insisted that she should accept. We felt that become an escape device to enable her to go on living. The family, rightly or wrongly, decided to let sleeping dog lie and leave mother to live the rest of her days believing that Victor was alive. Thus, Victor remained unmourned by his family. All his brothers and sisters, except myself, were away from Nigeria. Victor's wife and children were safely in Sierra Leone. There was no corpse to lament over and mourn. No funeral obsequies, that word always twists my tongue, was required. We just refused to sit and accept condolences. Most of us hoped mother was right and that Victor would one day come walking into the house. I still have dreams about his homecoming, even 25 years after. August 1968, all was set for my sabbatical away from it all. It has been a harrowing year. I have had to find another accommodation in Bodija for Mama and her grandchild. The owner of the rented bungalow wanted it. In the process of searching for a new abode for her, an old friend of the family who was working with the housing corporation drew my attention to the generous offer of the corporation of one second, guys. I'll take it again. In the process of searching for a new abode for her, an old friend of the family who was working with the Housing Corporation drew my attention to the generous offer of the corporation for acquisition of land and loan facilities to build a house on the Bodija estate. I spent the year doing just that. The 5-bedroom house with built-in garage and a central patio garden was my own original design. I want to rush to... I just want to rush. I don't want to... Umbo. I'm going to jump to what happened at a sabbatical. You know what? Let me just read everything. The 5-bedroom house with built-in garage and central patio garden was my own original design. I'd always imagined waking up and opening my bedroom door into a patio full of roses and lovely scented flowers. The garden was still empty. That can wait till I return from my sabbatical. At least Mama would have a house in Ibadan, from which no one could threaten to eject her while I was away. I felt a sense of achievement and relief. I still owed money to the bank and the various stores from which I had bought some building materials on credit. I had a feeling of security that I owned a house. The trip to London was pleasant. I had a 2-week holiday there before I left for America. Then, of course, she went to the US. She was a second visit to Boston, where she had studied for a master's degree in library science in 1962. I was stopping over in Pittsburgh to visit one of the best library schools in the US and see what I could learn to assist us in the building of our new library school in Ibadan. I was to be guest of an American who was married to a Nigerian. It was arranged that she should take me out for lunch on arrival so that I could meet my official host before going home with her. Somehow, the discussion gravitated to the Nigerian Civil War, which was still on. The fact that I was Banjo's sister came up, and she became distressed. She was sorry. She could not have me as a guest without clearance from the Biafran community in Pittsburgh. I'll take it again. I was to be guest of an American who was married to a Nigerian. It was arranged that she should take me out for lunch on arrival so that I could meet my official host before going home with her. Somehow, the discussion gravitated to the Nigerian Civil War, which was still on. The fact that I was Banjo's sister came up, and she became distressed. She was sorry. She could not have me as a guest without clearing from the Biafran community in Pittsburgh. This reminds me of exactly what happened in 1945 in London, where Yoruba people had to clear it with Igbos before they did anything. Folks, it's time to stop pandering. Let's continue. So she said she could not have me as a guest without clearance from the Biafran community in Pittsburgh. They all still felt strongly about Victor's role in the Civil War. They live in America, but they have no brains. Just propaganda-laden human beings. Like, no matter what, I don't care. They're America, it doesn't matter. London, it doesn't matter. It's the same mindset.
They all still felt strongly about Victor's role in the Civil War. What was his role that they know?
So they all still felt strongly about Victor's role in the Civil War. What was his role that they know? What they were told. I was surprised that she thought I would feel free to be a guest subject to some Biafran's approval. It was becoming clear to the public that Banjo had made no deal with Gowon as alleged by Ojukwu. They had murdered him because he asked them to consider making peace and save the inhabitants of Biafra from the suffering and the human carnage, which was then taking place. I felt even after she obtained the approval, that I would choke on that hospitality. I had to decline the offer. I was in no mood myself to meet hostile Biafrans abroad in the USA. I was still hurting. In November 1969, father had just died. I was still the only one of his 7 children at home. Mother was stunned. He had not been ill before he collapsed and was brought to Ibadan with a stroke. He could not speak, but was conscious. Our medical colleagues and friends at the university hospital rallied round, but he died within 24 hours of being admitted. He had been very unhappy since Victor's demise. He was the only one who was sure he had been murdered by the Biafrans. My brother Ademola flew in from Addis Ababa for the funeral. We gave him a befitting funeral, but it was not comparable with the one Mama had 24 years later. The Banjo family had lost a son who had not been mourned. This made Papa's funeral low-keyed. The war was now drawing to an end. Ojukwu had fled the Biafran enclave, leaving Brigadier Effiong to surrender. The truth dawned on the family. Victor was never coming back. Mother, however, was adamant. My son is alive, she said. Ayo, my husband, retired from the university to join Henry Stevens in Lagos. I stayed on at the University of Ibadan to become head of Department of Library Studies and later Dean of Education. The rest of the family abroad were now returning to Nigeria. The place of Victor remained vacant in the family. Taiwo, Victor's wife, was not happy in Sierra Leone, so we encouraged her to come back. The only message we had received from Victor after the Biafran debacle was that his children should be brought up as Nigerians. She came also hoping she would have definite news of her husband or claim his benefits and recover the property seized by the Nigerian army in 1966. When Book was arrested, by the way, in the letters, we didn't get the time to read it, but in the letters that Victor wrote to his wife, always signed with BUK, Book, because his name, of course, is Book, Bukola or Bukonla. Ade Bukonla. She said she succeeded in meeting Gowon once. All he did was to affirm that Banjo did not do anything against Nigeria, but still failed to help her, even as a bereaved army wife. She had to move in with mother at 3 Ekiti Street without any assistance from the army. She subsequently obtained employment at the University of Ibadan. Uloma Wachuku, who was working in Book's company, had been detained for a connection with the family. She was later released from detention and was finally reunited with her son. The company, which she had managed with the Italian manager for Book, had collapsed. That was the company that Victor Banjo started before all these things, all the while. He started an engineering company with an Italian partner, but then again, that company collapsed. This created further problem for the family. Taiwo, Victor's wife, wanted to know what had happened to the company. The family had no information on the affairs of the company. Victor remained persona non grata with the federal government, which he was alleged to be working for. It became clear that Ojukwu had used him as a scapegoat for his own failure in prosecuting the war successfully. Victor remained unmourned by his family, who kept hoping with mother for a miracle. Oh boy. I know it's late, but I must finish this thing today. The guns of war have been rolled back into storage. Gowon magnanimously had declared no victor, no vanquished. The Igbos have started to come back to the university campus, to the markets, to join those who bravely never left. The returnees to the east had obviously had a tough time. They were not so readily welcomed back in the east as they thought they should. Their children were strangers to the terrain and culture, having been born in urban Lagos or Ibadan. Some of them had suffered serious deprivations. Many of their children had died. They were relieved to be back. The West accepted them willingly. The West accepted them willingly, giving help where needed. The freedom and opportunity to live and work freely and higher education was what made the West, especially Lagos and Ibadan, the London and Cambridge of Nigeria. Everybody believed he could make it if he got to Lagos. Mother went on maintaining that Victor was alive until Ojukwu turned up for a hero's welcome to Nigeria. All these ones that the Yoruba people that welcomed them, that offered help, were the ones that are the demons that they are. This is how people forever will not experience goodness. Thank you for the gift. Thank you. We have videos of Yoruba people asking these people to return. We have videos, we have books talking about how they returned to Yoruba land. They should have been made to stay where they were. You know why? It should have been easier to prove that we are bad people. It gets worse. Mother went on maintaining that Victor was alive until Ojukwu turned up for a hero's welcome to the Nigeria he had rejected and for which he had had Victor and others shot for suggesting that secession be dropped. Nobody asked questions about the kangaroo trial in Biafra, nor reprimand him for killing those who advocated that he should make peace with Nigeria. Mama then began to hope that Victor would also emerge from the federal government detention camp. This was years after the rest of us had lost all hope. The Punch newspapers had started a serial on events of the Civil War. They had tried to interview one of us to get some first-hand information about Victor. Dr. Ademola Banjo, his senior brother, was approached. He turned down the offer, giving the reason we all agreed with, namely that while Mother was alive, we would not speak of Victor as dead, in deference to her. Mother had, however, seen one of the serial in the Punch on book. She called one of her grandsons and asked him to collect all back issues of the Punch for her. The grandson reported to me, and I asked him to make available to her only issues that did not carry the event about Victor's demise, because I could not face losing Mother as another casualty of the Nigerian Civil War. Taiwo, Victor's wife, had been assisted to leave the country for Sierra Leone after the army authorities came charging into their Ikoyi home and cutting off his cabinet of personal documents when Ironsi had him arrested and detained. It was not clear that she shared our belief that Victor could still be alive, but she also respected the sensibilities of the family and did not insist on any family funeral rites. She had brought back the children to Nigeria, first in deference to Victor's last message that came through after the execution, namely that his children be brought up as Nigerians. DJTY, please send me a message, please, on that, please. Thank you. And thanks a lot for bringing this up. She had brought back, she being Taiwo, the wife, she had brought back the children. By the way, Taiwo was originally from Sierra Leone, but she had, you know, like the man called Ajimoko Oba Astrop, who was also a returnee. She was one of those whose ancestry could be traced to Elisha or to the Jesha people. But so you call her a Creole. She was a Sierra Leonean. That's why she took the children back. And then she brought them back to Nigeria because the husband would want the children to be raised as Nigerians. She had brought back the children to Nigeria first in deference to Victor's last message that came through after the execution, namely that his children be brought up as Nigerians. Secondly, she had decided that living in Sierra Leone was difficult for them. She decided that her children would have a better chance of having a good future here in Nigeria. Mama was now living in a 5-bedroom house that she could share with her. The federal government was not hostile to her, but they were not friendly and considerate either. It had become clear that Victor was not a member of the January 1966 school, that he did not make any attempt on Ironsi's life, but was framed with Ironsi's connivance. They were jealous and afraid of his popularity within the army and among the coup plotters. Taiwo had an interview with Gowon, who admitted that Victor had done nothing wrong. They, however, did not treat her like an army officer's widow and refused to give her or anybody else Victor's benefits. I'm going to jump to the last chapter because of time. Well, not the epilogue, the chapter 10, actually. Oh boy. Mother died in 1996. 28 years after. Why is that important? You soon know. Just stay with me. Mother died in 1996, so we could now accept the demise of a cherished brother. They waited 28 years to mourn Victor Banjo because their mother did not believe that he was killed. And why did she not believe that he was killed? He said, why would Ojukwu kill the person who has been helping him? That's how you think as a human being. That's how you expect a human being to think. But what if you are the human being, but who you are expecting to think that way is actually an animal? Mother died in 1996, so we could now accept the demise of a cherished brother. We can now mourn him and talk about him openly in the past tense without offending anyone. Mother was adamant to the last that Ojukwu could not have killed Book. She maintained that her son must be alive in detention by the federal authorities or had escaped out of the country to some foreign land where he had built a new life for himself and was afraid to contact us. It is amazing the extent to which a mother's love can sustain an unlikely and false hope in the face of facts. If Ojukwu, the main culprit in the breakaway junta and civil war, came back, why should Victor, who believed in the unnegotiable unity of the Federation and acted it out for the whole world to see in the face of hostilities from Ojukwu's side, be kept in a secret detention camp? Mother had always been credited with having spiritual gifts about people and the future, yet she was unable to receive the correct communication about Book. When she became ill with a stroke 27 years later and went into a coma, I was sorry that I did not try to convince her to accept the demise of Book. We even tried to respect her wishes by including him among her children, with no indication that he was deceased. After all, the published army directory still recorded him as missing. Victor's broadcast from Benin, however, still continued to reverberate in my head. Keeping that speech from the Nigerian public was a great disservice to Victor, who has emerged as one of the real nationalists and heroes of the Civil War. There were elements of prophecy on the immediate future events of the Nigerian nation and people. And then she goes on to explain those portions of the broadcast, which we read some days ago. I've had sessions, I've had speeches. This is apart from when my friend died and I came here and I couldn't even hold a live session. This is the saddest reading I've done ever. Real life or online, no. If you are able, God bless you. If you are Yoruba, God bless you, but use your brain, please. The reason I decided to read our sister's book today is to tell us the effect that naivety could have, not just on the person, but on those who are connected to that person. The business. If you read the letter that he was writing to his wife, I'm not going to get into that today, you will see, even while he was in prison, he was still able to raise funds and send money to his wife because there was a business that was running. Everything, so the business is down, the wife has to now, thank God that the sister had a building in Bodija. I'm just saying that this idealist thing of I'm going to join the movement, if there's any movement I detest in 2025, it's the obedient movement. And the reason I do so is because the Yoruba people amongst them, they don't understand the fact that that group represents anti-Yoruba interests. Why? Because it's the only group in my adult life that I see that can confidently insult Yoruba leaders, insult Yoruba activities, insult Yoruba people, Yoruba food, Yoruba towns, Yoruba cities, and a Yoruba person amongst them will be comfortable. But if you mention, about IPOB, not Igbo, about IPOB, you become persona non grata. Not even about Igbo, just about IPOB, to the point where even your leader, even your leader says the only reason that Nnamdi Kanu is inside prison is because he spoke vulgar words. The person who was saying that they should destroy Lagos, they should burn down the place. The person bringing guns into Nigeria is the one that's just been in prison for vulgar words. But you cannot speak against him. Why? Because you have a pact with death.
And as long as you're in that group, you cannot speak against Igbo.
That's what happened to Victor now.
You cannot speak against anything. Even if
And as long as you're in that group, you cannot speak against Igbo, you cannot speak against IPOP, you cannot speak against anything, even if it's evil. But you can be there. They can use your elders, some of it tiny, as toothpick. I don't care how old you are. Your brain needs reset. And I pray that it happens before you become used and dumped. I'm vehemently against that organization, just as I am against Zikism. We need to have less Yoruba bots. And if you are there, I pray by God, of course, that this will not happen to you. You will not experience the sad end of Victor Banjo. But I'm telling you that you're not going to come out happy. Have you noticed that those who used to be part of that movement, they are the angriest people when it comes to the movement? Look at them on social media, especially on Twitter. They curse them out morning, day, and night. And they don't stop with Peter Obi. They insult his own ethnic group, insult their parents, insult their tribe, ethnic group, whatever. I can't do that. But they do that. Why? Because they suddenly discovered, after being betrayed, the reality of that group. Fashion is not obedient to Banks. That was Ayode Banjo. I hope and pray that these sessions that we've had in the last 11 days, in about 2 weeks, will help you understand, even if not for the sake of Yoruba people, for your own sake and for your family's sake. Stay with those who have brains. Don't, God. You know it's sad, but I hope it's not going to be your story. I hope it's not going to be your story. But please, help us, help your parents. Don't let people use you and dump you and then you become so angry. Let me tell you something. I'll bring people up now. Very quickly we'll go. I don't like what obedience become, what your obedience become when they leave obedient movement. I don't like it. You don't have to hate people. You can just walk out. Just walk out based on love for self and love for your people. Just walk out. You know why? If you don't, you will eventually leave, but by the time you leave, you will not recognize yourself when you look in the mirror. You will hate, which is an energy I don't like to even have in my space, and I don't even talk about. But you will hate people with so much passion. You will wonder if you're the same person. And that can affect your own spirit. So even from a very selfish perspective, that place, Koyomoluabi, is the closest to Biafra, because you can't join IPOB. It's the closest thing to Biafra you can join. So please, this peer pressure, this Nigeria is not suffering. The person telling you, as the person told you that his region in this country is the region that when they did statistics, they did a survey of all the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria where people require help to eat. The Southeast is the one that requires the most help to eat in Nigeria. The Southwest is the one that requires the least help to eat. You are now supporting that one to fight your own leaders. Did we mortgage our brains? They're telling you about how you can change your country. You change your country. Meanwhile, the region is the way it is. And I will see an influential Yoruba person. I'll be saying that some people are bold in recklessness and stupidity. I did not mention anybody. If you think it's you, then it is you. Please, I'm just Itaralon Semi. Please, If you're Yoruba, I don't really. If you're another group, God bless you. God keep you. God make His face shine upon you and be gracious to you. But primarily Yoruba people, you don't belong in movements like this because of what happens to those who join them. Wole Soyinka was part of that thing. He was in prison for 20 months. What are they doing to him now? They're insulting him. Even their fathers insulted him. Taisholani was part of it. There are Yoruba people that join them to do it. What do they do to them? They insult them if they don't kill them. Because you're not dealing with the same set of people. I'm not saying, you are different. Don't just be that way. That's the best thing I can say, because what's coming to my head now is not, you are different. We are different. People have a different way of doing things. Let them do their thing. And like Dele Farotimi ironically wrote in his book, the title of his book, do not die in their war. People like say himself won't die in people's war now, but may God, save him. Don't die in people's wars. Thank you very much. That's the end of the series. Tomorrow, either we start something new or we just have a conversation and then we'll move into, either we go into indigenship. See, in fact, there are 3 topics in my head right now: indigenship, Zikism and obedience, or the history of state creation, discussing the Willings Commission report of 1958. One of those 3 will start, but I hope everybody is fine. We love everybody, but Oga, Jare. But I'm going to bring people up. As soon as you get up, please mute yourself. Please. It's only one set I'll be able to bring up today. Only one set. So everybody will request now, will come up afterwards. If anybody sends requests again, I may not be able to bring them. I'm actually feeling emotionally spent. I feel terrible right now. I can't, I'm just trying to mask it. So it's just only one set I can take. Please try and understand. I need to go and just find something happy to do. Thank you for listening. So everyone who has sent requests, I'll bring everybody up, but you're going to get to 2 minutes, please. And please, let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. That's the sense of all of this, okay? Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. I John Torolong. All right, so we're going to 2 minutes each, straight to the topic. And again, please, let me beg you. It's very emotional. I know you're angry. Please be measured. Please. Okay? All right. All right, so everyone, please don't send requests again. Thank you very much. We'll try and work with the people that we have now. Thank you. All right, so as soon as you get up, please mute. Be like last, we are still going to do two because we have more people down waiting. So this is what we're going to do. Nobody else, please, but everyone that's come up, 2 minutes, like sharp, no extras. Thank you for understanding. Let's start with Rewaju. Please go on.
God bless you for reading that part. I'm really appreciative, and as much as I've told somebody, I said I have deep, what they call deep-seated disdain for something, for obedient women. And if you recall, the same thing Nnamdi Azikiwe did for Enaoro. I was writing it, you didn't mention it. If you could give insight on that, when they were talking about the decolonization era, 1948, right? When Zik now went to write a report that, it was foolish, that why it was due to you, he was their leader, right? So the same thing also happened to people like Wole Soyinka. I think Yoruba people, much at times, we have always mentioned that we always see things from the moral and humanist aspect. And just like you mentioned the other time, that is how a human being is supposed to think. The way Victor Banjo's mom was thinking that, but some people don't think like that. And what pains me mostly is that woman and the family became traumatized till that mother died. And again, as much as I want a lot of Yoruba people to be out of obedient movement, it's also on the positive side that it also reflects the
reality behind the movement. You get to see that most people that get to live obedient movement, they're always angry. And Ariel used to talk about one thing, that a problem that was created for like 60, 70 years, you can't solve it in 2 years. This same obedient movement, Yoruba bot that now live obedient movement, they are the ones that will now come and start lecturing us that we've seen this issue from the past, that, oh, we must rectify this thing. No, it's a process.
Right, 5 more seconds.
Nigeria's problem is not a uniform problem. You need to understand that your reality is different from other people. And don't let.
Right, thank you. We have to go off now. Thank you very much, Raju, for that submission. Let's quickly go to Dark Poet. Hello, Dark Poet. It's your turn. Thank you for that submission. You write your fantastic stuff. All right. Yes, please. Go on.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I feel emotional about the topic for today. Prof, thanks very much for the topic. You did a fantastic job on it. What can I say? I think it's eye-opening for a lot of people. Although I've read it before, but the way you put it makes it more touching to me. I just read it, I script it at that particular time. Although I feel it then too, because I can't fathom how somebody can just take his own friend, falsely accuse him, kill him, just because you want to prove what point. And another thing I was pursuing, because I tried to gather some information. Could it be because those people know some things that maybe Emeka does not want it to come out in the future? Maybe part of those things it needs to take them out. Or another thing is, could it be that they are a threat to his soul, because he wants to be the sole leader of the country, which everybody bow to? They come and kiss the ring before anything can happen, which at the long run is still what happens, because even though he doesn't get his kingdom, a lot of his folks to kiss his ring today, even at death, because you can't say anything about him that he does that is bad. You can only praise him. That's how you'll be on the good side. And to our own Yoruba bots who find themselves in the obedient movement, I will only feel this way for Major Victor Banjo, not any one of you again. And I'm saying it, I will not, because you guys, we saw it coming, and we are telling you, we are shouting, and you still want to keep on being stupid. I won't feel this way for any one of you. Thank you. I can't fathom how somebody can just take his own friend, falsely accuse him, kill him, just. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for that submission and that point. Really appreciate it. Let's go to for this topic. 2 minutes, please. Can you hear me now?
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So thank you very much, Dark Poet, for that submission. I really appreciate it. God bless you, sir. Vodis Copy, 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you for this very session. It's an emotional session, but regardless, there are lessons to learn. I used to be an obedient, I used to be an obedient. Out of my own ignorance, we felt we could save, Nigeria. But, in the midst of that struggle, I almost lost my vehicle during that movement. And I saw the way they were destroying banks. I saw the way they were destroying organizations and businesses. Then I looked back and I asked myself, if this guy started this thing in Lagos and they are destroying properties, they are destroying buildings, won't this have an economic impact on us, the Southwesterners or people in Lagos? Then the thing that actually what do you call it? Something that broke the camel's back for me was
straw.
The straw. When I heard Nnamdi Kanu said, "Destroy Lagos," and I saw it myself, and Lagos was being destroyed. Then I told myself, no, I can't do this. I can't be part. So I'm going to tell all obedient outside there, if you continue like this, they are not just going to destroy you. They are going to destroy your fabric. They are going to destroy they are going to erase you if you're not careful. And one thing I'm also going to say is that because we are Yoruba, the Omolua being in us always make us believe that it has to be moral, it has to be truthful. See the way Victor Banjo, even in his death, he was still standing by what he stood for. See his mother, I think we need to be wise. They say Yoruba Ronu. We need to keep thinking hard and we need to put on our thinking cap this time around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vodi. Thank you. We're going to go to Mufasa. Hello, Mufasa. Mufasa, are you there? Is Mufasa there? Okay, I guess not. Tiashi, are you there?
Oh,
so for those who have spoken, I'm going to take you down so I can bring people up, and then please, nobody should send. If you send many invites again, I will not be able to bring you up.
Okay.
All right. So please go on, Tiashi.
Thank you.
Welcome, Chief.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So who is speaking now? Is it Mufasa? Is it Mufasa who is speaking now?
It's Mufasa.
All right.
Yes.
Tiashi, please hold on for a bit. Let Mufasa go, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mufasa, please go on.
Okay, thank you. I greet everybody in the name of Olodumare. Professor Busui, you're doing a great job.
Small country in that
and God bless you for all you do. I try to, visually follow your reading today.
Wait for me. Let me put
and can the person mute their mic, please? Visually follow your reading today. Can they mute their mic?
I want BBC Parliament stuff or I want to visit the BBC Parliament staff.
Can the person mute their mic?
Don't worry about it. They should not bother. I've already taken him down.
Okay.
I've muted him.
Okay,
I've muted him twice, and he still did it again. So I don't know what's happening. When you're ready, please come back up. But this time, you mute your mic. Thank you. All right, please go on, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, thank you. So I visually followed the reading today, and this is, since I've been coming to this platform, this is the, most difficult day for me, because it was as if I had to be able to understand what had happened to the man. You have to throw yourself, into the scene and, be in the shadows and look at, everything, from each word to each word. It's like you're just reading, you're just looking at a movie. Then you would understand the extent of what had happened to this man. Whenever, these people say Yorubas are coward, when you think about Victor Banjo and his bravery, it's something that it's beyond words. But one of the things I'm going to say is, knowing the story of Victor Banjo, and we can recently see the attacks on Yoruba elders, especially the one that went to jail for them. Professor Wole Soyinka, the man, they literally abuse the man every time. I had a recording one time when an Igbo boy was actually, I think he had he was abusing Professor Wole Soyinka, and he was literally it's like they were just going to do something to harm the man. I don't know what that was all about. But then, this is going to be the it is going to be the fate of any person that is Yoruba bought, and that you think that you can do things to sabotage the interest of the Yoruba people. Today, I saw a tweet today, about the Enugu air. I think the state governor of Enugu just launched an airline.
Oh, I didn't time you. Please, you have 30 more seconds.
All the people that is working.
I should have timed you. Sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
It was my error. But please.
Okay. I can hear you.
30 more seconds, please.
Okay. I'll round up. Okay. Okay. All right then. Thank you. So if you remember what happened to the Saudana died, you know, for the modernization agenda. But then today, the Igbos will celebrate that, you know, all Igbo jobs are for Igbo people. But then when they come to your own place, they would want to, you know, collect the job that is supposed to be for you.
All right, thank you.
You know, so it's crazy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. We're going to quickly move to apologists. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, Chief. Ẹkáàbọ.
Yes, sir. Wow. So what I just say is this, like, these people, they've lived among the Yorubas. They've studied our weaknesses. And what's supposed to be our strength now is becoming our weakness. How do I mean? The ethos of Omoluabi, which has to do with ìwà pẹ̀lẹ́, ìwà jẹ́jẹ́, fẹ́ràn ọmọnìkejì, all those, particularly being a moralist. But Omoluabi won't be king of Jode, but then can only lo ọpọlọ. They've studied us and they are using that. So if you look at the obedience movement, it's something that will appeal to an average Omoluabi. Ẹni yìí ọmọ kò ń jalè, kò kí ń, not knowing that Obi is opposite of everything they call him. If you come down to study that man, he is opposite of everything they call him. So that is why our people, we need to do this thing, especially those of us of middle age, our children, we need to educate them that we want you to be morally upright, but you should not be stupid. You should know when to say no. You could be firm and still be an Omoluabi. Yorùbá ní pé oko kì í jẹ́ ti bàbá ọ̀tọ̀ ọmọ kó má làálàá. Àlà yẹn ní àwọn dàkín fi sí.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for that submission. I really appreciate it. We'll go to Collins Bamidele. Hello, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, good day, sir. How you doing, Prof?
I'm very well. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, good quick question, please.
Please, can you go just a little bit from the mic, please?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, sorry. Victor Banjo was by in 1967, right?
Yes.
And again, Victor Banjo was a superior officer to Ademulegun, right? The Adewale, right?
Ademoyega or Ademulegun?
Ademoyega, sorry, Ademoyega, yeah.
It was superior to Ademoyega, yes.
So then Ademoyega was now the one that taking charge of what Victor Banjo was doing.
Ademoyega was in prison. Right? Ademoyega was imprisoned before Victor was killed, though.
Okay, yeah, but I thought that you said in what you read that they gave him the job of Victor Banjo, right?
Okay, so let me quickly explain. Timelines are important. They were. Okay. Please, can you mute for a second? I'm getting feedback. It's affecting. Please. All right. So timelines are important. They were together. Ademoyega was in Warri. Chukwuka. They worked together, they fought together, they moved together to Agbo from Benin. Banjo was called in Enugu. A message was sent to Ademoyega to become the Oga. He said no, he declined. Then they came and picked him up, took him to Enugu, had him in the prison. While he was in the prison, the next day or so, Victor Banjo, Ifajuna, Alale, and Agbam were unalived. Like he saw them as they were being marched to, to the execution, whatever, to the firing squad. So he was already in prison at the time. He directed those people because Victor Banjo handed power over to him before he moved to Enugu. But after I got to Enugu, Biafran leadership wanted him to take over. He did. So the point is that when he took over from Victor Banjo, was like, Mumbo, you are my second in command. I come back. Like, just take charge until I get back. And then Victor Banjo, and then Ojukwu now said, you know what, don't take charge until he comes back. You be the boss. He now said, no. That was when he was now arrested. So he was in prison at the time Ojukwu was dead. And by the way, he was in prison until the end of the war. He never got to fight again.
Oh, sorry. It really met my heart on a serious note. What happened to Victor Banjo? Honestly,
Please, away from your mic a little,
sorry,
please, so we can hear you.
I
But
nearly
you have
cried.
30 more seconds.
Yeah, so don't worry. I'm going to wrap up now. I nearly cried for what happened to him. And I was thinking maybe Adewale actually went on and fought. I wanted to understand what was going on in the mindset of these guys at that moment, on a serious note, that you have to leave everything and just get killed like this. Anyway, thank you for this insightful knowledge that you are impacting into us. I really, really appreciate.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I love you so much, brother. You're doing a great job. In fact, thank you so much. Kudos to you, brother. I thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. People are saying, why didn't he just? To be fair, he was in prison when Chukwuka went to Warri. They were the ones who released him from prison. Maybe he felt a duty to them. In Ademoyega, maybe he felt a duty to them. Also, maybe he thought that he could work with Victor Banjo to turn the tide and have the revolution that they've been looking for. Second lesson, all this, we want revolution in Nigeria. Please, I'm begging you. This time, I don't care whether you're Yoruba or Hausa or anything. Please, I'm begging you. We don't want it. We don't need a revolution in Nigeria. We don't need revolution. We need to reform the place. We need to restructure the place. Restructuring, not revolution. Most of these revolution people, what they have is how to begin the revolution. They don't even have a plan for what happens after the revolution. You, Aji, good to see you. Welcome. They don't have a plan. The structure is what is being fixed right now, thank God. And that's what should be fixed. Banjo was a revolutionary. Ademoyega was definitely a revolutionary. And of course, Nzogu was a revolutionary. One day we'll do Nzogu. Somebody said we should do Benjamin Adekunle. I think we did something like that before, but we'll do it again. He was a hero par excellence. But please, all this revolution, the discipline that it takes to build something after the revolution, how about have that same discipline to build now? And many people who shout, let's just cut everything. They don't have the capacity to build nothing. Apart from maybe something that's just their own. When it comes to Oribi Berisutu, politics is a bit more difficult. So please, revolution, let's pipe down a bit and ask ourselves, what exactly is the problem of Nigeria? If you put younger people there right now, are they going to steal less or more? It's not about the age of people. It's good to have young people there, and I would love for young people to get there, but it's not about all this rhetoric. It's about the facts on the ground. All right. So thank you for that, Mr. Collins, for that submission. We'll take the last two people, and then we'll be on our way. First will be Adetunji Lams. Hello, Mr. Adetunji, are you there? Hello. All right. R.E.K.
My brother, Mr. Busi, thank you so
much. Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes.
Thank you so much for the eye-opening words and wisdom that you have been sharing among we the Yorubas. It's so sad that, our young ones don't read, and history has been scrapped out of our educational system.
History is back. There's history in school. There's history in schools now. There have been history in schools for a while.
Oh, really?
Yes, for a while.
Okay. I want to thank you so much. And keep up the good job.
Thank you.
I found out that Omoluwa Biwanye, people are actually taking it for granted. And I spoke with a friend, a Ghanaian friend here in America, a couple of hours ago. And he actually let me understand that in part of Ghana, for example, that this so-called man who insisted he wants to impose himself as a king in that land, Ile Tolora, is actually a place where the Yoruba Ghanaians settled. You see, the Ga people are part of the Yorubas. And you see, our way of life and the Omoluwa is being taken for granted, and people felt like we are weaklings, and we are not. But I want to say thank you for the orientation and for the insight that you have been opening people's eyes to let them understand that they are warriors and they are team. How can she are the king she will do? Thank you so much. You are contributing your own quota and your part. I really appreciate it. Keep up the good job, my brother.
Eshion, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. God bless you. All right, final speaker will be Adetunji Lams. Please go on. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, good evening.
Evening, sir. Evening.
Yeah, Prof. Thank you so much for this insightful program. Ẹ ṣé gan-an, Ọlọ́run á gbàdúrà gbogbo wa.
Àmín, ẹ ṣeun, sir.
Ṣé rí, ní tèmi kàn fẹ́ sọ lórí ètò yìí ni wípé kókókó là rán fa àdìtí.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni o.
Prof, ẹ máa ní láti tẹnu mọ́ gbogbo àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá wa, particularly the so-called disobedient children, tó ń pè àwọn obedient. Àwọn lè máa ní láti ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí. In fact, n tó ṣe Victor Banjo press up ní London tó máa ṣe wọ́n.
Victor Banjo, not Banjo, Banjo.
Okay, Banjo, okay, ó yé mi jàre, ẹ má bínú. Victor Banjo press up ní lẹ́yìn tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ́dọ̀ tiwọn, because now they are more desperate, they are more aggressive, they are more determined. Ẹ wo Lagos MBA, it was totally taken over by them. You understand? Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni gbogbo ọjà tó wà ní Èkó and some other places. So, which is not really okay for us as a nation. So, I will advise that, and I will also suggest that you people who are be our voice should please do more in educating more of this our Yoruba youth, particularly the so-called obedient. Thank you very much. I hereby submit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That's a fantastic way to end the comments and calls. All right, let's switch this up. By the way, thank you very much, everybody, for supporting what we're doing. Thank you for all the gifts. I really appreciate them. We've had our bank details up here for a while. I hope you're using them or using it. I don't even know whether it's them we should put or it, but you get the point. We're going to round up now. It's been an emotional roller coaster, especially today's session. So I'm going to go find comedy. Just watch some comedy. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I hope we were taking some things with us. Number one, you have nothing to prove to anybody. What we read yesterday, I chose not to read it today, but what we read yesterday, you saw how Banjo was busy trying to prove that he loved this guy, that he was loyal to him. That will only work if you are thinking that you're talking to a human being. Ojukwu action, primarily the way he treated his own people when they were being killed, made me realize that, killed of hunger, made me realize that, we shouldn't judge everybody the same way. And it's on us as Yoruba people, for instance, if we, in some weird ways, assume that everybody is the same. Everybody is not the same. People are different. And our cultures are different. Our value systems are different. Can we live together as one? Of course. We're already living together as one now. But we must be careful with all this rhetoric of, unity, one Nigeria, all those fantastic things that you hear. You join a political party, people are hungry. God will feed all of us. When you say people are hungry, what are you going to do about it? Consider Proventus, Madrid versus PSG. I wish I watched football that much. But yes, I will check for it. But thank you for the suggestion and the recommendation. It's been a fantastic series. Victor Banjo Caught in the Storm. It's a lesson to all of us. Serve your country, work with people from everywhere. There's unity and diversity. There's all those fantastic things, no malice towards anyone, love everybody. But once you notice that certain organizations are selfish in their agenda, there's something I saw. I'm not sure let me see if I can find it. It was a document. About LPs, the way LP allocated. Listen, I don't even mind whatever it is people want to do for whatever reason, but Yoruba people just cannot afford to bury our heads in the sand. Labour Party, Abia State, Chairman G.O. Ndubueze, Abia State, same Abia State. The secretary is John Oti Igbo. The same thing for Anambra. Anambra, chairman and secretary Igbo. Ebonyi, chairman and secretary Igbo. Enugu, chairman and secretary Igbo. Imo State, chairman and secretary Igbo. Lagos, chairman and secretary. The point is not about Nigeria. The point is about that ethnic group. And guess what? I don't mind that is their point. But I just mind that you are lying to me that it's about me and the rest of the country, but you're actually using me to further your own goals. If you're a Yoruba person, that's the story of Nigeria. Love everybody. Don't have malice towards anybody. Have malice towards none, all right? But be smart, be wise, don't get used and dumped. May the soul of Victor Banjo rest in peace. I read somewhere, the family never got the body. Never got the body. And the pain that the mother has to go through for 26 years, that's something. 28 years, that's something. May so rest in peace, and may we have less of folks acting that way. We have less folks acting that way. We should have more of his bravery, but less of his naivety. He was a brave man, was shot, and was telling them, I'm not dead yet. They had to do it 3 times. He was shot thrice. And that's the story of Yoruba, by the way. Your bravery is not in question. If you ever thought that you were cowards because you have heard it over and over again, make no mistakes, it's a lie. You're brave. You're strong. You are from a tradition and lineage of brave people, of builders, of creators, of innovators, of businessmen and philosophers and scientists. All right, and I'm talking because I know some young people might watch this someday on YouTube. You are from a lineage of greatness, okay? You don't have to look abroad for heroes. You have your heroes amongst you. All right, may God, of course, again, may God rest his soul, and may God take care of his family, his children. One of them wrote this book. Let me advertise it. I don't know what is good to me to the family, but I think it's, I should show you the books. This one is by his daughter. It's called A Gift of Sequence. Again, the daughter is, her name is Olayinka Miwodun, the first professor of psychiatry in Nigeria. This is the book she wrote, A Gift of Sequence, Letters to My Wife, Victor Banjo, with Olayinka Miwodun. And this one is a sister, A Break in the Silence, Lieutenant Colonel Victor Banjo by Efadeto Ogunsheye. This session, we have used a lot of books. We have used Just Before Dawn by Kolomoto Shaw, Olusegun Obasanjo, My Command, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, Wole Soyinka, Why We Struck, Adewale Ademoyega, The Nigerian Revolution and the Biafran War by Alexander Madiebo. We use Colonel Victor Banjo, The Revolutionary Betrayed. This one. We've also used, there was a country by Chinua Achebe. We used a number of books for this series, and I'm thankful to the writers and the publishers. Thank you for... There are other books, but I can't stand up now. But it's been a wonderful session, and let's take the lessons with us. So meet again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Vote this copy. My issue right now is even to find the time to read more. Please, sir, can you pin your Telegram link on your account so we can access those books or the title? Yes. So the group. So this is what we're going to do, right? The Telegram channel is Redomi Books, but the group for everybody, the group that we can all join, you know, the group or channel is Redomi Global. I'm trying to see if I can type it here at the same time. So I'm typing it on YouTube. So please join Redomi Global. There are some materials that you will find helpful. But when it comes to books, you have to go to Redomi Books on Telegram as well. So I'll put the links out there. The link on YouTube and also on TikTok. So please join Redomi Global. There's a link to Redomi Books there. Some free stuff are in Redomi Global. Redomi Books is where you can buy stuff from. we have to go. Thank you, everybody, for being part of today's session, and thank you for your support. Everybody who came up to speak, all our speakers, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. Everybody who in the comment section, thank you for typing and sharing and liking, commenting, engaging, whether on TikTok or YouTube, on Facebook. Thank you very much for your support. Also, thanks to the gifters. I really want to appreciate you for your generosity. Mimi, Imani, everybody, UGM, UIG. I may not see all the names, but I appreciate every single gift, from the single coin or rose to the universe, which I'm yet to receive, or the lion, all those things. But whatever you give, thank you. The heart me's and hearts and stuff, thank you. And those who have also used the bank details, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you for supporting the channel. Tomorrow, 1 p.m., I'm going to see, maybe we should start a new topic immediately, or we just talk about different things, and then we then start a new topic on Friday, whichever, or maybe even tomorrow we'll choose the exact one, because I have a number in my head, but whichever one we choose, we'll get into it. All right, we're going to have a fantastic time by God's grace. So thank you very much for being here. We're going to have our anthems now. The Yoruba anthem, the Nigerian anthem, and then the Yoruba anthem. But for folks on YouTube and Facebook, we'll let you go, because we usually have copyright issues with that. The songs I played yesterday, guys, actually had copyright strikes on songs that they said doesn't have copyright too. I can't go play the songs. They can't tell us, say, copyright today. Anyway, I like the fact that we play the song, regardless. But for this one, we're just going to go. All right, so YouTube, Facebook, I'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to have a fantastic time. All right. God bless you. 1 second. Professor Arewa Orin, I've play Kinto Jekemalo. I said something to you on Redomi. You can't send something to me on Redomi. I'll send something. If you want to send a message to me directly, please check at Busui Oris. That's my handle. At Busui Oris on Telegram. You can send a message, please. But I'll check. What? That's the fastest way to reach me. Thank you. All right, guys. YouTube guys, thank you for the historical and political education. Thank you. So YouTube, Facebook, have a great night. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. By the way, on TikTok, we are on 308K. Wow. Let me clap for everybody. This is good. Thank you, guys. Thank you. That was fantastic. Thank you. So YouTube and Facebook, good night. See you tomorrow. God bless you. All right, for the rest of us here, we're going to have the anthems.